Okay, so good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Greenwich Planning and Zoning Commission, holding a hearing on Tuesday, January 9th. And we will start with our regular meeting. But before we do so, some announcements. First and foremost, if we lose power today during the storm, we will do a couple of things. If we will, the commission members will sign back into the Zoom via cell and use cell signal. And we will then try to continue the meeting. Any application on which we're required to act today by for the statutory timeline, we would try to address. Otherwise, we would ask if possible for postponements on those that have postponements available. Every time we think there's going to be a power outage, there isn't. So cross your fingers. So far, so good. But that's what we will do. So those of you with applications, kindly be ready. I know on the commission, everybody's pretty much ready. Dennis, you've already got, I know you've had Zoom on your phone for a long time. So we will do that. Okay. And now the following items have been postponed. Item 6, which is Susan Satter at 414 Round Hill Road for a final site plan and special permit, has been postponed. And the Stanwich Club has been postponed. That's item 10B at 309 Taconic and 888 North Street. In addition, withdrawn is Anthony and Laura Manganiello and La Masa Realty Inc. at 28 Hollywood Lane and 0 River Street. Tonight, Mr. Levy will be at a meeting for part of the evening. I guess he's already away. While he is at his meeting, Mary Jenkins will be seated for him. However, if it is during the 237 Pemberwick application he has not returned, Mr. Wells will be seated on that application, as Ms. Jenkins is recusing. We have one absent alternate tonight, which is Mr. Barilak. And with that, we will start. Hello, Mr. Tessie. Are you north or south?
I'm pleased to say I'm south this week.
Yeah. Well, here it's just wet right now.
All right, well, it's going to be supposed to rain here too. So there we go.
All righty. So let me start out with the first application is 530 Round Hill Road, LLC. This is to request to extend the Mylar filing period for an additional 90 days at that address, 530 Round Hill Road, for a final subdivision. Mr. Tessie, if you would go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Just to report to you, we basically have our final subdivision plan completed and approved by staff. There's one issue that's come up that actually that's held this up a bit, and it has to do with the language in, you recall, the subdivision in the conservation easement declaration. And we've used the standard language, and staff, I guess through, I'm not sure exactly through who, Jackie's working on it, has requested a modification that's really problematic for our client. I don't know if you can put Pat, if you could put that subdivision map up.
Oh, so this is a little more than an extension.
Well, it's an extension. I just want to explain
all right.
one thing to you very quickly. I know you want
to.
No. But there's a conservation in the conservation easement over lot number 2. Some of you hopefully you all recall. We got a lot going on. There is a pre-existing utility line, above ground utility line.
Yes.
And it comes off the neighboring property.
Yep.
And for some reason, and it's certainly not in your decision as a condition, it's been requested, and we haven't been able to get rid of it, that our client relocate that line. Yeah, if you can move that map on up a bit. The cursor's got to go up. It's on the top. It's on the north. And you can see the utility line, which serves the existing main house, that one there. And has stated that if the line needs to be replaced or enhanced, the utility company has to move it. And we're like, move it where? It's coming off the neighboring property. And it's pre-existing, and we added this area because at one point I wanted to just keep it out we increased the conservation easement area that brought this in. So our only request, we spent some time on it during the hearing, is that the condition, since the commission did not make that a condition, it would have been an issue for us. We can't control a utility company, and certainly we're going to have someone on lot number 3, which is separate from lot number 2, who's going to be served by that line, and not be able to provide the utility service, the electric service, and things cable to that property. So the only thing we're asking is the commission confirm that that was not a condition, that line would have to ever be relocated.
Well,
That's
but
basically.
the thing is that without listening to the recording, I'm trying to get through the stuff. The issue was not mentioned previously to us. I'm trying to get through the decision letter right now. Did
Yeah.
anybody else get a chance to check? You're gonna have to come back then and ask us. We'll give you the Mylar extension, but we're gonna
Oh,
have
there's
to
nothing-
research this.
Well, if it were a requirement and you can check your map, it's just gonna be
No,
done
but
at
the
staff.
question is, was it a requirement in our decision
No, it was
letter?
not. Look, you don't have to trust me. It's not, I don't want to waste a
I'm
lot of
not
your time.
it's not about
What-
not wasting time. It's about, I'm trying to read the decision letter because at no point was I aware that you have an issue with the decision letter, Mr.
We don't
Tessie.
have a decision with the issue with the decision letter. The decision letter is, let me make it clear, is perfectly fine. We're happy. We've complied with every aspect of the condition with the letter. We have provided at the very beginning the conservation easement. No one ever did it. No one had any issues with it. It's the standard form. Someone decided they wanted to change the standard form and add, not you, and working with Jackie on it, saying we cannot agree for the future that line would be removed if it needs to be repaired or replaced. Because
the
we can't
question-
control a utility company.
So the question is, Mr. Tessie, in
Yes.
the decision letters, as you know, the boilerplate is that you have to address any outstanding staff and departmental
That was
issues.
never brought up by
Yeah.
any department or
So-
staff previously.
My
And
take is we have to research this, Mr. Tessie. I'm not willing to do any.
I'm not, look,
Patrick, do you know anything about this? Because I don't
I'm
want to be.
not aware of the change in language, Madam Chair, and I'm happy to talk to Jackie and figure out where that
that's,
issue is, and again, if it's something that we think the commission needs to opine on, we will
Right.
bring it back to you. But again, my understanding was Mr. Tessie's client's looking for the extension of time, and we can work on this issue
We
separately.
will give you the extension of time. We will not give you an opinion on the
you don't
relocation.
have to give me an opinion. I'm just pointing out to you that this
Okay.
issue has been holding things up, and there's nothing in
Okay.
the decision that
We're
addresses
happy
it.
to help. If Patrick will
I-
tell us what the issue is.
No,
we'll-
I'm sure we'll resolve it at a staff level.
Okay.
As I
All
said,
right.
let me take much of your time. I just want to let you
All right.
know what the issue is.
Okay.
That's
All
Thank
righty.
you.
So does anybody on the commission have any questions?
No,
Or questions or comments? Does anybody from the public wish to comment on this Mylar extension? This is an extension of time for an application that was approved for 530 Round Hill Road. The application was approved in October of last year. Any questions from the public, comments? No. All
Thank
right.
you.
Does anybody object to closing this application at this time?
no,
Seeing no objections. Oh, Mr. Levy, are you here now?
I am
Um,
here.
Okay, since I didn't see you till just now, I'm gonna let Mary vote on this one and then
Good.
we'll reseat you, okay? And
Thank
then
you.
okay, all righty, so does anybody object? Nobody objected. This application is hereby closed. And therefore, we would entertain a motion on it.
Okay, This is 530 Round Hill Road, PLPZ 2023-269. Applicant is requesting 90-day extension to record required subdivision map for section 279 of Soundtown subdivision regulations. Therefore, motion to approve the request for extension, noting the following. All conditions of the original 10/17/23 approval shall be continued, and the additional extension of time to start construction or file the map will expire on 5/6/24.
All right, do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Jenkins has seconded. Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. McRae,
Aye.
Ms. Jenkins,
Aye.
and Mr. Lowe.
Aye.
All righty, and Albin is also an aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much, Mr. Tessie.
Thank you. Stay dry.
And with that, thank you, sir. And with
Bye-bye.
that, we go to the next application. And we're opening the public hearing now. Mr. Bazili, Happy New Year. Did you sound check with anybody? Hello, Happy New Year.
Hello there. Everything sounds very nice so far.
Peachy, okay. Oh,
But Tom always says that.
I know, and he
In
also
in
laughs
all
at our joke.
years I've appeared in front of the ZBA and he's been the stenographer. He has always heard everything clearly.
Except for when we only give the public 2 minutes. Mr. Hegney, I'm glad you made it to the meeting.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So we now have opened the public hearing. Our first application in the public hearing is Greenwich Library for a final coastal site plan and special permit to construct a multi-purpose room and reconfigure the parking area at 5 Sinoy Road, which is in the R7 and coastal overlay zones. And with that, Mr. Hegney, if you would kindly begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the Casca branch of Greenwich Library.
Oh, yeah,
Was
I should've
constructed
made
in
that clear.
the late 90s and hasn't really had anything done with it since. We came to you with a pre-app a little over a year ago, and we're looking to add a small addition to the community room. And those of you who have been in the community room know that it's rather small. And we're looking at also adding a pergola with a reading area along Suburban, along with a storage building. We took the pergola and the storage building to the ZBA, and they said, we're not sure we're going to approve this. So we withdrew that and we had some neighborhood comment and some community comment when we had the pre-app with you. And the question was, well, can't you do something that is going to be more impactful to the library than what you're proposing? It seems like you're doing something very small. So we looked at what available square footage there was on site to add to the library and what we could do within the interior to reconfigure it to make it better for both the children's area and the adult area. And with that, we came up with a plan that we circulated through the community and all of the stakeholders and patrons. And that's what we're bringing to you this evening. We did bring it to ARC last week, and we received their blessing with a couple of changes, one of which was to remove some dormers on the west side of the building, which actually saves us money, which we're all in favor of, and some other minor items that we can return with electronic submission to them. So this adds 1,120 square feet as a community room. We're adding it over the existing parking lot, so we're not increasing the coverage at all. Although our green space is being slightly reduced because of additional walkways, we are eliminating 2 parking spaces. However, by closing off one of the exit ramp from the current parking lot, we are able to add a parking space into the municipal lot, which is between us and the firehouse. We did have a parking study done, which determined that with the municipal lots and the library lot, there was more than adequate parking for all of the uses. I know that the town and traffic engineer had asked if there was any other development going on. The only one I could think of was over on the west side of CVS, which is currently under construction. But they have their own parking and they're a couple of 100 yards
And
away.
the
So I don't
other
see that
thing
as an
is,
impact.
I think you would agree here. It's up to us, really. It's a hard thing to ask an applicant to change their application based on the development rights of somebody else, allowing the development rights of others to impinge on yours. I had a bit of trouble with that question from a statutory point of view, but okay. Go ahead.
There is no increase in programs. I spoke with Joe Williams, our library director. This is really just to accommodate what's already going on in the library, not to provide an expansion of that. I know there was a question about whether the fire marshal should opine. As I pointed out, we are right next door to the firehouse. And eliminating this one-way exit, I don't think impacts whether the fire trucks can access or not. I've always found if there was a curb there, that is not an impediment to fire trucks. Of course, the municipal lot is right there as access to the building. It's a single-story building. There is no second floor.
Mr. Hagney, is it, as far as the curb is concerned, can you put a low curb in?
Mr. Levy, I don't think that's really necessary. When you look at where the municipal lot is in relation to the library building, that provides as much or more access than the parking lot associated with the library property. I can't see where there is an issue with access to this building for firefighting purposes. There was also a question raised by the town traffic engineer about the easement, which was entered into when Jim Lash was president of the library, and Tom Ragland, former member of the commission, with me, was first selectman to provide for both vehicular ingress and egress from Sunaway and drainage easement. The town engineer is asking whether this needed to be revised. I did not see any language in the 8 pages of the easement agreement that would indicate that anything would need to be changed as a result of having a minor reduction of access through the town's municipal lot. We still need to have this easement. We still need the drainage part of it. But I didn't see anything in here that would require an amendment or any revision to the agreement as it was drafted and signed in 1997. We are right at our maximum in terms of floor area. We are handling this through an exemption form. We believe that with the positive feedback we received from the community, that we have gone back and thought of a much better way of doing this. And so we have a much better plan to bring to you and believe it is worthy of your approval. I have Michael Tribe, our architect for this, who's also been the architect for the main library and for the addition to Byram Schubert, and Joe Williams, our library director, as well as Dave Ginter, if there are any engineering questions. But we believe that we've addressed all the items that need to be addressed and are ready for your affirmative vote.
Neighborhood feedback. Just first question for you. When we heard the neighbors the last time, what I remember them talking about was that, in fact, do you remember there was a plan B at the time that people were talking about? And what the neighbors said is that what they wanted more than more parking for cars is they wanted more stroller parking. Has that been accommodated in this plan?
We do have more of a, what I would call a sort of a plaza area in front of what we're proposing as the addition. So I would say that there is a little bit more, and that's of course why we're increasing 100 square feet on the encroaching on the green. It's not the addition, because the addition is all over
But
the
the
parking
question
lot.
is, will the strollers be secure there? Is there a way of securing them? And that's something, if you've already got the impervious, you wouldn't have to change the site plan. You would just have to think about, because that struck me as such an interesting comment that it stayed with me. The same
Yeah.
thing with bicycles. Can we make sure we accommodate anybody who wants to bike over? Because that's what I remember hearing from neighbors that was interesting and kind of cool, was that they're not just driving there.
Yeah, perhaps it would be helpful to have Michael Tribe and
Okay.
Joe Williams
And I'm
Uh,
hoping we
uh,
have some neighbors
address
here.
that for you.
I'm
I'm not
hoping
sure
we've
there
got,
are. We didn't have any at ARC.
well,
There
but
may
you
be
know,
some, but
sometimes
we've-
people reach out to the community and let them know it's on the
Yeah.
agenda.
yeah. Well, if anyone has done that, I'm always
So-
encouraging to
So,
have that happen.
because we prize outreach, so it's possible that someone in P and Z has done that and made sure that we're getting some feedback from the community. I understand, I missed the briefing yesterday, Mr. Hegney, and I understand that everybody's satisfied with the parking. I was baffled reading it over the weekend. But from what I understand, if you could just summarize that for the record, how the parking actually versus what is in the staff report. There's a question of, the Kimley Horn letter says there are 23 spaces on the library lot, but the existing plan shows 14 and 1 ADA. Where are the other 8 spaces? And then there was one
I
other,
did submit a letter to staff late yesterday.
and that was, okay, so I'm asking
Mr.
you the
Canning
question.
was
Okay.
counting 8 parking spaces that look like it's part of the library, but are actually part of the municipal lot.
Well, then, so there's my question, because then is it all commingled parking or is it actually divided up? And are you actually meeting the parking requirement for the library itself? Because that confused me in the application.
So with our addition, we are reducing our parking spaces on site from 14 plus the handicap to 12 plus the handicap. By closing off the exit drive, we are adding 1 space in the municipal lot. So when Mr. Canning was doing his parking study, he was looking not just at the spaces on the library property, but what is available both between the library and the firehouse, and also on the east side of Suburban, which is also a municipal lot. So, but I suppose if you go there, you probably think that those 8 spaces are part of the library's parking lot.
Right, but it's just a question
It even
of,
has different paving on it than the rest of the municipal lot.
just a question of whether you have, whether your parking then lines up, because Bianca was raising the issue. And whether it works out, because there's also somewhere in the staff report, she talks about what's allocated to the fire department, what is allocated for library staff. And so maybe the commission could just tell me, and I'm sorry to put this burden on you guys, but do we know that it meets the requirements? We're going from 14 plus the ADA to 12 plus the ADA. So are we comfortable that by adding the 1,100 square feet, that we're comfortable, that the parking still works?
Right. I think what we found, we were comfortable with the net loss of 1 space. Understanding, 1 space would be added back to the municipal lot, just in a sense being relocated. Thought was that the community space usually would be used probably after hours more than anything, late afternoons, evenings, that kind of thing for meetings or what have you.
Okay,
And that actually understanding the nature of the location with their adjacent 12 spaces, the two municipal lots that are within, steps of the front door, things will shake out okay on this. And I think, what we found is as the addition, they're not really intensifying the stacks, that kind of thing with the new work. They're rearranging the inside of the existing footprint, but the space itself is going to be, not going to add any more significant parking to it.
okay.
For what it's worth, I live around the corner. I've never seen that parking lot completely full. There always
Yeah.
seem to be some spaces there.
Putting it on the record. Okay, so we're comfortable with that. Okay. So, Mr. Tribe, this question of the stroller parking came up the first time we heard it, and bicycles too, that people wanted to have better options for that. Are you able to accommodate on that present site plan?
Yes, a couple of things. There is a bicycle rack, kind of parallel to where the ramp is coming
Okay,
up.
I don't have it open. Can we take a look at the site plan? Okay, well, I think it helps if you can talk to your design.
Yeah. So just to, and to answer, while that's coming up, to answer the issue of the strollers, a very interesting idea came up when we started to re-examine how the library is going to be used. And this new plan moves the children's library all the way to the east where the current adult library is. And then the adult library moves west where the children are. By doing that, we've increased the size of the children's library, which includes that whole round space at the front.
Right.
And in that area in the front, there are there's going to be some movable furniture there that allows not only for strollers to park there, but if they have a small program with children, they could have it in that space and not necessarily go to the larger space. In this drawing, it's kind of hard to see a bit, kind of across from where the octagon is, in front of the octagon, there's a bike rack right in that location. And it parallels the property line there. And we can add additional bike racks if their capacity is needed. So there is a space for it. There's already a bike rack there. And if there is a need for additionals, there's definitely space for it.
Okay. And I guess, I don't know how you secure them. Maybe, hopefully there's people will talk to us about it, but that's okay. All right. Anything else from the commission on this?
Mr. Hegney, real quick question. The drainage easement, is that a public drain or is that actually private from one property to the parking lot?
No, it actually starts in Sinaway, benefits some properties there, and I believe the municipal lot on the west side of Sinaway then runs through the municipal lot to the south of the library before it heads out toward Mill Pond. So I think benefits about 9 acres, mostly of town property.
Okay. Is the building sprinkled?
There are no sprinklers. The building does not have any sprinklers. So
Okay.
once the building.
Right. And then the access easement, Mr. Hegney, it was actually storm drains on top of that, the easement on top of the access easement. But that's going to have to be revised anyway because you're actually closing one up. So it's going to actually be smaller.
Right. We're not making it bigger. That's true. And that's why I think the language that is within the easement itself certainly provides enough clarity to have this modification that we're doing to reduce
Okay.
the access area without any amendment.
Right. I would think actually I haven't seen it. I would just want to be sure that make sure that it actually, any reference points in the declarations or the easements are reflected as this change. If the access easement is calling out size, shape, location, two forks to get in, that kind of thing. That's what I think everybody's kind of worried, just to make sure that it actually now reflects what's going on with this site plan.
I think we could record a map, which would reference the earlier map
Mhm.
as well as the easement and say it's reduced accordingly. I
Great
think that'll
idea.
cover it.
Nick, good. Great.
I'm just thinking, 40 years from now, when you guys come back and actually, put another floor on top. And, I just retired and I don't want to get that phone call. What did you guys do back in 10,000
Wait,
years ago?
wait. You're gonna stay on the commission for another 40 years?
No, I didn't say that. No.
But he's gonna retire in another 40 years.
You got 40 minutes, I think.
Okay, okay. So we're good with this. We could take it down, I think. Does anybody else have any questions on the design? No. All right. Is it okay if we turn to the public?
Please.
All righty. Our first speaker, how many people would like to speak on the application for the Cos Cob Library? Please raise your virtual hand if you'd like to speak on the Cos Cob Library application. Okay, we have one person, and it's Deb Armstrong. And if you try to keep your, I'll wait till she's in. And okay, there she is. Oh, I hate that when people go away. There she is. You know that moment when you're in Cyberland? If you would unmute, and then if you could try to keep your comments to 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
My apologies. I do not know how I raised my hand.
Oh, well, that's unfortunate. Okay, I was hoping somebody would talk to us about the strollers.
I will give you feedback that we got from the mothers on the strollers. I'm on the Friends Committee, so I
Oh.
work on programs at the library.
Great.
And what the mothers have told us, many mothers, is that everything that they have for their children is in the stroller. They will not be separated from the strollers. We have
There
an
you go.
area outside now where they could park the strollers, but they do not want the stroller outside because the diapers, the bottles, the this, that, everything that they are doing to take
Got
care of
it.
the baby apparently gets packed on that stroller. And one mother even said her stroller cost almost as much as a new car. So they seem very connected to keeping that stroller near
You're
them.
very helpful. Okay, so the thing about the stroller parking was they wanted it where it was right inside the building and accessible. And these guys don't have enough FAR to do that. So, Mr. Hegney, are you still on the library board?
Only for purposes of presenting this to the commission.
Okay,
This
because my
stage.
question would be that in the long term, it would make sense to do something that was handy for the moms, that was sheltered and close to the reading room. But you would have to go to the ZBA and say that you had a hardship because you can't, because people won't let go of their strollers. I mean, you'd have to try. We'd help you out if we could, but you'd have
Well,
to extend.
Actually, what Mr. Tribe was mentioning earlier, the reconfiguration does allow for strollers to be brought into the building.
All right. And you think that's enough? Okay. All right. Well, we'll give it a shot. And it's still in the long-term planning. What we would say to you would be that consideration of further expansion of accommodation for that the commission would want you to consider in the future, expanding the pedestrian accommodations. Because it sounds like if Cos Cob continues to trend where it is now, and it may not, those kids may grow away and not come back. So
Well, some will, and others will take their place.
right. So we'll see where it goes. That may be, so we could put that in a decision and just ask you to think about that in the long term, that we want to encourage more pedestrian friendly uses, which you've already tried to do. Okay, I think that'll work. I mean, it is what it is. Because you have a limitation on your FAR.
Yes, we're at the limit now.
You're at the limit. And we would also in a decision have to waive the green area requirement because you're increasing the nonconformity.
In a very slight way, but yes.
In a very slight way, but numbers are numbers. Okay, all right. No further comments from the commission?
No.
All righty. Does anybody object to closing this application at this time?
No.
Do we have anything outstanding on it that would prevent us closing it that anybody knows of?
No,
Okay.
I think we've got
alrighty.
everything we're looking for.
Okey doke. So this application is hereby closed. Thank you
Thank
very
you, Madam
much.
Chair.
We now go to our next application at the public hearing, item number 4, Maria and Stephen Harris Rubino for a final re-subdivision at 19 Lakeview Drive in the R12 zone. This decision is a must decide for us tonight. We have been given the maximum extension. Now, if there were inclement weather and we were not able to decide, we lost power and we were not able to make a decision tonight, we would hold a special meeting prior to the 13th of January, and so that we could make the decision as appropriate. Hello, Ms. Orsi. And with that, we will go ahead with this application. Ma'am, if you would go ahead. And who is
Good
with you
evening.
from SE Minor, Ms. Orsi?
I believe that is Abed Yakub, the project engineer.
Okay, great. Okay,
Good evening, everyone, Madam Chair and Commission members. Rachel Orsi from SE Minor for the applicant. As Ms. Albin stated, this is a must close, and hopefully we have addressed all outstanding concerns, and hopefully we can close this on a positive matter. To recap where we've come from last meeting, I've provided a presentation. Thank you for bringing that up. That was perfect timing. Okay, so for the re-subdivision of 19 Lakeview, there were a few pieces of homework, as Madam Albin called them, that we had outstanding that we have addressed thus far. Some of the smaller or minor comments were a full title history, which title history back to 1933 has now been provided. As well as the comment made by the commission last meeting from grading. We believe we've reviewed the record topography data from our topography performed in 2023. We compared that to the GIS data provided from the town of 2016 and 2022, and do not believe there's any fail brought on site. In terms of the sewer department, there was an outstanding comment that sewer letter needed to be provided, that we acknowledge any concerns that they raise, and that has now been provided to sewer. And then there was a comment in regards to proposing a shared driveway. We performed a study to compare a shared driveway versus 2 separate driveways, and found that overall a shared driveway does not work very well for this site for a few reasons. Impervious surface area would be more for a shared driveway. A retaining wall of about 6 feet would be required in the front yard for the driveway. Easement would be required, as well as the entire front yard of the existing lot, which is currently the home to the applicant, who will be living in that home. The entire front lot would be turned into driveway, as well as there being safety concerns for the driveway. So we have found that, unfortunately, in this case, a shared driveway or separate driveways were found to be a better alternative to a shared driveway. Other concerns or other comments made by the various departments and the commission members that we believe we have addressed are DPW comments, as well as conservation comments. If you wouldn't mind going to the next slide. We're going to discuss DPW comments. We were listening in yesterday, and I believe there was some slight confusion, or looking for some clarification on DPW comments. Here on the slide is a memo that we received from, or an email rather, that we received from Juan Paredes, the town engineer, stating that the memo he produced on December 7th was an approval for the re-subdivision plan, and that the conditions, although they were listed, stated as conditions for approval, they were recommendations. And he stated that that is correct, and that he has approved the plan as is and listed a few recommendations that your commission may consider as conditions of approval, but overall that he approves of the plan. On the next slide, I think one of the larger pieces of this plan that we have, we believe we have now hopefully satisfied everybody's concerns is in regards to the open space. Our planting plan, or what started as a planting plan, has now developed into a fully phased restoration plan. Phase 1 of this plan, shown on this slide, which we coordinated with a landscape architect to produce this plan. Phase 1 starts with initial site preparation, which includes installing a silt fence around the open space area downslope, providing a construction entrance, so that way during the site remediation, invasive removals, plantings, any egress or entrance onto this property or onto this piece of the parcel will be held through that area, to hopefully limit any other site preparation for this area. We're also going to be installing a demarcation wall around the entire open space area. We did note that there was a question in regards to the demarcation wall, and to clarify, in the northeastern or top right corner of the open space, there is a proposed retaining wall on the site plan. That is what is proposed, and extending off of that retaining wall, the demarcation wall will continue. The boulder demarcation rather will continue, although shown on this plan from the landscape architect as entirely boulders. Part of that, instead of boulders, will be the retaining wall. Other parts of the restoration plan, once the site has been prepared, there will be a remediation, which includes the removal of the invasive species identified on site. On the bottom right corner of this plan, you can see here there's 5 photos of different species, invasive species that have been identified. And below each photo is a very clear path and guideline from the landscape architect as to how to remove the invasive species, when they can be removed, and any special care that needs to be provided when removing certain species. So for example, some species can only be taken out during the spring. They need to be either cut down to the base, or they need to be removed from the root. So each invasive species has been carefully, there's been a plan provided for each invasive species to help mitigate and hopefully decimate any that are on this site. Other prep work during phase 1 includes the installation of soil erosion blankets. This was a comment made by the Conservation Commission or the Conservation Department. So during the restoration phase of the open space remediation plan, once the first round of invasive removal has happened, soil erosion blankets will be spread out over the area to help stabilize the slope. So hopefully limit any erosion prior to the plantings being able to be installed. And then on the next slide, phase 2 of the open space remediation will be the planting phase. If you wouldn't mind going to the next slide. Oh, 1 too far. Thank you. Phase 2 of the restoration plan will be to actually install the plantings. I know there was a question about the number of plantings, and I have them listed here. 9 deciduous trees, 9 evergreen trees, 59 deciduous shrubs, 15 evergreen shrubs, and then over 400 ground cover and perennials. We believe this to be quite a substantial planting plan for the 6,000 square foot area of open space. And we hope that obviously through time, these plants will grow and really develop and take on this open space, and hopefully really encourage native flora and fauna to come back and really populate this area. Additionally, with the plantings, once they've been installed, there will be straw wattles, which there is an image of in the bottom right corner of this plan. It almost, if the commission is unfamiliar, it's almost like a cylinder of straw that's just held tight in a circle, and they're spread out to help sustain or to help hold the plants and to aid in stabilization further from what we're having from the soil erosion blankets. The straw wattles will just help aid in that slope stabilization, so that way the plants don't go sliding down the hill. Additionally, during the planting process, there will be continuous invasive removals should any invasive species pop back up, if any of them are hiding, and this will be a continued practice throughout the open space restoration plan. There will be continuous invasive management to help make sure that any species left has been successfully mitigated. And then in conclusion, we believe we have hopefully addressed all comments and concerns raised by both the departments and the commission based on the meeting from last month, as well as listening to the briefing yesterday. And just to restate that this proposed re-subdivision is compliant with all municipal code in the R12 zone, and as such, we are requesting approval. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the commission?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Jenkins has her hand up, and then Mr. Lowe.
Yes, I'm impressed by the detail in the restoration plan. I would be happier if the declaration of open space restrictions was a little more detailed. It's the standard language, but it does not say anything more than we'll take care of the invasives and things like that. So I would love to see a little more detail in the declaration of restrictions to make sure that going forward, if there's a problem with removal of invasives, this is the plan that would be used to handle it. I would also note, and I think one of the other commissioners raised this, paragraph 1C of the declaration talks about tree removal as a threat to residential use. Well, of course, it's not residential use in an open space plan either. So I think just some cleanup on the first paragraph, the first section of the Declaration of Open Space Restrictions, to make sure that what we're hearing tonight actually goes forward in that declaration.
So since this is a must decide tonight, we would have to word that into a motion for what needs to go into it. So Ms. Orsi, if you agree with that, I think we're going to build a little bit on Ms. Jenkins' comments.
Absolutely, and
else?
I agree. So I think in the declaration of restrictions, we'd be happy to work with either Conservation Commission or another either department or staff member to help really, we can definitely elaborate on how to manage possible invasive species as they come on to the open space. I think the idea of keeping that statement a little bit more generic or standard, as you might say, is because they are invasive, so it's difficult to say where they might develop or grow or what species might come on site. So I think just the broad statement was meant to help hopefully allow for the applicant and whomever may live at the other site, almost provide them with a little bit of leeway to take care of any invasive species and mitigate them as appropriately as they can, because each species needs to be handled in a different way. But I agree that we can, and we can definitely expand on that section, especially due to the fact that there have already been invasive species on this site.
It could be something as easy as saying that, in particular with respect to the invasive species that have been identified on the site, they will be handled in the manner provided for in your restoration plan, and such similar actions will be taken with respect to any future invasive species that are outside of the terms of the plan. So just incorporating the restoration plan would be very helpful.
Mr. Lowe?
Understood.
Thank you.
Mr. Lowe?
Yeah, I couldn't read that email from Mr. Paredes, and I'm assuming that the staff maybe has seen it and read it.
Yes, so that's been sent to the staff. We received that, I believe that was yesterday. That was yesterday, and if you want, I have a copy of it. We have requested from Mr. Paredes, we said, can you kindly confirm that the comments,
No, I understand. I heard you, what you said before, but excuse
sorry.
me. But Patrick, have you seen this? Okay, I'm sorry, Tracy. Yeah, good.
Yes,
Somebody's
and it
seen
was.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
and it
great.
was sent- Yeah, we have it. It was, we got it yesterday morning at 9:12.
That was,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, it was sent about 9:30 to y'all yesterday.
Yeah,
Or
okay.
no, I'm sorry, this morning. I'm sorry, today's the 9th, this
Right.
morning.
Yeah.
The email
That-
came in from Juan yesterday at 5:35 to Abedi Ukub. And it basically says that is correct. If the question was, can you confirm that it's okay?
And we had requested that from Mr. Paredes, after hearing at the
Okay,
briefing yesterday, the concern.
I'm satisfied with that. I noted your comment that concerning a second driveway versus a single driveway for that there'd be more impervious surface. Could you explain that again? Because that doesn't sort of sit well in my head.
Sure, yeah, and I know I also have Abed Yakub here, who is the project engineer, so he may chime in if I'm not explaining it properly. But on the site, the impervious or the pavement needed to connect the driveway from the existing up to the proposed would actually create more needed to connect the two than if we can just connect directly to the cul-de-sac itself.
Okay, is there, again, staff, are we happy with that extra driveway?
Well, there's difficulties here on this site, I think, in keeping the house and adding and not adding a second driveway, I think is what the engineer is describing, between the slopes and the retaining structures and all of the manifestations that would happen with the driveway. It seems that a second driveway may be the less intensive of the
We
two.
wondered, I mean, the first time we started talking about this, we wondered that we had that question because of the slopes. We hated the additional impervious, and yet we recognized that you were maybe making exactly the point you just made, that it was more disturbance.
Got it.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Mr. Lowe. Go ahead.
I am done.
Okay, so let me just recap what I'm hearing a little bit and what I picked up from the comments. DPW is asking for a bond, and I believe that that's fully within our purview. And then we have a lot of concern. I'm hearing from Mary that the commissioners discussed it yesterday about the remediation being successful. There's that comment that DPW makes about the drainage plan assumes that you've got a fully planted area and that it's been brought back, and otherwise it's really doesn't work. So the development of this lot is very tied to the subdivision. And my question is mostly to Patrick and Tracy, if you all agree, if when this comes back in for development, if we could word a decision such that any discomfort on the part of staff about what has been done relative to the approvals relative to what Ms. Jenkins has just suggested for the easement, relative to the comments that DPW made, if there is any concern, the driveways or anything, that it be brought back, the development be brought back to the full commission for review on any major issue. So we wouldn't require it to come back to us, but that you have that in your pocket and the applicant is aware that if they don't comply, that's what is going to happen. We're going to take another look at this on development and make sure that it is compliant with the zoning regulations and the subdivision regulations as they were applied. Does that work for you guys?
It does. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. So
Yes, that's fine.
we would just, so your call, but we would put it in the decision and we would make it in big letters so everybody remembers, got a problem. Now, I think that we do it on development and not at X point of time in the future, because we got to remember then that in a year we want to check it, and that's never a really efficient process for us. But if it was on development, y'all could take a look and conservation could take a look that the open space is being respected. And you never know, there could be changes to how things are handled that would improve the possibilities of development. I
Well,
mean, a lot of stuff happens. Go ahead,
I
Patrick.
think if the open space needs to be restored, my preference would be that it gets done with the current discussion, because
Okay.
who knows how long or if development comes back in, right? Some people subdivide and don't do things for decades, and then so
So a footnote is added. And this is, I think, maybe where we're going. A footnote is added to the subdivision plan, to the Mylar, that upon the development, we retain, and I don't know how you word this, if the conditions of the subdivision, if there's any question about the conditions of the subdivision approval and the status thereof, this would be returned. So even if it's in 20 years or when Nick retires in 40 years, it'll trigger, somebody will notice it. And they'll say, oh, well, look at that. 40 years ago, they said this, and look at that. There's still not a single tree on the property. And they kept the Pachysandra and all the invasives or whatever.
well, yeah, I think my idea would be a summary of factors saying the open space area for drainage purposes was calculated as being vegetated area, or whatever the nomenclature is in Mr. Paredes comments, and therefore any design that's going to be going on this site would either have to have that vegetation or not take credit for it, right? And that would be the the signal to the developer that there needs to be a either execution of the landscaping or a reconfiguration of the drainages.
But for example, and of course, Mr. Paredes has asked that they consider waterproofing the foundation. They could go ahead and waterproof based on that at that time. I mean, it seems like it makes sense to not annoy DPW if they think waterproofing is a good idea.
It's my preference to not annoy them. Yes,
Right. I mean, if somebody tells you that waterproofing is a good idea, we've discovered that they're often right. Ms. Jenkins.
Yeah, just a process question. With respect to any changes to the declaration of restrictions, can that be handled tonight?
Yes, I figured you'd give us all the wording in the resolution, all
Okay.
the wording that you want in the declaration. But since we really have to, there's a bit of a show me you've really done it on this, that
Yeah.
you've taken down all these trees. Show me that you've really done it. And part of it is I'd like applicants to be clear that when you take down trees and when you do something like this, that it does not save you development time, that you're better off preserving your natural features, because it's not going to save you development time to try to cut the corner. And I want people to understand that at the end of the day, preservation of our natural environment continues to be a very high priority, and we're going to try to make it happen. So just try to stick with us in the process. And I would like to encourage people that we're going to go that way. Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else from the commission?
Ms. Orsi, real quick question. The landscape plans and the restoration plans, are they labeled as phase 1, phase 2?
I believe so. If I can, I'm gonna pull it up on the presentation very quickly. I know on sheet 1 on the left side, it's noted as the open space
Preparation?
Yes, but
That's L100,
Mm-hmm.
and then the open space planting plan L2. Okay.
Yep. So it more we're noting it as phase 1 and phase 2 because of the site preparation must come first, and that's broken out by all of the steps that are going to happen on as shown on L1 or L100 rather under that site preparation key, and then phase 2 is when all the plantings will be installed. And I believe one of the notes on the landscape architect's plan states that you know the site has to be prepared first before the plantings can be installed.
Right, because there's that whole issue about the soils that were brought in.
Yeah, that was resolved. There was no soils. It's
Okay,
actually
there was
more.
no, so it was the chips that were brought in. We had that conversation, right?
If
Okay.
the drainage is all about actually having something planted there. And
Okay.
seeing as there's nothing planted there,
All right.
we got to get something planted there.
Nothing planted there yet.
All right, well, we're counting on you, Ms. Orsi and Mr. Yakub to back her up. All right. Does anyone from the public have any comment on this application? Again, this is at 19 Lakeview Drive for a final re-subdivision. Anyone from the public wishing to comment on this application? Seeing no comment. Does anybody object to closing this application at this time?
No.
Seeing no objection, this application is hereby closed. Thank you both.
Thank you very much.
And now we turn to application number 5. All right, quick. And that is (127) Byram Shore Road.
Mr. Hegney again.
All right, Mr. Hegney. Our next application is 127 Byram Shore LLC for a final coastal site plan and special permit to amend a previous application that was approved in 2021. This is for a cabana over an existing cabana on an over volume site at 127 Byram Shore Road in the RA1 and coastal overlay zones. Go ahead, Mr. Hegney, although well, I'll let other people ask you first since he has a presentation.
Always. Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the commission, for the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. I wanted to highlight where this building was because on the site, you probably wouldn't find it otherwise,
Really?
given its large stature relation. Now, this is the older house that has since been torn down. And I have to say, this is not the house that was there when this cabana was built. The house that was there at that point, before this 7-lot subdivision was done, was the Millbank Estate. And it was pretty much like what you'd see in Newport. There were at least 2 dozen, maybe 3 dozen bedrooms in it. And as part of this, they had the dock and they had a cabana down near the water. So this cabana has been there well before this house that we're showing on this survey was built. And we're proposing to tear that down and in fact have torn it down. If we can go to the next slide, please, Pat. And this shows the footprint of the house that's under construction. The next slide shows again the cabana and the new house that's being built. We took this house to you because it was over 240,000 cubic
yeah.
feet back in 2021. And you gave us site plan special permit, got zoning permit sign off, and the house has been under construction now for over a year. The cabana is and as was referred to yesterday, is either a farm stand or a duck blind, and it shows up in slide 7. I think would probably be helpful. And I talked to the architect about whether this was increasing square footage at all, and he said, "Don't you remember that you said when there's a nor'easter like what we're having today and what we had over the weekend, this place will get destroyed if you can't close it in, particularly at this time of year." So they actually are showing this as partially enclosed or enclosed during the winter, not during the summer, which increases the square footage on site by 230 square feet. We had over 1,000 square feet extra, so we're well within the floor area. Green space, we had 77.4% of green space. 72% is required in the 1 acre zone.
And you're increasing it.
We're decreasing it. I asked Soundview to do a calculation. We're decreasing it by 64 square feet.
Okay.
We could decrease it by 5,000 square feet. We'd still be meeting the requirement.
Okay, so,
green space
oh, I
requirement.
see. You didn't provide so that I'm looking at the staff report and it doesn't have the current amount in it. It has the allowable and then it has the amount you're going to, but you're still over the minimum. Okay, gotcha.
Yes.
All right.
And we had an exemption because we were reducing coverage on site when we were proposing this in 21 by 1,992 square feet. Again, we're only increasing coverage by 64 square feet, so we're well within that. We had 245,000 cubic feet when we came to you for the approval in 21. We're adding 1,328 cubic feet with the building enclosed. So in the summer, it won't have any square footage. In the winter, it will have 230 square feet. It is 25 feet from the rear property line, which is the high tide line in this case. As an accessory structure in the rear yard in the 1 acre zone, you can be 15 feet away from the rear property line. And so I have talked to Mr. Leroux about this, and I want to put a pitch in that it's not that this should just be signed off by staff without anything, but I think things like this can be done on an administrative basis.
Yeah, we've talked about it. If it's de minimis, how do you go about doing it? You know, you could just write the amendment to the regulation. Because you have a lot of spare time, right?
Yes, awful lot of time available.
Yeah, right. So anytime you've got free time, feel free to give staff some ideas. Okay, so let's go back to this.
I will go over with your staff
Yeah.
what would be the appropriate, and hopefully they could then share this with you as a proposal from the staff.
Just understanding, Mr. Hegney, that the commission has been a little troubled as well on the flip side of this by the tear down exemption for DPW. So as you think about an exemption on the 150 cubes, think also that we're very worried about flooding, and we don't want to suddenly make it very lax in regard to the big houses.
Yeah, if I can just address that, Madam
Yeah.
Chair, you don't get a building permit from the building department unless you can show that you're handling the drainage, not because it's exempt, but because you need to handle water quality as well. And so even on the exemptions, and this property being one of them, you still have an awful lot of stormwater management associated with it.
Okay, but we still have some concerns that we believe the 150, the special permit allows us to address. Just saying that to you. Okay,
Well,
so
the
on
the only
minor
other
issues-
proposal I would have is to add commercial in front of
No,
uh,
that's no,
building
no.
in section 6101.
Mm-mm.
And then you wouldn't need to look at these at all.
Yeah, not happening. Not
Oh,
while this,
okay.
not while this humble commission member can draw breath.
Just thought I'd
I mean, when
mention
I
it.
don't draw breath anymore and I retire in the 40 years with Nick,
20 minutes, 20 minutes.
all right. Okay, so let's go to the minor issues. The utility pad.
being removed and not relocated.
Okay, the S&E you're gonna obviously handle, right?
Yes,
Sewer's okay.
irrigation for the roof, the green roof, the
Yeah.
answer to that is no.
And do you
Um,
really have to do a green roof there? Is that really
But
make sense?
they want to do the green roof
Okay,
there.
they do, okay.
And yeah,
Okay.
this is something that the client was looking to
Okay.
do.
All
And
right,
it does include some, dry
right.
tolerant species and it has
All right.
a very thick, as the Conservation Commission pointed out, medium.
I'm just curious
to grow in.
about a green roof and things like this. Is there any maintenance plan that goes along with this? I mean, these things are need to be maintained. So like anything else, there's a lot of it's easy to neglect something that you're not looking at every day. So
Well, Mr. Levy, every time they go down to the dock, they're going to look at this because you're at a much higher elevation coming from the house down to the dock.
Mr. Lee, as I understand it, green roof is one of those, it's planted with plant materials and in the soil depth where it's, minimal irrigation and that it's basically just creating a green environment. It's not really maintained unless it actually, gets overgrown by complete neglect, but they don't grow very tall or very big because there's really not a lot of soils there for it. It's almost like a succulent garden, that kind of thing, where the plants themselves only thrive to a certain height because there's no soil for it, and because they were not constantly irrigated. So, I think if anything, you'd have the opposite. If for some reason everything dies off because of drought, then you'd have the issues of trying to replant or an eyesore an issue because you're looking at it.
Okay. Question, anybody else on the commission want to make comments on this application? No comments from the commission. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this final coastal site plan for 127 Byram Shore LLC? Please raise your virtual hand. Okie dokie. Seeing no public comment, Mr. Hegney, I would propose to ask the commission, do you have any objection to closing this item?
No objection.
Anybody have any objection otherwise? Okay, this item is hereby closed.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And the next item, which is item number 6, has been postponed. And so we go to item number 7. And that is, well, I'll wait for the attorney to come in. Attorney? Any attorney coming? For item number 7?
Trying to promote Miss Cloudberg. There you go.
Okie dokie. All right, there she is. And so item number 7 is UB Greenwich 2, OGCC LLC and OG Yoga LLC for a final site plan. This is for a change of use from a bicycle shop to a group fitness use, which will be a yoga studio with as proposed classes for up to 9 students at a time at 178 through 188 Sound Beach Avenue. Good evening, Ms. Klauberg, if you would proceed.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chairman, and Melissa Klauberg for the applicant. Again, this is an application for a change of use for a yoga studio on Sound Beach Avenue in Old Greenwich. We're required to ask for your approval due to the parking limitations set in the regulations for this location and the fact that this parcel is non-conforming when it comes to parking requirements. The previous tenant in the space was a bike shop and had approval for 9 spaces, and we need to have approval for up to 9 students and 1 instructor, increasing the parking requirement by 1 space. We understand from the briefing that the hours of classes and the popularity of those classes is important to the parking issue. The weekday hours of the classes will be generally 3 times a day. Early classes running from 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. and then 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. The 9 a.m. class is aimed to attract the parents who drop off their children at Old Greenwich School at 8:30. The hope being that parents would head over to the studio after dropping the children off at school. The applicant anticipates that this 9 o'clock class will be the most popular during the week. An additional class will be offered from 1:50 to 2:50, such that the class would end in time for people to pick up their children at 3:15. Then evening classes would run from 6 to 7. Weekends are slightly different and will likely be the most popular. Morning classes will run from 8 to 9 and 10 to 11, and afternoon from 2 to 3 and 4 to 5. The parking lot seems mostly empty on weekends, and the weekend schedule could actually help the local residents bring in patrons for brunch or lunch. Restricting the class size to anything less than 9 will make the business unsustainable. The applicant anticipates that some classes will only have 3 to 4 students, such as those that are more popular, and bringing 9 students will help average out the costs and expenses versus income overall. To limit the popular times to fewer students to make this project unsustainable. Let's see. The applicant is hoping that if they're permitted the 9 students, the average class size will be large enough to sustain the business. In addition, the applicant points out that teachers and some students will ride their bikes, weather permitting. If you've ever been in Old Greenwich on a nice day, you see a lot of parents riding bikes with their kids. So he plans to install a bike rack by the door for such occasions. And as noted, the applicant is a longtime Greenwich resident, and he will be actively participating in the running of this local business. As evidenced by letters of support, other local businesses are happy to welcome them. So we're asking for your approval with the 10 parking spots.
Any comments or questions, Ms. Jenkins?
Yes, Ms. Klauberg, the times of the classes that you gave us are different from the times that are in the application. The application talks about classes before 8:35 in the morning and 5:30 and later in the afternoon. And I was frankly in my analysis relying upon that being off-peak hours, and now you're telling me that you're going to have a 9 to 10 and something in the afternoon. So I'd love some clarification on that.
Okay, well, I believe I submitted an amendment to the narrative that had the times, but you know, that seems to be the best times in the area for yoga classes.
I'm sorry, I must have missed that. The amendment. Was that put in today or yesterday?
No, that was.
I'm sorry, fellow commissioners, I'm sorry if I was the only one who didn't notice the difference in the times.
Nope, I know, if there was an amendment, you know, I was looking at the same things you were, Ms. Jenkins.
Okay, so
It
what
was,
are the
you know,
times?
early
Go ahead.
morning and late afternoon, nothing, you know, kind of peak time.
And in fact, our discussion yesterday was predicated on that understanding, I believe.
Mhm.
Right.
It was part of our discussion.
So it seems that we've missed this amendment in your times, Ms.
No.
Klauberg, that Ms. Jenkins has brought up. So, and we were looking for you to have them be completely off peak, the classes, at least now. And based then on how it moves forward, you could always come back and have it changed, and we could allow that to be done administratively. But initially, we were very concerned about what we were seeing in the parking analysis. Would that be, again, I'm recapping what I know of the briefing and what I do recall from the pre-app. Mr. Lowe, go ahead.
Yeah, no, as I mentioned yesterday, restricting the number of clients Even subtracting one may have an appreciably deleterious effect on the business, which is Ms. Cloudberg just cited in her statement. I'm wondering though, given that these times that are within kind of prime time or normal business hours, maybe just those times could be restricted in terms of the number of people. And unfortunately, I guess you said the 9 to 10 would be the most popular, so it may not be possible there. But it seemed to me it would be too bad if we're talking about one parking space when all the activity was at either ends of the day. But as Ms. Jenkins just brought up, that's not quite the case. I'm assuming also on the weekends that there would be less demand for parking because some of the businesses that are located there are not going to be open, and therefore that would free up spaces.
Yes and no. Patrick, what's your sense of that? I mean, some of those businesses do more work. A beauty salon is going to do a lot on a Saturday.
Yes, but the makeup of the building has changed drastically in the last 3 years. So, what I don't know if I'd be the best to say what the experience is. The Dunkin' Donuts is still there. The deli is no longer. There's still the salon, and then upstairs is the dental offices. So, and I'm not sure that the current tenant or the outgoing tenant drew much, except for days when there was some sort of bicycle activity going on. So I'm not quite sure if I'm the best, recollector here.
But it seems to me that we're talking about one space. And if we could see our way to appreciating that there might be even the slightest diminution in traffic and demand on parking, we could perhaps concede that may not have to be fully enforced in this case. That may not be the right word.
There's a couple of things, though. There's two things, and you're going in the same direction on both of them, which is you want this use to work with everything else that's going on in that building, in that area. So on the one hand, you're saying you could reduce the class size by 1 so that you're not creating an increase in the demand over the existing demand, right? Right, Peter? And on the other, you're saying keep your classes as originally proposed so that they're not in the middle of your peak demand times. And then come back to staff and do an administrative review potentially. Is that kind of where you're going? I threw in the staff thing. So if they want to expand, because my sense is
talking to? I'm sorry.
I'm talking to you, Lo. I'm sorry. I'm looking straight at you, but of course you can't tell that. That's the problem.
No, it's fine.
So that's the question. Does that kind of work? And then, so you start out, what we always call the soft opening or whatever. You start out on the basis that they first came in terms of schedule. And if they would reduce the classes by 1, just so that there's not an increase in the overall parking demand. And then if it's working fairly well and they're feeling constrained, they just come in and discuss it with staff, and we let staff decide if then it's not a change of use anymore, and staff could agree to expand the usage. So you're helping you're protecting the other businesses, and then you leave it to staff. How does that sound? I'm trying to incorporate what everybody was saying.
Yeah, I was just looking for a way not to handicap them in any way. And
exactly.
So if what you're saying is that, well, this is kind of like a startup, so they're not going to be coming out of the block, full speed. So they may not have the full complement of the 9, which is the ultimate goal. And then you're going to just see how it goes. I mean, I don't know.
And then they'll come back in and they'll just say to Patrick and Tracy, hey, could we have an administrative approval to increase the number of students? Patrick is nodding. He's good with it.
I'm not comfortable with that.
Well, but they'd have to give them, I mean, these people are certified planners, so they're not just gonna say yes because they're
Well,
they're
well,
warm
wait,
and
Nick,
But
fuzzy.
I think, as we discussed yesterday, if it was a reduction by one student,
Mhm.
all times of the day, whatever class, one student,
Then you're not
everything would
increasing
still,
the, you're
everything
not
would still
increasing the
jive.
demand. Okay,
Increase. Now, as
Alright.
I'm seeing this, you have a
Okay.
vacant food service location that could be open tomorrow with food service again.
yeah,
You have a hair salon with, as changeover of a Dunkin' Donuts that's, I'm sure, lots of business there. So, and the dental actually parks off site, but still people coming and going. So, simple solution. If it's just one student, a max of 9, a max of 8, it
okay.
doesn't matter what time the class is. It doesn't matter. Everything will still jive with the available parking.
Before Arn steps in with his comment. So the hot yoga opened at Cuscom. And they, I immediately got like emails about there being no parking behind CVS. So
including downstairs or in the basement?
I answered the people and I said, including downstairs where the yoga people are supposed to be parking based on our approval, and I got no answer from anybody. So I'm just saying.
Because nobody goes down there. That's why.
Okay, so we're gonna hammer this one out. Arn, what do you want to add to our solving this?
I'm not sure it's solving it. I just want to point out, I think we have a tenant who's looking to sign a lease. We have a building owner who's trying to get them in there. And I have worries about the idea of a soft opening, because if it doesn't work, the tenant has put money in, they've put equipment in there, they've hired people, and they've signed a lease, and the tenant doesn't have an out let me finish, have an out of the lease if the soft opening, doesn't work on the reduced amount. They're stuck for it. So it makes it very difficult for a small business to do planning based on, the idea of a soft owning. So I think we're either good with 9 or we're not.
No, we would.
And I
think
don't see a
we're
big difference between, 8 and 9. Sorry.
okay.
In
Mary,
Old Greenwich.
Mary, and then Peter Levy.
And in spite of my surprise about the hours here, I have to agree that I think if I don't see that one parking space is that critical
Slippery slope.
at this point, it's
Oh,
more
come on.
it's certainly critical to the tenant. And I hate to put them in a position where they can't make up for their investment simply because of one parking space. I mean, if there's going to be a problem in that area, it's not just going to be their one parking space, it's going to be everything else. So I'm sympathetic to maintaining the class size.
Okay, Peter Levy, then Peter Lowe.
Well said.
Okay. Ms. Jenkins and Mr. Wells are a well said. Try to keep the business viable. Don't worry so much about one parking space.
And understand that we all recognize that we have regulations, and the regulations were developed on very sound principles, but not every situation fits neatly into that little box. And I think that we have to show some flexibility at times when in a situation such as this, where it may be a make or break, and or we have somebody, we have a space just sitting there unused.
Okay.
I just think I don't know, it doesn't make sense to me, but
Okie dokie, Mr. Levy,
Well said.
is that it? Well said. Okay, so the flavor here is you're okay with the new schedule?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't have that. I'm sorry, Ms. Klauberg.
Yeah.
To whom did you send that new information to? Because I'm not finding it in my records. So,
I'd have to go back and search it. I don't.
Could you
Okay,
just could you give it to us one more time verbally?
Sure,
Just so-
sorry.
So what
let me
the original, so let's go back to that, what the original was and what you're asking for now.
I have the original ones as 6 to 6:50 in the morning, 7:45 to 8:35 in the morning, not on Sunday. In the afternoon, 5:30 to 6:20, not on Saturday. And 7 o'clock to 7:50, not Saturday or Sunday. Thank you. That's what I'm reading.
Sorry, sorry, the change would be 7 AM to 8 AM. This is weekdays.
7 days a week.
Let me see, weekdays,
Okay.
weekdays, 7 to 8 AM and 9 to 10.
Okay, wait, 4 classes per day. So we are going so it's 4 classes per day regardless, and you now want to get rid of the 6 to 6:50?
Yeah, they're just changing it to 7 AM to 8 AM.
So there's no 6 to 6:50. All
It seems
right.
completely different.
All right, so now there's,
Yeah, I mean,
So weekdays 7 to 8, 9 to 10, and then in the afternoon you said 1 to 2?
1:50 to 2:50, so it's, they finish up in time to go straight to pick up kids at school.
They walk
okay,
across the street.
so are we having 4 classes a day, but we're only having 1 class in the morning? This isn't making sense, Tim. I'm
7
confused.
to 8 and 9 to 10.
And 9 to 10.
Madam Chair, but can I make a suggestion before we kind of go down this rabbit hole?
Yeah, that we
I don't have
ask
the,
her
I don't
to
have the
come
chart
back.
in front of me. And I think actually we're missing the acknowledgement letter from sewer.
Good. Let's.
So can we,
yeah.
I want to get the real honest to God schedule as proposed, not a revision or thing. Put that in, the acknowledgement letter, and then
So
we
Ms.
can
Klauber,
do something
bottom
with it.
line, what we're saying is we want her to come back, right?
Yeah.
Okie dokie. I would like that because, so we'd like you to come back and make sure that we've got the right number of hours. I don't know about the sewer acknowledgement letter. It's a good question because maybe the yoga use is different. Mr. Levy, I see you. I'm going to come to you in a sec. And when you do that, if you would ask your client, I'm going to try to incorporate the input from the commission. I'm not clear that 9 to 10 works as well I don't know, just for you to have some comments when you come back about why the 9 to 10 is better for your business. If it's better for your business, so be it. I hear the commission saying they want to be supportive of a business, but just make sure that they've got a good reason for it, because my take is actually that the drop-off moms come a little later than 9 or way earlier. And you had kids, so you would know when you freed up and you could kick it around with them and make sure that everybody's happy. Mr. Levy.
I don't have my hand up.
Oh, you do, but that's okay.
Okay.
I thought I took, you know what? When people start talking, I take it down and you probably went and took it down afterwards. So I'm going to take it down now. Okay, so would that be, so Ms. Klauberg, if you would come in, we can fix that, agree on the hours.
One more thing, actually, Ms. Klauber, let us know what you're doing with the storefront itself on Sound Beach. Whether that's just going to say clear glass signage, so on and so forth.
Great comment, Nick.
Just because I get this weird, strange feeling. I'm walking down the street and people are doing yoga there. You know what I mean?
Okay.
No, it's a good comment, and it was just, and we're not saying you have to go to ARC or anything like that. If you were going to do something, we try to make it. I think I'm hearing the commission say they want to try to facilitate this for the applicant, so we would try to facilitate it for you. So just be ready, as Nick asked, that you come back when you come back.
Sounds
all right.
good.
Okie doke. Before you
Sorry for
go,
the confusion.
Before you go, does there anybody from the public who wishes to comment on this application for yoga fitness use at 178 to 188 Sound Beach Avenue? Please raise your virtual hand. Seeing no comment, we will continue this application then. All right. Thank you. Okay. And now, wait, do we send Mr. Basili away? We can't do that. No, Mr. Basili, you can't leave. It's only 5:35.
Was that a rule?
Yeah, it's a rule. You have to wait till at least midnight. All right, Mr. Basili, the public hearing is now over.
Oh, great.
Thank you, sir. We'll see you soon.
Welcome. See you then. Bye, everyone.
All right, so now we go to our next application, which is, we'll wait for them to come in.
I'm recused, so I'll go dark, Madam Chair.
Okay, and so Mr. Wells, you, no, Mr. Levy, when do you have to leave? Mr. Levy?
Yeah, I will probably be stepping out around 6:45 or so.
Okay, I think we're all right with that because Mr. Wells is here. We'll leave you seated, Mr. Levy. Does that work? Then if he leaves, we would seat Mr. Wells? I'm
It
looking
could.
at- Okay,
Yeah,
or would you rather seat Mr. Wells from the beginning?
I'm under the impression that we won't be closing this tonight, so I think that we have an opportunity, as
Okay.
long as Mr. Levy's here for the majority of the testimony, but if not, we can always,
And Mr. Wells will be here for all of it. Okay.
That works for me.
All right, okay, sounds good. All right, is the applicant, yes, the applicants are here. Our next application is 237 Pemberwick LLC for a final site plan to construct 3 2.5-story residential structures containing a total of 10 one-bedroom residential units, of which 2 units will be designated as affordable pursuant to Connecticut General Statutes 830G. And the address for this application is 237 Pemberwick Road, which is in the R7 zone. Somebody named Penny has her hand up. Hold on a second.
I think it's people for the public interested. Madam Chair.
Oh, okay. All right. All right, okay. Fine. Hello, Mr. Smith.
Good evening, Madam
Are
Chairwoman. How
you
are you
in the
tonight?
Northeastern Colorado?
I am in lovely Connecticut today.
Okay, all right. Well, here you are getting wet.
Not sunny somewhere south as Mr. Tessie is. So, but I'm experiencing the rain like everyone else. But good evening, Madam Chairwoman, members of the commission, Mr. LaRoe and Ms. Kulikowski. For the record, my name is Chris Smith. I'm a land use attorney with the law firm of Alter and Pearson. And I appear before you this afternoon on behalf of the applicant 237 Pemberwick LLC, seeking final site plan approval for a proposed 10-unit residential community that includes an assisted housing component as provided by Section 8-30G of our Connecticut General Statutes, along with provision for 2 housing opportunity units for individuals and families at the 80% area median income level. There will be a deed restriction to ensure the provision of these 2 housing opportunity units for a period of 40 years. We do have a presentation prepared, Madam Chairwoman, members of the commission, and on behalf of the applicant, I'll just introduce the members of the team that we'll be hearing from. We have Mr. Joseph Pecora, our professional licensed civil engineer and land surveyor, Mr. Tony DeAndrea of Rocco V. DeAndrea, Inc., our landscape architect, who is also a professional wetland scientist, Mr. Matthew Pop of Environmental Land Solutions, and finally, our traffic engineer, Mr. John Canning, of Kimley Horn and Associates. During the application review process, we have received a number of comments from the town's professional staff and departments, and we've made every effort to address and incorporate those recommendations if possible, including, for example, relocating or proposing to relocate the existing retaining wall along Pemberwick further back onto the subject property out of the town's right of way to ensure sight lines. Madam Chairwoman, before turning the presentation over to Mr. DeAndrea, I have a couple of quick comments.
And
If I may, summary. Go
and
ahead.
I also, why don't I ask you to do this? Or I can do it, either way, that's preferable. We have a lot of neighbor interest in this application. And I believe that, well, why don't I do it before we open? Folks that are listening to this application, when an application comes in under state statute 830G, it is very different from any other application the commission sees in that the state has deemed that we need affordable housing. And as such, the commission, the municipality has the burden of proof on us to establish whether this application represents a health, safety, or other such risk to our residents that would exceed our need for affordable housing. In the 30+ years since this statute was approved, the only things that have stood up in court as being of that importance have basically been environmental or sewer issues. There are some exceptions, but the bulk of the decisions awarded positively to planning and zoning commissions was around environmental or sewer. It has to be a safety issue. If it's traffic, it literally has to be a documented life hazard to people. And the burden of proof is on the municipality. The commission has read all of your emails in regard to your concerns about this application, but we can only address life safety issues. So I remind you of that before we start. And with that, Mr. Smith, I'm guessing I did not take the words out of your mouth, so you can go ahead.
Well, Madam Chairwoman, you did a fine job providing an overview of Section 830G, and we will try to address all the typical zoning type of issues that do arise with this application, for example. So we're not just focused on the 830G standard, but I think you've described it fairly accurately. But again, we'll try to address all of those comments that we're aware of and respond to any questions and comments that we hear this evening from both the commission and members of the public.
And one of the
Just
things
very-
that you're going to hear us talk about tonight will be that we got a little confused with the fire safety issue, and fire safety would be a topic that would rise in this safety issue. Mr. Pecora is nodding, he's aware. So fire safety, sewer, environmental, those kinds of things do rise to that. And you're going to hear us ask, okay, I'm going to stop talking and let you present. Go ahead,
No,
Mr. Smith.
That's fine, and fire safety would be a substantial public interest, and that's what you need to, for denial, there has to be a harm to a substantial public interest. But just very quickly, a short, concise overview of the proposal. As the chair indicated in the legal notice, the property is located in the R7 zone district, comprises approximately 16,000 square feet. There's an existing single-family home on the property that dates to around 1880. The proposal is to replace the existing structure and construct 10 one-bedroom units and 3 small buildings with associated driveway and parking area improvements that will be maintained and operated by the owner. I would like to note, and this is part of your record, Madam Chairwoman and members of the commission, that there is a commitment for funding from the Greenwich Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and my client will provide, as one of the conditions of that commitment, that 2 of the units will be rented to individuals or families at the 80% area median income level. And again, there will be a deed restriction ensuring this housing opportunity component for a 40-year time frame. There is currently no stormwater management concerning runoff associated with the property, and we understand that stormwater runoff is a concern of the neighbors, legitimate. And the proposal, as you'll hear from Mr. DeAndrea shortly, the proposal will capture, treat, and infiltrate the runoff from the storm events relative to the property post-development as required by the town's drainage manual. There will be 14 on-site parking spaces provided with an additional 88 parking space for a total of 15 parking spaces. And we'll hear from Mr. Canning shortly on the adequacy of the parking that's being proposed with this residential community. And there will be a minimal increase, de minimis increase, I think, of 4 to 5 traffic trips during the peak hour timeframes. And again, Mr. Canning, our traffic engineer, will address those. The property is currently and will continue to be served by public sewer and water, and there is more than adequate capacity for both. However, I say that with the caveat that with the will serve letter that we have from Aquarian, there is an issue that we're working on with Aquarian to confirm that there will be sufficient water pressure to service the sprinkler system that is proposed with this community. With the permission of the chair, I'd like to turn our presentation over to our professional civil engineer and land surveyor, Mr. DeAndrea, who will provide a summary of the civil site design plans and related components. After Mr. DeAndrea, we'll hear from Mr. Pop, Matthew Pop. Matt will provide a summary of the landscape and lighting plans. After Matt, we'll hear from our traffic engineer, Mr. John Canning, who will address the adequate on-site parking provided as well as the de minimis increase in traffic associated with the 10 units. And finally, Mr. Joseph Picaro will address the elevation and floor plans. So with the permission of the
Right,
chair,
and so
unless there's.
just a question, Mr. Smith, who's going to talk to us about this issue, the Aquarian issue with the sprinklers?
I can.
All right,
Mr.
Mr. Pecor, so when you go last, you'll talk about the sprinklers and whether or not, whether you can fix it with Aquarian and whether they're necessary and whatever. Okay.
That would be
So
perfect.
your first presenter then is,
Mr. DeAndrea, and
Mr. DeAndrea, I just
think,
promoted him.
Patrick, I think maybe that first slide, I don't know if Tony's going to need that or if he's going to go to, first of all, to the, to his site plans. But the first slide obviously has the existing conditions up at the top right corner and the proposed site plan in the bottom right-hand corner at 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock, excuse me, 4 o'clock. But go ahead, Tony, I'm sorry.
Thank you very much, Chris. And members of the commission. My name is Tony DeAndrea, and our firm has been responsible for the land surveying and civil engineering aspects of the proposed development. I think Chris has summarized the development proposal very well with the number of parking spaces and number of buildings. My emphasis would be on the high points, which are the drainage and the amount of earthwork. Starting with the amount of earthwork, all said, there will be about 2,500 cubic yards of material that would have to be removed from the site to remove the ledge formation that you see in the upper panel on the right side of the screen that you're reviewing. As a result of that removal and the proposed grading that we have developed, this property will actually be lower than all of the surrounding property. By doing that, we're able to contain all of the runoff within the property and manage it in accordance with the town drainage manual. To that end, we've been able to design a system that will infiltrate water into the natural soil on the western portion of the property. And we've been able to demonstrate clearly and concisely that we will reduce the peak rate and volume of runoff from the site during all storms from the 10-year design storm up through the 100-year design storm. The systems have been designed with permeable pavement in the parking area, which will allow water to percolate through its stone reservoir for storage and infiltration in the suitable soils that were identified in the westerly portion of the property. As Chris pointed out, we have provided 14 parking spaces plus one handicap. There would be one entrance into the property for ingress and egress. We've demonstrated in the development plans that we have more than ample sight line in both directions. I think we showed in excess of 400 feet in two directions. We were able to improve the condition from the site by proposing to relocate a portion of the existing retaining wall in the southwest corner of the site. That just further maximized the sight lines for safety. There are all public utilities, including the sanitary sewer, gas, water, electric. So those will all be accessed for the property. Sanitary sewer will be served by one main line connected to the town main in Pembroke Road. That's really all that I would have to offer at this point in summarizing our plan, emphasizing the fact that we've managed to design the drainage system so that we reduce the peak rate and volume from all storms up through the 100-year event. If there are any questions, I can answer them now. Otherwise, we'll be available at the conclusion of the summary presentations.
So
Mr.
go ahead,
DeAndrea,
I think you're
yeah.
going to ask the same question I am, Mr. McRae. Go ahead.
Probably not, but Mr. DeAndrea, the cubic yards removed, how much was that again?
We've estimated and computed about 2,500 cubic yards would be removed from the site.
Okay, and then the soils you said actually for the percolation is in the northwest corner near the.
It's in the
driveway.
westerly, yes, the westerly portion of the property, yes.
Okay, and just big picture, the excavation has to go down below the gravel for the permeable pavement. Do you know that elevation approximately?
The bottom of the porous pavement, the elevation, if that's what you're asking, the bottom of that
Yes.
elevation would be approximately 113.5 by our design. And the elevation of the ground in that area right now is approximately 116, 117. As you get to the eastern side, it rises to around 120 behind the existing structure. And then, of course, it rises even more to the knob of ledge, which is pretty much underneath building number 2 in the southeast corner. So
Right,
that's where
that's
the
like-
majority of it is, was clearly illustrated on the first panel that we have, or the topographic survey, if you can scroll down to that again.
Okay, so from 130, which is top of the rock, you're going down to about 113. Specifically, you're actually even probably lower that because actually the elevations in the basement elevations are at 111, so you'll have to go a little bit lower than that.
The bottom of the crawl space would be about that, yes.
Yeah, okay,
But-
so a lot of excavation, a lot of trucks going in and out. The
I wouldn't
outflow,
classify it as an unusual amount. 2,500 is not excessive. You see that knob of rock, regardless of what's developed in the property, it has to come down. So
Mhm.
that's the majority of the excavation. There will be some removal of earth in order to create the voids for the reservoir. So it's a little bit of double counting, if you will.
right?
In other words, we have to remove material in order to put the reservoir back.
Okay, so in the overflow for the permeable goes to a catch basin, then out to the street to a catch basin?
In the event that we have an excessive rate of rainfall, and if we were to exceed the rate of discharge during the 100-year event, then that water would be discharged through the overflow. Let me start again. The discharge overflow would be directed to the existing town drainage system in Pembroke Road. But as I've mentioned, and I'll say it again, we were able to reduce the peak rate of flow as well as the total volume of flow from the site after development through our infiltration and storage. So we store the water while the volume is infiltrated. In the event that we exceeded the 100-year storm, then we would expect to have some overflow.
Okay, so we're designing 10 to 100-year storms. Yeah, okay.
So wait,
just-
so just repeat that. We're designing it because originally when you did the pre-app, you talked about an 100-year storm.
Let me expand on it.
Yeah.
Through the drainage manual, our obligation initially is to
I
design.
got that, but the offer that I remember Mr. Pecora saying, we are a very conscientious, that's probably not the word he said, but I remember him saying, we're very careful with how we're thinking about drainage. So don't worry about what the drainage manual says. It was what Mr. Pecora was saying about how thoughtful the development is. So now in that context, go ahead.
Okay, so in that context, we're following the mandate and the design parameter that was established up front. And the outgrowth of that is that we are controlling the peak and the volume of discharge from this site after development through the 100-year event. So we have met the design objective and the parameters, which are well in excess of the minimum requirement through the town drainage manual.
Right. And which was Mr. Pecora was saying that that's what you were trying to do.
Yes,
But the letter somewhere says 25.
we have to design for the 25.
Okay, but
And verify, and in this case, we've
okay,
demonstrated
don't
that
get your,
our
I'm talking to a 3-year-old voice, okay, Mr. DeAndrea? Just so you design for the 25, but in this case, you have also designed supplementally.
That's a fair way to say it, yes.
Great, okay,
We've exceeded the minimum requirements significantly.
great, okay, perfect. Mr. McRae.
I think that's actually everything I have for Mr. DeAndrea at the moment. I think I got a clear understanding of the drainage it's all on-site. Overflow goes to a catch basin, which is just adjacent to the site, down the
If
curb a little bit,
necessary.
if
Now-
necessary. In a situation, for example, like tonight, if we get 5 inches of rain, it may peak and overflow, but the overflow is going to be de minimis into the system downhill. That's
Correct.
how I understand it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so now my question, why are you at a resubmit then? If you have done that, is it because of their question that they raise about the icing, the right of way, the trees in the town's right of way? Why are they at a resub?
I could answer that.
That's Mr. Pecora. Hello, Mr. Pecora.
How you doing? There were 2 reasons. The main reason is because we wanted to get the elevation change of the entries from the town sidewalk to the parking lot to be ADA compliant. Thus, we had to reduce it from, I think, 6% down to 5%. So
Okay.
Brian had to redo the grades, which affects all the numbers. He also was making some changes to the confusion of that 18-inch gravel bed discussion that Alexandra Mock raised, rightfully so. The gravel behind the buildings is not 18 inches thick. It's only 3 inches
Yeah.
plus or minus thick. We use gravel mulch versus wood mulch. And
Okay, and so they're just
that
telling you that,
gravel,
right?
and that gravel never was included in Brian Smith's calculations of the drainage manual. So that
Gotcha.
is not what is changing. It's just the compliance with ADA that changes the site plan, I would say in quotes dramatically, because he has to change everything. So it's just a lot of work on his end to be able to make those changes.
When
which-
you are changing the grading, are you gonna impact?
We're only changing the grading at the entrance of the parking lot from the
yeah.
town sidewalk. That's all, by
Okay.
1%.
All right,
1+%.
so, okay, so then, I saw Mr. DeAndrea's reply. Mr. DeAndrea, I'm just letting you know that I did read that, where Mr. DeAndrea said that his plans don't create an icing condition on a road. But that is a concern that DPW raises.
Yeah.
And have you sufficiently addressed that at this point?
Yeah, DPW raised the same issue on our other projects when we use Pervious pavement.
Okay.
If you kind of envision a tub that has holes on the bottom,
right,
and the water fills up, and
right.
if it were to exceed the level of the bottom of the pavement, it would literally seep, percolate up.
Mm-hmm.
I think DPW is just making a reference to saying that if that were to happen, that we would have to address that accordingly.
Yeah,
And-
because they're saying it's not necessarily. Okay, so the other things, you're gonna take care of the right of way issue. We'd love to have trees, you know that, so if I'm sure the tree warden is not gonna give you a hard time about trees if they're.
Well, the tree warden's really not involved. We pulled all trees off the town property, and they're all
Oh, no,
on
we
town
would love
property.
to have trees on town property. Happy to have them.
Well, if the tree warden, we could work with the tree warden, and
Yeah.
if you'd like to add them, we'll. more
I
than
mean,
happy to
well,
help.
what the comment from DPW is that they are in the right of way. Am I wrong?
Yeah, we pulled them back though, so
Oh.
that we didn't have, so we would avoid having to fill out legal paperwork to plant a tree or two.
Okay, well, let me throw this out. From the comments you're getting from the neighbors, the more screening and trees that you're adding, the better they'll be with this development. And if you all were thinking of it anyway, that would be a good thing.
Yeah, the only trees that the tree warden, that the town engineer was referring to
Is
was the
those,
top northwest corner tree. And
well,
I
it says,
think,
it has it as a plural, but,
and then the one on the south side of the driveway entrance. So we
Okay,
pulled the
so-
two of those back
all right.
about 6 inches onto our property.
Madam
All
Chair,
right.
if we can go on to the landscape plan, I think it might be.
I think that
Quite
might be
evident.
clearer. And while we're doing that, is that retaining wall going to show in the landscape plan?
It shows on the existing landscape plan now.
And what are you doing with that retaining wall?
The retaining wall is being removed
Okay,
completely.
you are removing it. Okay,
Then it is being reinstalled south of the building 1 staircase
got it.
on the street to connect to the south neighbor's retaining wall.
Okay,
So if you go close up to the southwest portion of that screen you have on,
there you go.
not that one,
Not that one, but we're trying to get to the landscape
that
plan.
one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Building 1, lower left-hand corner.
Whoa,
Yeah.
what happened there?
That's cool.
Sorry.
All right. Okay,
I think Matt Pop was gonna go through the landscaping plan next, Madam Chairwoman, if you'd like him to do that.
sure.
Good evening, Matthew Pop, landscape architect.
Hold on just a sec. Does anybody have any more questions of Mr. DeAndrea? No. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Pop.
Yeah, Matthew Pop, landscape architect, Environmental Land Solutions. I prepared the landscaping plan before you. Just one comment on the wall is now on our site. It was off the site originally and it's shifted back. And the 2 trees that were on the town property, again, as Joe noted, we shifted them back onto our property. So the streetscape, the trees probably, the quantity would stay the same. So it wouldn't be like we were adding any more trees along the streetscape. The plants that we're proposing are
Well,
ones that,
hold on a second, Mr. Pop, but when you take out that tree in the corner, as you're approaching from that angle, you will lose a valuable piece of screening if you're a resident, right?
but with the tree in the corner is now on the property.
Oh, you just moved it over,
Yeah,
but
we just shifted it. So it's only got
got
shifted
it.
like a
Okay.
foot or 2. So
got it. So it's still there and you still have that screening available. And what kind of tree is that?
that's a Winter King hawthorn. It's
How
kind of
wide what's its diameter gonna be at maturity?
it's kind of a medium size tree, probably 20 feet wide or so, maybe by 20 by 20. It's
No,
oak.
the trunk. The DBH.
Diameter at breast height.
Yeah,
Oh, the diameter breast height when it's mature.
yeah. What kind of DBH does it have
Oh, and being installed, it's 2 to 2.5.
at
But
maturity?
a mature, it could probably be, 8 inches to a foot, maybe say 12 inches. Again, it's not a large shade tree like an oak or a maple.
Mhm.
It's a smaller growing tree. They're used quite a bit in town by the tree warden.
Mm-hmm.
Across from the Boys and Girls Club, that parking lot there's surrounded by the Winter King hawthorns. It's got a red
Mhm.
berry in the fall.
The reason I was asking you about the DBH is just that
Sightline.
when you're approaching the site,
Yep.
you from the north, right? You then have the wider that tree, the better you have a screening, which is what the residents are looking for. And again, this is just an accommodation that you would make for us just to fit better into the neighborhood, would be that the wider it is, the more it would be consistent with existing development patterns and the feel of the neighborhood.
Okay.
Okay, so just throwing that out there. You're the landscaper, but just throwing that out that might be a real asset for all the these corner trees.
And then
Okay,
the
go ahead.
parking lot is surrounded by, on both sides by red maples. It's a type that grows,
Nice.
it's columnar type. So it's a
Mhm.
narrow growing type, so we can get them close to the building.
Mhm.
On both sides. To the rear and south, along the south property line, we have a birch tree. And I'm thinking that the soils may be thin and behind the building, so that's why we're proposing the birch. The shrubs along the southern property line are bayberry. Again, I think the soils are going to be thin, so the bayberry will grow, maybe 12 feet tall eventually, semi-evergreen, holds its leaves late into the season. And you can see the plant list with the shrubs being proposed. Again, all of the trees are native to Connecticut. Probably approximately, maybe half the shrubs are native to Connecticut. I just start by maybe on the bottom left of the plan that we have the light fixture that's being proposed. It's the light fixture. The only fixtures were being proposed are underneath the porch, and they're recessed up into the ceiling of the porch. So it's the same lighting that was used on 303 Hamilton Avenue. The lighting is very soft. It's downward pointing. Again, so there's no light poles being proposed. Again, it's just the light fixtures that are recessed into the porch. The next, just to the right there where Joe's pointing, the detail for the fence. The fence is being used around the trash area, which is just to the north of building number 3. I don't know if you can see that. It's right on the property line. And then going over just to the right of the fence detail is the sign detail. The sign is being used at the entrance. When you come into the site, it's just to the south of the entrance. It's the same sign, again, style that was used at 303 Hamilton Avenue. That was reviewed by ARC, I think, extensively back then. We do have a mailbox area near the center of the site, just to the north of building number 2. That's just to the right of the handicap parking space is the mail area, and there's a small walkway to that. So you can kind of see we have the handicap parking space, the striped area, and then there's a 4-foot walk area just to the right of that striped area to the mailboxes. Right next to the mailbox, we also have a bike rack area that's kind of hidden maybe underneath that tree. So that's there too. There's a detail on the plan on the far top right of the detail of it's called a bike rack or bike bollard. Again, it's just mainly a bollard, which you attach your bikes to. We do have a recreational area, like a patio out kind of to the south of building 3 and to the east of building 2. It has enough room for a picnic table and a couple of other outdoor seats. And it's surrounded by shrubs, so it's screened fairly well.
Could I ask you, let me just go back to this. I don't know if the commission, just turning to the conservation comments. They were concerned about the planting. I'm just going to read the planting plan not being realistic relative to the soils and to the spaces you're allocating for the plantings. And you revised your plans and are comfortable now that you will have sufficient space and sufficient friable below you?
I could answer that.
Thank you, Mr. Pecora. Or
Mr.
Pop probably knows a lot more about landscaping.
No, but I think that the comment, Joe can answer it, but because we talked about it, but I think the trees like along the northern property line. There's soils underneath obviously the tree, the parking area, and there's also soil just to the north of the site too, where there's, I think, semi-wooded right there. So again, on the plan, it looks like it's a 3-foot strip, but again, the tree roots will expand, off the site like on any other tree.
Well, Ms. Kolakowski's staff report says that you guys met to discuss this, and that you talked about increasing those trees along the northern property line, and possibly getting a permit from the northern neighbor.
I don't think that's needed.
Can I comment on that?
Sure, of course.
So I sent a photo to Patrick about an hour ago of 303 Hamilton Avenue. It's very, very similar situation where that property to the north of us is a 20-foot access to a vacant lot. So you can't inhibit the 20 feet for their sake, so that if they ever want to develop it, it would be very, very similar to what exists at 303 Hamilton, which would be a parking lot,
Oh,
plantings,
thank you, Patrick. Right.
plantings, and then a driveway. And if you could scroll down, Patrick, keep going, keep going. So yeah, so the middle photo kind of gives you a
Who's
better.
that dude who left his truck open?
So there's planting, plantings in between a parking lot and a driveway. And in order to do that, you have to keep things high and lean. And
Columnar.
that was a requirement that the deputy fire marshal wanted as well. Because if there's a fire, trucks need to get in without being damaged, and men need to work on the trucks without worrying about branches. So this will work fine.
All right.
And
Ms. Kolakowski,
Alexandra Mock's comment was primarily meant for the south property line. She thought there was only a 5-foot differential between the property line and the buildings, and there's actually a 10-foot difference space. So our plantings are fine.
Okay, yeah, I'm seeing that it says southern now. I had remembered it as northern. Okay. Okay. Ms. Kolakowski, would you like to add anything to that since you wrote the staff report?
Hi, Tracy Kulikowski, Deputy Planning Director. When Mr. Pop and Ms. Mock and I sat down, we did discuss the balancing between the what is the width of the planting area on the northern property line, and whether it would be possible to get a wider tree in there. Although it would possibly require an encroachment easement with the neighboring property owner. And then we also talked about would it be possible to get a wider shade tree in that area. And then we also discussed on the southern border, increasing the tree density on the southern border, particularly to provide the neighbor who, you can see that line in the bottom left corner, that's the neighbor's garage, to give them some additional screening.
Okay.
As Matt Pop indicated, those bushes grow to 15 feet, 10 to 15 feet high. So it's plenty of screening.
I don't know which one of you to ask, so I'm just going to throw it out there. Bicycle racks. Comments on that, Mr. Pop? I think you're the one, right?
So
what was the question?
Bike rack?
Yeah, bike rack.
So it's right, if you zoom in, it's right next to the mailbox, which is kind of just to the north of building.
Got it. Okay.
So somebody could walk down where it says flush walk to the mailbox. It's just to the right of the word walk.
All right. Okay. And hold on. Oh, there it is. Okay. I see it now. All right. Okay. All right. There it's even labeled and I missed it. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Macra, you have your hand up.
Yep, Mr. Pop, there's 2 hawthorns to either side of the driveway, and then there's 2 Armstrong maples in front of the building. What kind of canopy does the hawthorns mature to?
It's probably grows to like a 20 by 20 foot tree. Originally, I had hawthorns all the way across the front of the site along the streetscape. Then when the wall got shifted back, it kind of reduced that area. So that's why I kind of switched to the red maples. But I think if you wanted to, for those 2 to be switched back to the hawthorn, I think that, we can make that work.
The thought I had was as street trees, giving something with canopy. I know the Armstrongs, as you had talked about, actually were more columnar.
Yep.
And and kind of the back and forth. Could you do the hawthorns all the way on the street, or make the maples more with a larger canopy. If you're saying that the hawthorns could be placed there and it's got a larger canopy, I think that might be the best bet.
Yep.
Something more consistent, something with a larger canopy, because I think what's happening, trying to fit in with the street, having better street trees there, I think may offer a better face on the street.
Yeah.
In talking about
Robert,
better face on the street, the new retaining wall, is that going to be constructed with the same or similar materials as the one that's out there now?
I haven't thought about that, to be honest with you.
So
So,
okay, so put that on your list of things to think about, because I think that's actually another issue is
yeah, most
new wall-
likely we would use similar material to make it look consistent. But
Right.
be aware that those two trees in front of building 3, in front of building 1, I'm sorry, on the street, can't be too wide because they're right against the house. So
Right.
if you wanted them to be similar to the ones on each side of the driveway, they'd have to be on town property substantially.
Again, we would be willing to be supportive of that, and I don't know, Patrick, Tracy, how we're helpful with that, but we would
Well,
certainly.
there's an issue
Go
though.
ahead.
The sidewalk is
Clear
right at
zone?
the curb. It's got a little bit of inboard green space, then the wall. It's my understanding, I guess you need the wall as a kind of a retaining thing. So shifting the tree ball, in and out actually conflicts with the wall, which is something I think as a physical structure is required to make the development work. So I think there's some latitude in and out, but the wall's got to kind of stay there. If it's the hawthorns and the hawthorns can actually grow and not interfere with the building, that would be the best bet, I think.
Okay.
Now, it's my understanding, Mr. Pop, that the wall will be reconstructed and joined into the remains of the neighbor's wall. That's a critical issue because you have an older wall that's remaining and then a new wall. And it would look kind of strange. You're kind of tying one into the other. So a little bit of effort taking a look at how that's going to work, just so they don't look like kind of an after the fact, or something to say that at the joint where they do change. There's a definite disconnect.
Yeah, we would definitely keep the wall existing for a 2-foot section in front of our property, and then pull it back. Come back there and then go along the road. So we wouldn't be touching the neighbor's wall. We'll only be touching our wall.
Okay, the landscape plan looks like it's physically connected to the
It
old
is
wall.
physically connected. It goes north and then it goes east.
Yeah,
and then goes north.
Right. It's pushed back inside your property line. So, okay.
Well, to Mr. Pop, and to incorporate what Mr. McRae is saying, and also Mr. Pecora, this is, especially Mr. Pecora, this isn't your first rodeo. When you make a proposal like this one, the kinds of concerns that come up from neighbors and the extent to which you can accommodate those concerns by retaining as much of a look and feel that we presently have is a plus. So whatever works with the landscaping to screen the building's size relative to what exists now, to give it that green feeling, then that's the right answer.
Yeah,
And we're happy to
Sylvester-
support you in doing that. If I don't know, Patrick, how we help with the tree warden, but certainly it's right up there in the beginning of our landscape regulations, which you're not obliged to follow, but which say that our highest priority is that. You were going to say, Mr. Pecora?
Yeah, when we're building this thing, Sylvester is very, very cognizant of aesthetics, and you know as well as I do what we do, and if we have to work with the tree warden and the town engineer to, possibly move the wall move the sidewalk to be contiguous. I mean, I'm just throwing out
Throwing
hypothetical.
ideas out. What works the
You
best?
can move the sidewalk to be contiguous to our wall and have a planting bed in between the street and the sidewalk and have the trees there. So, and gain another, 6-8 feet of distance from our building.
Nick, you had a comment on that?
Yeah, be careful of the overhead wires. I think actually where you put the wall, where the trees are now, actually kind of resolves a lot of issues.
Okay.
Another one to add in is actually the overhead. We don't want all this stuff to mature in a couple of years, and then Eversource comes in and starts slicing and dicing and blows the whole thing out the window.
Yeah,
So I
no,
think actually where you have it, where you've relocated the wall, it works. It's just a matter of, species and canopy years to come.
Yeah, I'm just trying to throw out, philosophical, ways.
Yeah,
of-
just whatever you're turning in your head, but you know where we're going is that
Yeah.
if it was next to you, if it was next to anybody in town, how do you make it amenable? Mr. Levy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In an effort to bring up some of the concerns of the neighbors, I think that the applicant is also interested in being very community-minded. And I think that the big picture here goes beyond some of this landscaping that we're talking about, but how this property fits into the streetscape. And the asphalt that people come across as they go by this is really something that people are not happy with. It would be a very easy thing to come up with a better solution, and that would be not only to move one of the buildings to the front and have all the parking in the back, but you could even adjust the existing 1880 building to remain in the front, creating a certain kind of continuity, and that would be a win for everybody. The idea of retaining the historic character of this site would have to do with retaining the building itself. And I think that's simply a pretty straightforward thing, and it is certainly very doable. The building could be reconfigured and moved a bit so that it worked with the parking and create a very lovely entry and a nice solution to the landscaping, where you'd have a nice built-out edge, which would be consistent with what is there. And I suggest that this is quite different from what you're thinking, but I think this would go a very long way to satisfying your neighbors and showing how community-minded you are.
And a comment?
Of course.
So when we find properties to develop, I take a prolonged period of time with sort of like what Tony would call a Ouija board, okay? So I know what can work and I know what can't work. And to try to keep the existing house doesn't work. And to put all the houses in the front and the parking in the back, and to comply with parking, even though you don't have to comply with parking because it's an 830G, but reality mandates that you come close to complying, otherwise you don't have a marketable project.
Right.
We would eliminate either 2 to 4 units, which does not make it a viable project. look, these projects are very hard to make work, which is why we're the only ones probably doing them. If it were that easy, everyone would be doing them. And if you want to redesign it and before we get our building permit and show us what you're thinking, I'd be happy to consider anything you want. But I can almost guarantee you it won't work with 10 units.
Well, I did a thumbnail sketch that seems to really just flip that number 3 unit building over to the front, and it seems to work pretty well. So, but I was thinking that looking at the plan, it would reusing the existing 1880 structure would probably work as well.
You could see that building, you could see the existing building footprint is almost twice the size of building 3. And in a location that really is not amenable to parking.
Well,
So,
I mean, you need to be a little creative here. What you do is you reconfigure the building so that it works and is appropriate. You could lop off the last third of the building and still have plenty of square footage to incorporate the units that you need.
Commissioner Levy, with all due respect, the ability to make these projects work is keeping your costs down, and to engineer, re-architect everything on every project. That's the reason we're using the same buildings, is to save money. And you're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars of architectural work and design, and this works beautifully. It's a beautiful project. It's going to be more enhanced with landscaping than Fort Orchard, 303 Hamilton, and 180 Hamilton, all of which we got kudos from your commission and the public. So I'm totally comfortable with this project, and financially it works.
Well, with all due respect, I have not heard those comments that you're referring to. I hear a lot of flack about it. I think that's the design of the building 1 on the street is a nice one, but you could build the building 3 alongside it and incorporate the 1880 facade and keep everything intact. Just move
Mr.
out of the
Levy,
building up front.
Mr. Levy, what Mr. Pecora is saying is that he tried it and he was not able to get there, but that if through Patrick, you were able to give him an illustration of what you're thinking, he would be happy to entertain it.
Yeah, I mean, we have another meeting.
And we would be, I think that would be fully legal for if we did it through Patrick. If the commission in general has any comments to pass on through Patrick about how the design might work better or whatever, that we consolidate that for staff to give the feedback through either Patrick or Tracy, because Tracy did this, did the staff report on it. However, Patrick has an architectural background as well. So whatever works, if you've got the time, Mr. Levy, I believe people would be really glad to see your thoughts.
Yeah, and be aware that, during the Ouija process, we're fully aware that we'd rather have everything up front too. And Tony DeAndrea works very closely with us in the beginning to see if something will work, and yells at us when it doesn't work. And we're trying to push it anyway. And these buildings are already architecturally paid for, per se, 3 times over. So it's free architectural work right now. And that's how these projects work. The more efficient you get, the more you could try to make these projects work. I mean, this is an expensive site work job that we have to make up for somehow. And you know, we're very cognizant of neighbors' comments. You know, we're fully aware that every comment that's going to come in on this project and any other 830G project is 100% going to be negative. So we're fully aware that any change is going to be looked upon in a negative fashion, and no project with any 830G element is going to have a positive public perspective.
Okay, so I think we've heard from both of you guys, and Mr. Levy, welcome, because one of the good ideas, yay, that's the Aquarian thing is next, huh? So and then we'll do traffic. One of the things that Mr. Pecora mentioned is that this design has been done 3 times, and at some point, some variations would be a plus, because we don't want to cookie cutters throughout town. I'm sure you're thinking about that, Mr. Pecora, because that's going to enhance people's discomfort with adding units, and we're trying to do things in a way that works for our residents. Okay, so the Aquarian letter, they can't support the sprinklers, but the fire department's okay. So can you talk to us about that?
Yeah, the fire departments.
Before you start, I just a quick question, a couple of questions about the sprinkler system.
Okay.
You sprinkle.
I thought that's what we just did.
Wait, hold on a second. You're going to sprinkle all of the buildings. Are the sprinkler systems required for the construction of the building, or is this something that you're putting in as part of your project? Are they required for code compliance, or is it just something you're putting in?
I don't think you would ever have us willingly put in sprinkler systems.
That's what
Exactly. So you're putting this in for code compliance. That's correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so you're going to need these sprinkler systems for your building permit.
Correct. So
Okay.
why don't you let me respond to the, why don't you let me.
Hold on before you get going. Now, we did get some information from Mr. Natali. He said that he would look at it during the code review. That's kind of beyond our purview. But at the same point, we're looking at safety.
No, fire safety is within our mandate.
Fire safety is, but if we're waiting for the fire marshal to look at it during the permit review, we're beyond our scope. We've lost it. Okay, so one of the things that I was concerned about is that the note came in today. He seemed very good with this, but I'm not too sure if he knew that the water was not sufficient.
Can I respond?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Pecora.
The fire marshal's comment today has nothing to do with Aquarian, has nothing to do with sprinklers, has nothing to do with building, has to only do with a peripheral look of the site itself.
Exactly.
Okay, so he is not going to look at this until the building permit process, when he sits with Peter Robinson or equivalent and they review it entirely. You would not approve this project without a complete Aquarian Water Company will serve letter that would satisfy not only domestic, but the fire system itself. We're fully aware of that. This letter, it was a combination of, I don't know, how do I say this properly? Chris, you want to step in? Because there was
no, we got it.
Calculation.
Just for the record, Chris Smith, I think that Commissioner McRoy has raised an appropriate issue, and I think as we indicated before, we are working with Aquarian to clarify the issue with the water pressure, and that information can certainly be conveyed further onto the fire marshal.
Okay, I just have one quick build, Mr. Pecora, for my education. Which part of the building code gives rise to the requirement for sprinklering in this structure?
It's the fire code.
Yeah, no, I know it's the fire code, which is, and I know where the fire code is, but It is not required because of the height of the building, and that's why I was
It's
asking.
required because of, in layman's terms, and in Joe Pecora layman's terms, because of the flats. Because one's on top of the other and next to each other. I think
Got it.
if I'm not mistaken, building 3 is not sprinklered.
Okay, I got it. I
Because
got
it's
it. It's so
technically
it's
just
the
a
way
two-family
the
house.
it's the way the development is structured. That's where I was stuck. And I believe
Yeah.
Mr. McRae might have been stuck on that one too.
Yeah,
Okay,
our
so-
fire sprinkler engineer is fully
Got it.
comfortable with, he worked with Aquarian yesterday. Aquarian can't turn around a will serve letter in a day. We're totally comfortable with our situation. The elevation of the street from one fire hydrant to the other is so extreme that you have to calculate things differently and fill things out differently. And we're comfortable that hopefully by the time we get back, I hope by the next meeting,
Got it.
we have the proper will serve letter, and we would not want to meet until we have that proper will serve letter.
Okay.
Mr. Pecora, quick
wait.
question. So it's fire separation between the units.
Yes.
Can that be done in a different manner through the construction itself of the party walls and the floors?
No, I listened to your meeting. I listened to the meeting yesterday. It's different. If it were an existing building, then the 75-foot distance between the furthest point of the unit to the staircase may come into play. But in this case, it's new construction. Thus, you have to comply with the entire International Building Code and fire code.
Right. But it's not an egress. It's fire separation between
It's fire.
units.
It's not just fire separation. It's because of the flats. You have to have, like, if I had townhouses, like the townhouses don't have fire sprinkler systems. It's because you have one above the other.
Gotcha.
So not only are the fire separation, but you're required to have the sprinkler systems as well, which I would gladly eliminate if I could.
Okay. Well, before you guys go any further, Mr. Yeski, you need to unmute.
Yeah, having brought this question up yesterday, I was just curious. I know you need to calculate, you need to go back to Aquarian, but are you providing, or is Aquarian providing some kind of pressure tanks to get the pressure up? Is it going to be on property, or are they going to do something off property?
No,
That's the
it's not-
discussion.
it has nothing to do with any of that. It's the
Availability.
There's a miscommunication on the will serve application by my fire sprinkler engineer. He didn't look at the elevation differences between the two hydrants, and thus had a just redo something. And I'm totally comfortable. There's not going to be a fire pump. There's not going to be a fire hydrant on site. There's not going to be a fire pressure enhancement on site. It's either going to work or it's not going to work. And if it doesn't work, we're not doing the project. So it's that simple. We don't really need to spend that much time on it. Some of the other issues that you brought up yesterday, I think, are more relevant, which are, why are we choosing to go with the HVAC systems we're going with and hot water heaters? I mean, if you want to get into that, I could get into it, or John Canny could do his thing first.
Well, as long as we guys started talking about it, I don't know what they said yesterday, but the big question would be on all those energy consuming things, is it cost effective for the landlord and cost effective for the tenants? That would be the first priority on this kind of a development, right? So that cost effective, I would hope, would translate to energy efficiency. So go for it, Mr. Pecora, since that's what you.
Yeah, so there's two discussions. One is hot water heater. We use A.L. Smith gas-fired tankless on-demand hot water heaters, which are gas-fired.
Right.
They don't really make electric Instahots, except
That's what those are, the on-demand or Instahots, right?
Yes, and if I wanted to go with electric hot water heaters, they would be like 50-gallon hot water tanks. that would be on 24/7 to keep the water hot, and it's a heck of a lot cheaper to install for us, but an incredible expense for the tenant, and a lot less maintenance on our end as well. But we choose to do what's right and to do the more efficient and more cost-effective hot water heaters. They're incredibly efficient. The steam that comes out is coming out of a PVC pipe, basically. So there's no heat at all loss. They're like 98% efficient. So that kind of takes care of that. Each unit has its own. The HVAC system that we use, we've talked about doing heat pumps. In fact, Sylvester and I talked extensively about it. I was kind of pushing for it, and everyone we talk to says you're out of your mind for the following reasons. One, they're more expensive on our end. Two, you have to have an added expense to have a supplemental electric heat coil reinstalled in the unit because you're in the Northeast. If I'm in North Carolina right now as we speak, and I have heat pumps here with no supplemental heat because it doesn't get below 30 degrees really. Up north, you'd have to pay to have installed a secondary heat source, which would be again electric, and that would be all on the tenant's dime. Our units that we install are 93% efficient, if I'm not mistaken. And again, they're direct vent, so they come out of in Joe Pecora layman terms, a PVC pipe. So they're very, very efficient with very little heat loss. We also close cell insulate our roofs, I should say. So we don't close cell the walls because when you move the modular units, they could crack and compromise your integrity of your insulation. But we're cognizant of not only our cost, but the tenant's cost as well. The less the tenant pays, the more we could charge, and happily. We're contemplating putting solar panels on the roof that would complement our common electric, and possibly 2 or 3 units, preferably the affordable units. But again, that's, we're not there yet. We have to try to figure out the cost.
Mr. Wells, do you have any comments on that?
No, I just want to congratulate Mr. Pecora for taking this through, also for providing the very thorough energy efficiency narrative, and also going beyond. He's going to be putting in 2 EV ready parking spaces, because it's a smaller project, so he's not required to do that. So
yeah, let me don't give me too much credit on that one. We're prepping for them,
right?
Yeah,
not
that's
necessarily.
Okay. We got it.
That's okay. We got that. We saw that. You're really, you're going to state law, and that's fine. We're a little further than state law, but it's fine. You're doing, you're fine.
Just so you know that the cost of these EV chargers, with us doing all the work, is still around $8,000 to $10,000. It's just so not cost effective.
I get it.
We don't have one in the 61 units or so that we manage like over 90. We have maybe 2 electric cars.
So as more and more people buy them, and people are buying them, one of the things though is does it make any sense to not have the full-on EV chargers and just have the capability to do what I have here that I had for someone is they would come with their little thing that just plugs into my regular power. If you have
Yeah,
just
so-
outlets, but then you have to control the use of those outlets because the tenant should pay for that.
Yeah, so 180 Hamilton, we had a tenant who had an electric
And so you
car,
accommodated.
and we accommodated them. We happen to had pre-installed a conduit, and we just put a 110 outlet out there and hooked it up to her electric meter and or electric box, whatever, and she paid for her own. And then when
Okay.
she left, we just disconnected it. You know?
Got it. Okay, before we go to Mr. Canning, and I've been kind of putting him off over and over again because the two most frequent, you saw the public comment, the greatest comments always are the impact on the neighborhood in terms of look and feel, and then of course what the traffic impact is, and that's what everybody's writing us about. So before we go to that, that's going to be where he really needs to speak to resident concerns. But before we turn, there's a comment in the question about your preferential, and if you don't mind, Mr. Pecora, this question is really for Mr. Smith. Where you're doing the preference for senior and disabled.
Yeah, I can.
Well, hold on a second, because this is a very technical question here. We had a problem in our ADUs because we tried to do the exact same thing. And we got pushback from Desegregate Connecticut about if a building is not designated senior, about the legality of giving preference to seniors. So we just opened it up. That was our decision. We thought, look, our intent here is not to discriminate against anyone. We were trying to be helpful, and we wanted to be helpful to disabled populations first, and also seniors who. So are you sure that you are legally okay to give that preference? And I know you're nodding, Mr. Pecora, and I know you went to the same law school I did, which is different from the one Mr. Smith went to.
Yeah, but I've been dealing with.
I know, so have I. I've been dealing with lawyers, and I've stayed at the Holiday Inn.
I'm not going.
And you've been talking to our friend Mike Santoro. I know that at the Department of Housing.
Can I try to answer it first, Chris?
Actually, if you would not mind, the person whom I need on the record is Mr. Smith, is your attorney, if you don't mind. It's your attorney. He's the guy you're paying to be a lawyer. So just for this once, I know you stayed at a Holiday Inn just like I did.
I just want to get one thing in.
Okay. You're a losing proposition sometimes.
I was simply going to say that I do understand your question, Madam Chairwoman, but I really don't feel comfortable in responding to that this evening, but I will review that and respond to it at what I presume is going to be a continued hearing anyway, so.
And yes, because you, at the very least, you have a must resub, and you've got obviously the Aquarian issue, and fire is a huge question. Those are the two major issues that we have before us right now. On that, Mr. Smith, I believe, Patrick, strike me down if I'm wrong, I believe we can find for you guys what we received in correspondence about that from an attorney who was objecting to it. You may be able to do it because you are a multi-unit building. You are a multifamily residence. And you may be, I think the law allows you, but that's the question. And I would not bank it on Mr. Santoro will, he knows a lot about housing, but again, he's not the legal expert.
Yeah, Crystal and I worked very, very closely with Mike in the very, very beginning because this was a questionable issue, and which is one of the reasons why
Well, Joe, I'm gonna interrupt, and but I do I think it's a different question, and it deals with, are we talking about the ADU, with the amendments
talking
to
about
section
compliance
82
with
a couple years ago?
Fair Housing Act compliance and whether having preferential treatment in this manner is compliant with the Fair Housing Act. What we're really looking for on this, if that's what you're going to do, no matter what the discussions have been with Crystal, is that we have a legal opinion from your attorney on it. That's what we're looking for, because
Well-
if somebody comes against us for approving you, we have his opinion, and that's what you're paying him the dollars for. Okay, we want to know that what we're doing is legal.
I see Patrick. I'm going to defer to
Yeah,
Patrick.
well, I think more succinctly, I think that what I and then the chair I think are struggling with is why is the ADU being treated differently than the multifamily project that you're doing, and that would be
Which is exactly why I have 5 units. Preference.
Joe, the ADU is really a little different. So why, if I can get a copy of whatever desegregate,
We'll try to
sent
find it for
to
you.
the town.
Yeah.
And I'd be more than happy to respond to that. And it may be, and I suspect it's not an issue relative to this proposal because we're discussing 2 potentially different things altogether and 2 issues. So,
Yeah.
but I would
And
like
you-
to see what
I mean, we
desegregate
can
had.
tell
and
you
we
right
will
now, it
respond to that.
was Nick Abbott who wrote us when he was deputy.
Okay.
And he raised the question, we weren't even sure he was right, and we said it's just not worth getting into an argument. Just not worth it.
And I think everybody on this call is not really sure what the question is at this point without having that in front of us, but I'm more than happy to take a look at it and provide a response for our next meeting.
The question was straightforward, that he did not believe that offering preferential treatment to seniors on a below market housing, because at that point our ADUs were below market, on below market housing met the Fair Housing Act requirements. That was quite simply how it was stated. I believe a multifamily may be exempt from that versus a single family, but we'd like to have the applicant on record for that.
And
would
I'd like
like
to
that.
look, I suspect that's the case, Madam Chairwoman, just what you said, but I just
Yeah.
would like to see what the question is before I
Because
try to
nobody
respond
wants
to
a
it, that's all.
problem. And I know, okay. Somebody else had their hand up. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
That was just important. Tracy, did you have any thoughts? Madam Deputy Director, did you have any thoughts on that? Because it's your staff report.
On the preference issue, no, without seeing, again, same as Attorney
All
Smith.
right,
haven't
I
seen the
will
letter,
try
so-
to find it. I can't promise we will find it, but the one marvelous thing about the Greenwich email system is you don't seem to be able to delete anything forever. Everything is foiable always. Okay, Mr. Canning. May I turn to Mr. Canning? Okay, Mr. Canning. The most important questions are from the residents about their quality of life. How many trips per day are you generating? Incrementally, just discuss at what times and at peak. Landscaping plan again? Not sure why.
turning movements, but yeah.
To know, oh, got it. Sorry, and I thought I was seeing so well. Okay. So, traffic, first of all, the first question is just the number of extra trips. And then whether a lot of the comments from the neighbors were concerned about accidents. And then, of course, I'm seeing turning movements, which means that we want to address the delivery and larger vehicle issues. Go ahead, Mr. Canning. You've got 3 topics there.
You, Madam Chair, and members of the board. So the current property is developed with a single family house, and industry data indicates that a single family house generates 9 trips per day on average, and 1 trip in the peak hour in the morning and evening. So that's the existing condition that we're supplanting with the proposed 10 one-bedroom units. The 10 one-bedroom units will have, based on industry data, 11 cars parked overnight. We have 14 parking spaces. I don't want to go into that too much, but it gives some context to how many vehicles are expected to be on the property. And not everybody leaves at the same time in the morning, and not everybody leaves every morning, and not everybody arrives back at the same time every evening. Based on industry data, the 10 one-bedroom units are projected to generate a total of 67 trips in the day. So if you subtract 9, that's an increase of 58 trips per day. But typically traffic engineers look at the peak hour. If operating conditions are acceptable during the peak hour, they should be acceptable if traffic volumes are lower. And in the peak hour, the project is projected to generate 4 trips in the morning and 5 trips in the afternoon peak hour.
Can we go to a chart that shows that so the public can see it?
I believe we have a chart in our,
Yeah.
That should be in the PowerPoint that John has provided slides for, I believe.
All right.
Maybe,
I
maybe
just-
going further to the front, Patrick. Joe, is that where they are? It's Chris Smith for the record.
There we
Oh,
go.
okay.
No, there we go. Okay. So,
this chart does not include the daily trips, Madam Chair, but it does include the peak hour trips. So it's the top chart is for parking, the bottom chart is for traffic.
okay.
So we have one existing single family home, which would generate 1 trip in the morning, the AM peak hour, and 1 trip in the evening, PM peak hour. And the
All right.
the 10 apartments, 1-bedroom apartments would generate 4 trips in the morning peak hour. So that's a net increase of 3, and 5 trips in the afternoon peak hour. So that's a net increase of 4.
Now, can you explain how come you can have 10 apartments and half the people stay home all day?
That they don't, Madam Chair, or well, they can if they're sick, but
Okay.
mostly they don't. So what we have indicated in our report of November 3rd, that daily the project is projected to generate 67 trips. So 10 units divided by 67 divided by 10, that's 6.7 trips per unit on a day.
Daily?
Yes.
Okay. And that's the kind of the standard for an ITE?
Yes, it's based on the ITE.
Mr. Kenny, can you say that again? It was 67 trips divided by?
By 10, by the number of
10
units. So
units,
he's
67
saying that,
trips total divided by 10 is 6.7 trips per day.
so you have 10 one-bedroom apartments, Nick. I'm just thinking out loud, not explaining it to you really. You have 10 one-bedroom apartments, so 1 to 2 people live there, and between them, they leave the house 3 times a day, 3.5 times a day, because they got to go and they got to come back. And that's what the guidebook says,
Right.
the IT manual. Yeah, okay.
That seems, see how I kind of just
Counterintuitive?
counterintuitive to me because 9 trips
didn't know
based on a
architects had
single family
intuition.
house. Then I get 10 houses. And I'm only getting 6 trips a day.
It's 10 one-bedroom apartments as opposed to a single family house. So a single family house has 2, 3 bedrooms. It probably has more occupants than a single bedroom apartment.
Or 5-bedroom house this is.
Well, the 5-bedroom house still only has 2.5 inhabitants, right? At most. Only, I think the nationwide average now is 1.4.
Well, you would expect a 5-bedroom house to have at least 2 adults and maybe.
No, you would, but that's not the data nationwide, Mr. Kenning. The nationwide data is that your average house in the United States has, I believe it's 1.4 people in it. Something like that. Patrick, Tracy, do you remember? I mean, if you Google it, you'll get it real fast. I mean, I know that traffic engineers don't Google for their numbers. But I'm just saying that's what the nationwide average has declined. It used to be over 2 and it has declined. It's something below 2 now. And
Madam Chairwoman Chris Smith, I think with the ITE, again, this is based on data throughout the country, and as Mr. Canning indicated.
Yeah, I know that.
It's for 1-bedrooms, and for someone who's in a 1-bedroom unit at this particular moment in time in a building in our state, I can assure you that many of the folks around me in 1-bedroom units in this building are single. So you're not dealing with the same situation that you might in a single family, but more importantly, as we know, the ITE is something that we all rely on. It's relied on by the state, it's relied on by the municipalities. And it does seem a little counterintuitive, I would, and I
take it
agree,
back.
but there's a
take
big
it back.
difference.
Wrong number. The average
sorry?
number is, I had the wrong number. I just Googled it. It's 2.3, 2.4, 2.6 in the United States. It's gone up.
But
Yeah, okay.
you know, as Mr. Canning has indicated, and I think you're confirming, Madam Chairwoman, through Google, maybe not necessarily the ITE data that you know, there is a big difference between a one-bedroom apartment and a single-family home, and I think that's Mr. Canning was just indicating for the baseline for existing conditions that there is a single-family home, and that's what he started as the baseline, just to
Okay.
demonstrate the
So
delta.
you
I
don't
think that was the
have-
only purpose.
You
Go
don't
ahead,
have
thank
a
you.
chart. You don't have a chart of trips per day for residents
We
to
did
see.
in our report. It's
in the report, Madam
No,
Chairwoman.
I'm just asking because I'm also trying to address public comment before we get it. So
Understood.
I was wondering if you could show that. It's okay. So
I
you're going to
can-
summarize it.
I can
Okay.
share my screen if that would be helpful.
Yeah. Or Tracy, do you have it?
Well, yeah, I can get it. It's table 5 on page 5.
That's correct. Thank you, Tracy.
Okay. I mean, I'm trying to incorporate the feedback we got from neighbors.
I can put it up if you want, or if someone else
Okay.
has it.
All right. So in the meantime, Mr. Canning, your incremental, boom. All right. Your daily
Make that a little
total,
bigger, Tracy.
and now you want her to do it perfectly?
What? Oh, you want it bigger? Well, you can put it up and make it bigger then.
Oh, let me try. So, okay. Where is it? There it is.
All right.
Can you see?
Perfect.
Yep.
Okay, that's perfect. Okay, so for everybody who is interested in the traffic impact of these 10 apartments, they're using an engineering, a national standard that's in a manual for traffic engineers. And the incremental number of trips per day is 58
Correct. So a
for
six
the
family
peak-
home, Madam Chair, would typically generate 9 trips per day, and 10 one-bedroom apartments in a low-rise setting, multifamily, would typically generate 67 trips per day, and the difference
Okay.
is 58.
But during rush hour, it is 3 and 4 hours 3 and 4 trips respectively.
So it's in the future, it would be 4 minus 1, so a net increase of 3 in the morning, and 5 minus 1, a net
Yeah.
increase of 4.
Yeah.
And basically, looking at the 5 with 10 apartments, it kind of assumes that half of the tenants will leave in the busiest hour, and the other half will leave before or after.
Okay, next question. Do you have handy the total traffic in a day on Pemberwick Road?
I don't have it handy.
Do you have the AM peak traffic on Pemberwick Road? Yes, that should be, I do remember seeing that.
You do?
Yep,
Let's see.
I think I saw it. I might have looked it up somewhere. It's okay. I just want people to get a feeling for what it adds to their neighborhood.
But I mean, 5 trips is 1 car every 12 minutes.
Yeah, no, I think they know that it's how busy is Pemberwick to begin with and what's the impact on their neighborhood. It's okay. You're
Is
coming
that
back.
something, is that some information the chair is requesting that we can circle
Yeah.
back with for the
Exactly,
continued
yeah.
meeting?
Yep.
I
It's
think what the
exactly
chair
what
is
I was-
looking for is if the total trip count today is, I'm just gonna make this up, 100, and if 4 is being added, or if it's 10,000 and 4 are being added, what's that, what's that perceived
note of
impact?
that.
So,
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Just
Well,
thank you. Just saying, it gives neighbors, I'm trying to do something a little different with this application, which is to give neighbors a sense for what numerically is an impact on their existing neighborhood. Because I think we haven't done I feel like I haven't done a good enough job of that in the past. So I'm trying to make up for that by
Can
doing
I ask
more.
a question?
Yes,
If
sir.
no matter what the traffic count is it a safety hazard?
No, but I
So
know
then-
you
so
want
then-
to
So
be,
then would you want me to spend that kind of money just to find that out, just to satisfy?
no, because if you don't want to do it, then I will just find it out from DPW and I will provide the answer. You don't
Okay.
have to spend your money. I'm trying to make your proposal understandable to the residents to whom I'm responsible. And I'm happy to go to DPW and say, tell me what the average traffic is on
But
Pebble
it, it's also true that the members of the public have a perception, and they're going to put forth their views on this, and we need to rely upon data.
Yeah,
to
so we'll get
support-
data from our
Yeah.
own. Mr.
Right.
Pecora is saying, look, it's not a health and safety issue. Why are you asking me this? And I'm saying, fine, I won't ask you, but I have a responsibility to, and so do we all, to our
And
residents.
and I'm not trying to, and I'm not trying to be
I know that,
difficult at all.
but
I
I'll hold
just-
it. I'll remember that. No.
But
Dollars are
the
dollars.
public may perceive this as a health and safety issue, no?
No, because it has to be, even if they perceive it, for us, it has to be literally a documented, there are people
I'm
getting
just
killed.
teeing this up for the public
Yeah.
discussion for you.
Yeah, no, but one of the things we've been explaining to the public is it has to be a documented road safety issue in the streets. There has to be documentation. It cannot be that it could be that there are more accidents. That doesn't stand up under the law. A hypothetical safety issue doesn't stand up. It has to be a documented issue. Mr. McRae.
Mr. Canning,
I really stayed at that Holiday Inn, Mr. Pecora. Go ahead, Mr. McRae.
Beta memo, January 5th,
Beta.
just quickly,
Yeah.
ITE generation or manual 6th edition,
Into.
is that what you're taking from?
Yeah, that's what he's taking from.
We took the parking from the 5th edition and it indicated that there would be a peak parking demand of 12. And since then, ITE issued the 6th edition and they broke it out a little differently. And when you do it now, it's 9, not 12. I honestly think it's going to be closer to 12. And we've relayed this information to Beta. So that's the
Great.
peak parking demand.
Okay, generation rates increased by 3.5 for Saturdays under table 2.
Yes, so the data for this also was from the 5th edition, and it has subsequently changed. But basically, there were 119 data points for weekdays, and there were only 6 data points for Saturday. And so typically, you like to go with more data points, but I did not want to ignore Saturday. So I took the 6 Saturday data points and hunted and pecked for them in the weekday data points to find the common ones. And 5 of them I found were common. And when I compared Saturday to weekday, the Saturday volumes were 3.5%. The Saturday parking was 3.5% higher. The rate was 3.5% higher than the weekday. So we increased the parking rate to reflect that. So we're really in the weeds here, but we were trying to be conservative. And since then, the new manual has come out, the new edition, and it's flipped. Now, for some reason, the weekdays are higher by a little bit.
Okay, same thing, 4 and 5. I see the site plan has the parking spaces dimensioned. And I'm sure that the wayfinding signage and all that stuff be included.
Yes.
So we get to 3, parking space number 14. Hopefully I don't have to park there with my Bugatti because nobody will get the trash out. How are we going to take a look at that and how, best way of going about fixing that situation?
So I let Mr. Pecora have the first shot at it, and then I'll take cleanup.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, all my comments were satisfactory to the traffic engineer. Getting the garbage out, there's a 5-foot section in between the parking space and the ramp going to building 3, going to the refuse recycling area. So they roll the 30-inch, 36-inch bins out and empty it into the truck. So there's plenty of room to get the bins in and out.
Okay, so there's 10 garbage cans in the refuse area?
Yeah, there's going to be as many as I need.
Okay, and they get individually taken out and tossed in the back of the truck?
Exactly.
So nobody has to move out of space 14?
No.
Okay, and the gate to get into the refuse area is off that small ramp?
There is no gate. It's just
just an
surrounded on 3 sides like all our other projects. And it's open, neat, nice and neat, clean bins, all green or gray, and it looks beautiful.
Okay,
Okay,
great. Thank you.
all righty. Okay. So, Mr. Canning,
Yes, Madam Chair.
you've been interrupted so many times, you probably lost your train of thought, but we know what the incremental trips are. We know how you projected the parking demand. You haven't commented on accident data in the area.
We have not obtained any accident data in the area. What we have done, and
That
what's
you do have to do.
we will get that from UConn. What we
Yeah.
have done, which I think is most important right
Mhm.
now, the retaining wall that's along the front of the property is quite close to the street. And
Mhm.
therefore, when you pull out of the existing driveway,
You
your
don't have line of
sight
sight.
lines are not optimal. And
Okay, so you're
that would-
fixing the line of sight.
Exactly. So we're making that condition better, and we will provide more than adequate sight lines so that motorists will be able to pull into and pull out of the driveway safely.
Okay, did we cover sufficiently the turning radius on delivery vehicles, garbage vehicles, and fire trucks and, okay, all right. Okay, anything else on the traffic, folks? Shall we turn to public comment? Yeah, okay.
I
Yes,
think that does conclude our presentation, Madam Chairwoman. And in my comment, my response to you before with the ITE was in light of the fact that I understood that was asked for a broader audience. I wasn't necessarily just responding to you and the commission with that. So,
No,
but that does conclude it, and I'm more than happy to take comments from the audience at this point.
Mr. Levy, I have heard favorable comments about at least the 30 Orchard project. And there was a lot more neighborhood concern coming. There was a lot of neighborhood concern coming in. And what I'm trying to get to is, can we more thoroughly address people's concerns in the beginning? And maybe it's not feasible because we move here for a reason and we're afraid of change, but that's what I'm trying to get to. Okay, so turning to the public, the first speaker is Simi. Folks, we're going to ask you to limit your comments to 3 minutes. And if you don't get a chance to say everything you want, just send us an email, because they're going to come back and we'll put it in the public record and you can come back and talk to us. But initially, just 3 minutes and hit on the key stuff. And remember, health and safety, fire, don't run the clock yet. Okay, fire, health, environmental, etc. Okay, the first one, Simi. Person's not coming in. All right. All right. Mr. Quigley, we're skipping to you and I'll keep working on Simi. Mr. Quigley, if you would go ahead. You'll need to unmute, Mr. Quigley. That is *6 to unmute. Great, you're all set. You're unmuted.
Thank you all for the consideration too of this exchange. Very good. Thank you. Peter Quigley. I was a resident and still am, came back after 5-6 years away. You all sort of know about me. I've been back a year. I'm going to speak very quickly. I don't hear too much about the fact that this development is upland of the Byram Reservoir and the Byram River. And it's really all about flood control, flood management, systems control, and whether LID regulations are being followed in the town of Greenwich, to be honest with you. It's not about cost or really about landscaping or planting trees unless it's for the absorption of the water and the rain that goes downstream into the neighborhoods of Pembroke. So I leave the question of the proper soil and testing and oversight that may be required from not only the EPA, but what's called the Army Corps of Engineers. You are at a point of the Byram River, the most flooded and studied river probably in Connecticut. And not only is Rybrook involved in it, which is the New York State side, but the Army Corps, which is trying to manage the flood zone that this project is just on top of. I did send you maps of the most recent town watershed and wetlands 4-color map. Did you, I assume you all have received that.
We all
I will
have it,
even-
Mr. Quigley, yes.
That's great. We'll take a look at where this development is. I was and plan to speak to 8030G if I'm still alive at night here, because to the issue of the G30, 830G, Greenwich, if not Fairfield County, is in actually a floodplain between the watersheds, the waterways, the wetlands, the FEMA flood zones. You are trying to manage regulations and what is appearing to be overdevelopment due to the extreme flooding and lack of proper stormwater management in town. So you've got to really be careful about that. But recently, to those that are concerned about history, I learned last month, December, in the flood and erosion control, that they've been using FEMA flood maps from the year 1987. That is 40 years of what's gone on with global warming and development in the town of Greenwich. Now, I may be wrong. I'm just a citizen back. I'm a student of this whole issue of environmental management and flood control. But if that's true, if you're using a map that is in 1987, that's 40 years ago. It probably has been updated, but I don't know updated to whom, for which you're making application approvals and regulations when you're not taking into account the development that's occurring here and what I would consider, not being an expert, as a floodplain. Greenwich is a floodplain, as is Fairfield County. 830G is definitely burden of proof, is impacting the flood safety, the health, the lifestyle, the traffic of everything when it rains 1 inch of rainwater in 1 or 2
Time,
hours.
Mr. Quigley, time. Mr.
Thank you
McRae,
very
did you
Yes,
have
Mr.
a question?
Mr. Quigley, you aware of the drainage plan that we just discussed? That the water is actually being retained on site, and that if at any time there's any overflow, it winds up into the town's sewer, town's drainage system down the street. Also, I believe the flood FEMA maps that we use to date are from 2013. Ms. Kolkowski and Mr. Laurel, I think those are that's the date.
Yes, that's the correct date for Greenwich right now.
Could be.
Until
And I
new
would-
maps, there are new maps coming out shortly.
Yeah,
We
let me
used-
back into,
Okay.
if I can,
all right.
am I going to respond, or do you just want to talk? Go ahead.
Mr. Quigley, yeah, go ahead. If you can respond, since the commissioner asked you a question.
I've been studying that issue for 15 years. That's not a 2 or 3 minute conversation. Systems that are used, full tech systems, do not do the job. Clearly, they've been being put in for the last 15 or 20 years. And if LID is not appropriate, probably not in that area because of its closeness to the Byram River, any system you're purporting isn't going to contain what's going to be downriver flooding. 2, I was told, asked the question, it's on the record, in the FECB meeting in December, that they had been using 19 maps from 1987. Now, maybe they were updated 10 years or 12 years ago, which is fine. I'm only bringing forth a question and an answer that I received on the record about 30 days ago. So my point is this: you should be following the flood, the wetlands, the water courses to determine how and where you want to approve applications. Clearly, MIs at the schools where you've got environmental issues from a history of landfill, a 30-year history of poor landfill at municipal improvement sites at the schools. Thank you very much. I won't burden you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Quigley. Okay, now, just quickly, Adele Rota. Adele, I think I'm pronouncing your name correctly. I've tried to promote you several times and you are declining. Simi, I've tried to promote you several times and you're declining. I will try again, but if you have trouble getting into the meetings, please let us know. And in the future, we will make accommodations for you to help you with Zoom so that you can participate. Mr. DeMarco, if you would go ahead. Oh, there she goes. Good job. Okay, everybody's in. Great. Mr.
Can you
DeMarco.
hear? Madam Chair, if you want to take Adele Rota first.
Okay, perfect.
go
Ms.
ahead.
Rota, you have been given first place by Mr. DeMarco. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vince. And I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was being let in. I would like to echo the comments made by Mr. Quigley. And I would also like to add concerns about traffic and safety. I understand that the data provided is based on national averages. And I don't know if I'm allowed to pose a question to Mr. Pecora and his team.
You asked
But I-
me that the process is you ask me the question and then I tell Mr. Pecora to answer you.
Okay, Madam Chairwoman, is it reasonable to ask how many people are living in the one-bedroom units of the two prior approved projects? And that I think would give us a
I'm
better,
sorry, what is your question? How many people are currently living in that property?
in those properties, in the
In what-
one-bedroom units,
That he's already developed?
correct?
Yes, I think he'd be glad to answer that. Mr. Smith, and then what's your follow-on question? Ms. Roto?
And yeah, I guess I didn't hear how things like the fire trucks and delivery trucks and such would be dealt with. I find it hard to believe that those units are going to be occupied by one person.
Well, okay, but the fire trucks, what they showed us was a chart of the turning radiuses
Yes,
on the property, which says that they will fit on site and
with
that
cars
they-
parked.
Right, that they met the requirements. It
good.
looked tough with cars parked. In terms of whether or not one person lives in a one-bedroom, that is not up to us to regulate. It's you build a one-bedroom and
I
then,
understand that,
Yep.
but I think
Yes,
that
ma'am.
that does have a clear impact on the amount of traffic. And I
Yes.
think for people to get a sense of what the reality is, I'd like
Perfect.
to know what the reality is in those other complexes.
Okay, that's a great question. Okay, so we will answer that and Mr. Canning is using, so that I think you heard us say there's a book that
Yes,
says that for engineers, that tells them what to do, and that's what he was referring to, but I think that's a great question. Anything
and
else? Yeah.
yes, and that book is national. We are in a
Yes.
heavily populated area, considered a suburb of New York City.
Yes,
And I think that, I hope that that book takes into some consideration for that. When you're talking on a national average, it's not like Peoria.
no, I believe it does not. I believe it's national only, but we will have Mr. Canning answer that. So you guys have two questions to address. Anything else?
I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming into the meeting. And now from Mr. DeMarco and then followed by Simi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So those answers aren't, those questions aren't going to be answered first now.
No, we weren't going to. We were going to get all the
Okay.
questions
All
and
right, well,
have the applicant answer them.
Let me tag on to the one of those questions then. I've heard now a couple of things said about how the sight lines will be improved, how garbage and service trucks will be able to fit on the property, along with all of the other cars that may be in their parking spaces, all at one time. However, I haven't heard how traffic will actually operate on site. In other words, the traffic flow. Let's suppose someone's or two people want to get out of that driveway at the same time as a service truck is coming in, or a service truck is actually in there, and another service truck comes, which leads to the concern that I had, which I expressed in an email, is the setbacks for that property. It's a local road, as opposed to the other 830G properties that Mr. Pecora has built, which are not on local roads. And I expressed my experience in riding a bicycle on on all of those roads in front of those properties. The difference that I feel as a cyclist, it feels very unsafe going up the hill northbound on Pemberwick Road past that property on a bicycle. Even in a car, this feels a little unsafe because you have a blind curve coming southbound. So you're already feeling the pressure there. And it makes it worse because it's a narrow road. It doesn't really have a lot of space there. Sidewalk on one side only in that area, as opposed to the other projects, the 830G projects, which are on wider roads, in some cases having parking, enough space for parking, as well as pull off in case someone can't get in the driveway right away, may need to wait to get in. So that was my concern about the setbacks for the property as well as the driveway, to be able to have that space there that doesn't cause, let's say, a cyclist or even a pedestrian walking on the sidewalk to feel that, a little bit of panic there when there's traffic. You're going up a hill, a cyclist isn't going to want to stop or can't stop safely.
Okay.
So that's a safety concern that I feel that needs to be considered. All users need to be considered, not just vehicles.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. DeMarco. We will, so Mr. Canning, you've got that, right? All right. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Simi. If you would go ahead, ma'am, and unmute. I think it's a ma'am. Not totally sure. Simi? If you would unmute. If not, I'll turn to Deborah Botticelli. Simi? All right, I'm gonna go to Deborah Botticelli. Deborah, Ms. Botticelli, if you would unmute.
Hi.
Hi.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. So I do live across the street on Pemberwick Road, and the traffic that goes by now, I swear they're going 50, 60 miles an hour. So we have a difference in terms of Orchard Street and Hamilton Avenue. We're not near schools.
Yep.
It's, I don't see how this is going to work with 10 to 20 vehicles coming in and out of that small entry, especially when it comes to emergency vehicles coming in and out. This just doesn't make any sense because, I mean, I look across the street, I see people trying to come in and out of their driveways, go through that sidewalk to make sure you're not hitting kids on scooters, on bikes. It's a raceway. There's no stopping the traffic. So it's very different in terms of the other projects, and the line of sight is not good. You can't see what's coming over the hill. So me leaving my driveway, this is going to change things a lot, trying to figure out how to maneuver in and out with, I think you said almost 60 different new trips or additional trips a day. So the traffic is a problem. I don't understand what's happening with the sprinklers and the ability to fight fires. I don't believe that there has been a request for how to fight fires in terms of where's the fire hydrant? What happens if there's a fire there?
Well, we're going to talk about that the next time they come back. So hold that thought.
So that's one thing. Also, in terms of the environment and the impervious space, we're going from 2160 to practically the entire lot, 12,000 square feet. And the proposal for a pervious parking lot, that is not proven out. There could be cracks, there could be uneven drainage rates. It's hard to get a reliable product. And that's been, out there in terms of reports for these porous, quote unquote, parking lots. How do we know that that is going to actually work? The drainage going potentially into the street, in a flood zone, not to mention all of the, I'm concerned about the drilling and the getting rid of all of that ledge, how that's going to affect our neighborhood. We already know, we've been hearing about the fact that this is a flood zone, a serious, disastrous can't get that out right, flood zone. So there's just so many topics about this that just don't seem to make sense. And I'm very uncomfortable. So I just want to end on that.
Thank you very much, Ms. Botticelli. Perfectly timed. All right, Simi, can you unmute? All right, looks like not yet. Patricia Adams, if you would go ahead.
Hello?
Hi, you're perfect.
Hi, thank you very much. I am a 27-year resident in Glenville, and I've spoken with many residents and neighbors, so I want to share some of the feedback that I've gotten from people. First of all, as I mentioned in the previous call, the removal of the 20+ mature trees exacerbates, pardon me?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
Go
it
ahead.
exacerbates an existing heat sink problem that the POCD on page 48 has identified as needed in this high-risk area. This whole neighborhood is considered high risk. So the loss of even 1/3 of an acre of trees is significant to this community. So will 4 to 5 trees in the landscape plan compensate for this? Has Dr. Kramer reviewed the landscape plan? I'd like to see his impression of the tree removal. And the lack of green space is especially concerning, given this is a busy roadway. And I'd like to add the obvious here that trees are essential to reducing the downhill flooding. So when it comes to the stormwater, the catchment area that's been described in the documentation supports a 25-year storm, which has a 4% chance of occurring annually. However, in the past 12 months, we've had several such events, and the current storm, which we're experiencing right now, is expected to give us 2.55 inches of rain. So is that stormwater catchment basin going to become a breeding ground for mosquitoes? We already have West Nile virus in our town. Are we going to purposely put it into a neighborhood with a catch basin system? And then the stormwater runoff is going to create an icy road condition. Even if it goes into the sewer drains, are those sewer drains emptying into the Byram River? Or are they going to a wastewater treatment plant? A couple of years ago, the town went around and removed all of that. So I'd like to also have Joe Lasella review these plans and the proposal for safe entry and exit because of the flooding, but also that there is a history of sinkholes at the bottom of Deep Gorge, near Arch and Bloom, and over at 200 Pemberwick, where the dam is located. And one other point that I have not seen any mention of, the building age was mentioned as being built in 1880. And I'm wondering, has anybody looked at lead and asbestos testing? I saw the plans indicated that the building was going to be
Let me
removed
just go
today.
ahead and answer that. Time's up anyway. Just so quickly on asbestos removal, Mr. Pecora is required to follow. All developers are required anytime that there's asbestos or lead in a building. There's a protocol that must be followed under the code, under state statutes, and they have to do that. In fact, so just so you know, it applies everywhere. You'll chuckle to know that in town hall, we just remodeled the planning and zoning department and we had to do all the same stuff. So, boom. As regard to again, and I mentioned this in the beginning, the state law on affordable housing, and I'm taking the time to explain this to people because it's so important, does not address a general impact on the environment unless it is an immediate threat to life and health. you and I subscribe to the notion that access to green and offsetting heat island are as important health benefits, but it is not considered sufficient under the state law when it applies to affordable housing. And so much as I bemoan the tree loss and Mr. Pecora is replacing some, there's not much we can do. Those are the two key things I wanted to say to you, but do come back because I've heard you speak before and I know you're very conscious of environmental issues. They're going to return. You'll see it on the agenda. I'll make sure I share it or Patrick will share it. So, but thank you very much for speaking. Okay, with that, our next speaker is Eileen Zawatsky, and that's the last one.
Hi, good evening.
Hello, we've got you perfectly.
Great. I own the house across the street, number 222, Pemberwick, and I know the neighborhood very well. I'm appreciative that Mr. Pecora is going to address the sight lines because that was one of my concerns. It's very dangerous right where that entry to the property is positioned. And I think there could be quite a few accidents if that isn't addressed. One of my other concerns is the parking, and I know there's only so much you can do, but in that neighborhood, there is no street parking. There are no public parking lots anywhere near there. And unlike some of Mr. Pecora's other projects, there is no public transportation that is close by.
Right.
So my fear is that the parking is going to be inadequate for the tenants, and there's going to be some kind of overflow. Where they're going to park, I don't know, but if they are trying to park on the street or trying to park alongside, you know, some of the turnoffs there, that it's going to cause accidents, and that will be a safety issue. So I don't know if there's anything you can do about increasing the parking that's needed there, but it's going to be a problem. I can see it coming.
Well, you can't have a party, right?
Yeah, you know, somebody wants to have their house cleaned, if somebody wants to have a friend over, if there's delivery vehicles, there's just no room for them. So
But
I'm not
so you know, Ms. Zawatsky, I don't know if you saw this on the chart that Mr. Canning put up. They're actually providing more parking than state law would have us do. Greenwich opted out of state law on parking mandates for multifamily housing because we didn't think it was generous enough. We thought we were reasonable and we wanted the opportunity to rethink it over time. State law only requires multifamily housing to provide one parking space for a one-bedroom apartment. And Greenwich did not think that was enough because you can't have anybody over. If everybody's home, you can't have anybody over. And if you're on a busy street, where are they going to go?
And
that was,
also, I know you can't discriminate based on, you know, somebody's married. If there's two people that want to live in a one-bedroom apartment, you can't discriminate for that reason. And so 10 units could mean 20 people and could mean 20 cars. So unless in his lease, he can restrict the parking to one assigned parking spot per unit, then you're going to have a problem.
Okay. Come back at the next meeting. Thank you. There is, I thought we were done, but we got two more people who've raised their hands. On an iPhone is Ben, if you would go ahead. And then, yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Albin. I'm a resident of Greenwich, live off Deep Gorge Road. I echo many of the sentiments of the residents concerning traffic safety, as well as perhaps fire safety. And I see that there's going to be a shortfall in the parking plan to accommodate perhaps additional residents that are living in their cars. If you go to Concord Street and you try to get a fire truck up that street, it's just impossible. It's just too narrow. You couldn't get a big truck up there. And where are the cars going to go? Are they going to go onto benders? Just a question.
Okay, that's a great question. Mr. Canning, you took note, right?
The other question to your traffic individual is, which many people have already brought forth, is deliveries by FedEx and Amazon and other package delivery, as well as parcels and food deliveries, etc. I mean, on my doorstep, as well as many, I have 5 packages a day, if not more, and there are trucks everywhere. I'm a convenience guy. So how are you going to deal with all those trucks going in and out? And it's not uncommon to see FedEx, Amazon, and another DoorDash delivery guy on the street at the same time. It's a very, very busy street. And to add to that, you have, to somebody else talked about, with line of sight. That is a steep pitch. And if a truck is blocking either the northbound or southbound view, somebody's going to die when they're coming around the corner or coming around that vehicle. Also to that point is Pecora wanted to know about Aquarian water due to the pitch of the water delivery to the fire hydrant. I think we need some clarity to that to be able to deliver to the fire system.
We're gonna ask. We're gonna hear that the next time. So you will receive notice. You just make sure you're tracking us, and we're gonna talk more about. He's gonna talk to Aquarian, and we're gonna explore that, because we can't approve this without fire safety.
Correct. And look, I understand that affordable housing is important in Greenwich, but it seems that there's exclusions in many developments, like the King Street development right now. They're not putting it in, but they're writing a big check, and they're going to say, we're going to support it. So I'm concerned about R7 changing over to multifamily housing as an individual who owns a piece of property, and then anybody can change it. So, where does it begin? Where does it end? And perhaps you can address that.
Okay, well, that's up to the commission. The development, it's been approved. It's on a preliminary approval right now, that development, American Can. They were not required under our regulations to have any below market housing, and they offered to give us funds towards affordable housing, but they are not required under any regulation or state law to provide it.
Okay.
So some towns have that requirement that you got to pay them. We've never done that.
Well, thank you for the clarification, but that's after they went from like 600 units to 400 units to 300 units, and they put a little bit of like spice into the discussion.
Yeah, and that's what you have us. That's why we volunteer on the commission, because our job is to try to get
thank you very
somebody.
much for all your hard work and efforts.
Great, thank you, sir, very much. Now, I see that people are back who have spoken before. If you would send us an email or just come back to the next meeting. The only question is, I believe that Mr. Rhoda might want to still speak as being different from Ms. Rhoda. But otherwise, if you would lower your hand, if it's still Ms. Rhoda, and come back at the next meeting. I guess it's Mr. Rhoda. Okay.
Yeah, can you
Go
hear me?
ahead. Yep, I gotcha. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm echoing mostly what everyone else has said against this project, but I want to talk about something that I don't think has been brought up yet, and it's the fact that it's a traffic issue. So I'm imagining that if you're coming out of the parking lot of that development and you're making a left-hand turn to go down Pembroke Road to go to Post Road or 95, you're taking your life in your hands, because it's been statistically proven that most people's accidents occur when they make a left-hand turn into traffic. So I would consider this a threat to life and health. I really would. And I also think that it's very naive to think that if you're offering 10 units of one bedroom, that young people aren't going to double up to make the rent less arduous for them, and you're gonna have 2 cars. So I can't believe how naive some people could think that 1 unit isn't gonna have 2 cars. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate your comments. All right, okay, that's it for the public comment. There's a comment that I'd like to make for everybody, which is this question of people exceeding speed limits in town is troubling us a great deal. And we are talking to DPW and we are talking to our traffic consultant about, and we're talking to all the neighborhoods about how it can be acted on. It is a nationwide problem right now. Vehicle fatalities, motor vehicle fatality rates per mile traveled is at a record high. And everybody in the country is struggling with it post-pandemic, including Greenwich. And we are working to solve that. We've been talking to the first selectman and we have some ideas. So hopefully we will be able to make progress, but it's about changing the mindset. And it's about looking down at the speedometer. And when you're going 35 in a 20-mile-an-hour zone, you're part of the problem. Okay. Oh, were you timing me, Patrick? Well deserved. All right, Mr. Canning, Mr. Smith, Mr. Pecora, do you want to answer some of the questions that were raised now, or there's a couple you can, go ahead.
I think that there's some straightforward ones, but I do think it would make for a better response, more comprehensive response, Madam Chairwoman, if we pull together the questions that we've just heard from the public, which are all good ones, and more important, and is equally, we've heard some questions and requests from the commission and staff as well. So I think what we'd like to do is, with the permission of the chair, is I presume the meeting was going to be continued anyways. There's some additional information that we're waiting on, the commission's waiting on, and it'll give us time.
Well, you need to sign off the drainage sign off, and we want to address the fire safety issue. Those are huge right now. Okay, so how about the straightforward questions?
I don't, Mr. Canning can respond to a couple of them. I think much of, again, I think if we have time to just pull together a comprehensive response, that might serve everybody better, and possibly even have something in writing, but if not, we would have certainly an outline for the commission for the next meeting.
Mr. Pecora, did you have any comments?
John, is that fair? I think we were best to do it that way.
So, I mean, Mr. Pecora has the information on the number of tenants in his 1-bedroom units and the number of cars, and I don't want to give an answer off the cuff and then be wrong. So I'd rather take my time and give an accurate answer if that's not a problem.
Okay. All right. Mr. Pecora, did you want to say anything to the comments? No. Okay. All right. Well, you know what they are. It's not a safety issue, but it is an interesting question. One of the things that intrigues me always is the vehicle deliveries. I watch folks struggle getting in and out of parking lots with, as Ben, whose last name I don't know, pointed out. It is. Okay. Mr. Smith, do you want to close, or can we just ask the commission if they have any other questions or comments, and we will continue this?
More than happy, Madam Chairwoman, for the record, Chris Smith, more than happy to take any further questions or comments from the commission. And I presume this would be continued to your next regularly scheduled meeting, the 23rd of January.
Only if the boss says there's room on the agenda.
Yeah, it would really be dependent upon getting materials at the end of this week. So for the next meeting. So
only for notice purposes. That was the main reason for asking Patrick. Otherwise,
well, I mean, notice we're fine. But again, it's if the other agencies and staff don't have time to review revised material, it's not good time management to have them come back to the meeting. So I just, I think Miss Joe and your team can get together and figure out how quickly they can respond to everything, and if we can get it going, we're happy to include you.
Ideally, You would be, I mean, really, realistically, you'd be wasting your time to come here without having addressed the fire issue. I mean, I'm sure that Mr. Pecora would be thrilled to spend the evening with all of us again, but unless you have the Aquarian thing resolved, he said it's a no-go for him if he doesn't. So he needs to do that. The second thing is if he can get a sign off from DPW, he's in great shape. The rest of the stuff are things that we can ask, as you know, Mr. Smith, modifications that don't affect the economics of the developer, we can just ask for in the decision and you could go ahead with that. So the key thing is that now you've got some traffic questions that are mostly to get the neighbors help get some perspective on it. We know there's a safety issue in the United States right now. We know that, but it's not a proven, and I think Patrick and Tracy, if we could get just double check accident data in that vicinity. I don't know that we've done that. We can get that from GPD.
I'm sure Mr. Canning has asked, but we can double check.
I believe he said he
Well-
had not. So, and plus, as Mr. Pecora said, he doesn't want to pay for it unless I come up with a safety issue, right?
Well, just for the record, I think that's something we can look into.
Okay, it's just a safety issue. The vehicle turning radius is just, kept getting raised. Again, that does just the question of people crashing into each other. But, okay, all right, so anybody?
Just for clarity.
Yes, sir.
The only two things that we really are needing for you to make a decision on this application is a revised civil plan,
Right?
DPW, and the Aquarian will serve letter.
Yeah, we just said that. Were you?
I just want to make sure that.
I
I'm
just wanted to make sure I wasn't married to you. So I'm gonna
Well,
repeat that.
I would double clarify if I may, Madam Chair, that we need that revised material and we also need a sign off from the agencies that review that. So it's
Yeah.
not just receipt, it's review as well.
So you've got some critical sign-offs here. You've got some questions that would help the public get its mind around, get its brain around it. You've got some critical questions, health and safety, that we want you to address. You've said it yourself. You don't want to move forward without it. And then just in case you didn't hear me say it the first time, there's a lot that we can just ask you to do in a decision letter, as long as we're not impacting your economics.
Well, that's why I raised that's why I asked the
Right.
question, because.
So we could just make a decision but there are things, while we're doing this, I think it's important to get projects that folks can live with and to help get people to see what it's going to be like, et cetera. Okay, so we're done?
I just
Madam
wanted
Chair,
to-
if I can, I just from a legal notice compliance, I was only asking because in theory, we should announce at this meeting when it's going to be continued to and the time. So I was just trying to clarify that so that was done. And Mr. Pecora, if you don't think we're going to be able to meet the 23rd, because it could always go on the 23rd and then be continued, then we should probably announce for the meeting thereafter.
Can you show me, can you send Patrick the court case that says that we have to announce when we're going to hear an application? Because we
All this
often,
free legal advice that I'm doing.
no, but
I'll
you're
look into that.
demanding it of us, Mr. Smith. And if you are putting a demand on us, Mr. Smith, you better put your money where your mouth is. I'm not asking you for free legal advice, but if you're insisting that we give you a date when we continue something, I'd like to see the case law on it.
Well, I will look into that.
Thank
It's
you,
my
sir.
understanding that when it's continued, that usually you announce it at the time of the
Okay.
public hearing. Otherwise, you'd have to renotice it in the newspaper. So
Well, we
that's-
do
We're not at the
renotice
public
it.
hearing, Mr. Smith.
We're
and
not in the public
and-
hearing. We're at a regular meeting, not in a public hearing. This is not part of the public hearing. This is a regular meeting. We closed the public hearing already.
My misunderstanding that we were not in a public hearing on this.
Yes,
on
sir.
the,
Okay,
final
all
site
right.
plan.
So clawed back then. We're not, it's a regular. And that's why also your other tip off for that was that I wasn't making people give me the last name. Because I don't need them for the record necessarily. Okay,
Which is
There-
why Ben is Ben iPhone. Yes, I understood that. Thank you.
okay, all right, so we're good. It has never been our practice so that was why I reacted. Okay, we will see you guys when you come back.
Again,
All
thank
right.
you, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All righty. Is anybody hungry? I'm hungry.
No, why would we be hungry?
Okay, 7:54, 8:14. We have 2 more applications and then the decisions. One application may be long. So it's only a discussion item, but we should be fresh and not hungry. All right, we'll see you guys. Oh, make that 8:15. Is that right? Yes, 8:15. Give me that extra minute. Bye.
Chip, forgive me. What presentation and who's presenting?
There you go. So I've got this is Heinz, right? And I've got this is West Putnam Avenue development for 6-110.
Yeah, no, but you were going to maybe modify a presentation or whatever and all that stuff earlier. You sent an
Oh,
email.
you know what? What I'll do is, so Grant Jaber from Heinz is going to present various slides. He's not going to, I think, present the 5 slides we added. He's only going to present the slides you already have. There's a couple edits that I made on those. I'll submit those tomorrow for you. But they're minor, as I said. It's just like putting in the fact that we're going for not only special permit, but also site plan, putting in the fact that the aerial shown is actually the proposed merged lots, not what's existing now as boundaries. And I think that was really it. The minor stuff, Pat. I'll submit it tomorrow.
Okay. So,
Okay.
and great, but who has that presentation? Grant.
So Grant, and if you could let him screen share, he'll be the one that'll be presenting. And then Eric Zambell from Granoff will be, if you could promote him too, that'd be great. And that'd only be for questions that they have about architecture, et cetera, which I don't think they probably will on a pre-app, but.
Okay.
Thanks, Pat.
Evening, Grant. Happy New Year, everybody, too, by the way.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Pat. I was a little nervous about tonight because I'm actually at home. I usually do it from the office, but my wife is flying into JFK at the moment. She's late because of the storm. And I didn't want to leave the dog home alone for too long. So I hot-footed it out here and I said, God, I hope I can get a decent connection. So here I am.
Well, hopefully we're not going to make you late for pickup here, but I guess you control that part of it, right?
My wife's got a car ride home. I just have the dog here. So.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Hey, Patrick, I am here, but I'm in the dark, so I'm gonna leave the video off because I've got about 10 little flashlights around me.
That's fine.
Sorry, the generator is not instant on in this house.
It's okay.
But
Well,
no,
where
Where
we
are
had
you,
a
Tracy? You in
wedding.
Wilton?
We
In
saw
Reading.
we saw the I live on a circle street and we saw a transformer blow up. So
Oof.
You're in Reading?
I'm in Reading. We lose we lose power every time it gets this windy. So this was not a surprise. I actually saved the file onto a second computer just in case, but I can't promise I can have them to you by 7:30 tomorrow morning, Patrick. We'll see.
We'll just go on your annual review. That's it.
All right. Dock me for it.
Could not stop the weather from breaking the power to her house. So
Oh,
But
she's off.
did not
So
make you yeah, I'm in the dark with flashlights, so I'm gonna turn my video off so you all are not watching this craziness.
oh no, you know what? You're on your cell phone?
No, my son, the computer science major, somehow is using my phone as a hotspot, so I'm using my personal laptop. The town laptop is out. It
Got
can't.
it.
The box that I connect with the town
Got
that
it.
won't work right now.
Because when we did a power outage meeting, I did it on my phone in the dark, and the phone lights you. I don't know how it does it, but it knew it looked normal.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
So
it's somehow working as a hotspot right now. So
all right. So
All right.
moving
but I'm
right
gonna turn
along.
the video off because I'm not doing this creepiness on you.
It does look really weird, doesn't it? Okay. All right. So getting us out of here before anybody else loses power. We now go to the discussion items. And the first one is A, Heinz Interest Limited Partnership, which is a 6110 application for what I believe is, although it's noticed as a 95 unit building, is now an 84 unit building at 0 and 345 West Putnam, 37 Oak Street, and 26 Hemlock Drive in the GB and RA1 zones. And with that, Monsieur Haslam.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Chip Haslam for the applicant. I have Grant Jaber with me too tonight, who's principal at Heinz, and I've asked him to be promoted. Grant's going to go through some
He's
slides.
here.
that he
If you can't see him, he's here.
Okay, yeah, I can only see you for some reason. I'm not sure why.
Oh,
but
you've got to switch on the settings. You've got to switch yourself to gallery view.
All right, I'm on a jerry-rigged system at home because I'm watching the dog, as I said earlier, when my wife flies into JFK. So
okay,
let's see. I don't see it, but let's just continue on.
This is very homey here tonight. Go ahead, Mr. Haslam.
Okay, thank you. And also with me is Eric Zambell from Grant Architects. You know Eric from past applications. He'll be willing to chime in on anything that you wish to have a response with regard to architectural matters. There's actually 6 lots involved here. 4 of them are fairly small. They provide really access to West Putnam Avenue, little rectangles. And then there's 2 larger lots. There's 37 Oak, which currently is occupied by a single family residence, and that's about 2.5 acres. And there's 26 Hemlock, which is currently occupied by the Post Road Iron Works, and that's about 2.2 acres. The Post Road Iron Works property is a non-conforming use currently in the RA1 zone, and hopefully we'll get you a site visit like was requested, so that you might actually see the property this time. It is a very, very non-conforming use when you go and see it. The idea is to rezone the Ironworks lot and a portion of the 37 Oak lot from RA1 to the GB zone. And this would allow us then to exercise 6-110 and build what we currently are proposing, which we've reduced the number, as you indicated, from what we filed after conversations with neighbors, to 84 units of housing, of which 27% will be moderate and affordable units under the 6-110 regs. It will require, among other things, lot line revision, a zone change, as I indicated, from RA1 to GB, and site plan and special permit approval from the commission. And that's our intent, to actually go through the process with those 3 matters, really one after the other, all the way through. That's our intention at this time. It's kind of an ironic situation because what we're taking is a residentially zoned property with a very non-conforming industrial use on it, then converting it to a business zone so that we can actually have a residential use there, which is much more conforming with the neighborhood, and hopefully will create a transition from the commercial areas of the Post Road back to the Hemlock and Oak Street residential properties. So with that, I'll call on Grant to go through the presentation, and I'll turn it over to him.
Thanks, Chip. I appreciate it. And thanks, Madam Chair and members of the commission. We appreciate, everybody at Heinz appreciates your time tonight. I know this site has a long history, and we're hoping to be a good part of that history at the end of the day. So if I can, I'd like to run through a short presentation. I'll try not to take more than 5 to 7 minutes if I run through it quickly. Please interrupt me if you have questions along the way. I'm hoping this turns into a discussion. I just wanted to talk a little bit about Heinz, about our company, about the founder, and what we want to do with the site going forward. So I'm going to share my screen now and move on. Can everybody see my screen? Oh,
yes.
Okay, great. As Chip mentioned, we're talking about 345 West Putnam Avenue and various sites in the area. It's the home of the Post Road Iron Works to date. Heinz is, there you go. Sorry, I have a little delay. Heinz is a privately owned real estate company started by Gerald Heinz in 1957. Mr. Heinz passed away roughly 3 years ago. It remains a private development company. His son Jeff and granddaughter Laura currently are co-CEOs of the company. So we're in our third generation of being a private company. We operate in 30 countries across the globe. We have just shy of 5,000 employees, and we've been in business for 66 years now. We operate, close to 96 billion of assets under management, and we've developed close to 400 million square feet of buildings across the globe. You may know Heinz as a large office developer, spanning, developing city-defining trophy buildings in city centers. We just finished One Vanderbilt in New York City not too long ago, and we're finishing up One Madison Avenue in New York as well. Right after the Great Recession, we really started to diversify our product offerings that we developed and manage across the country. And we got into developing residential and housing and hotels and retails and industrial buildings in earnest across the country and the globe. And this allowed us to not be married to one product sector and the ebbs and flows and the economic cycles that go along with that sector. So or that product type. So we diversified, and we've been quite successful from the previous recession. We really do fancy ourselves as a developer that sets a high bar for quality and design of buildings. You don't have to take my word for it. I think if you Google Gerald Heinz, you'll see many quotes from world-renowned architects singing his praises. He spent a significant amount of time on getting the design right and building buildings that will stand the test of time, not only architecturally, but from a sustainability standpoint. We've been ahead of the curve on sustainability since our inception, and we continue to be. We just finished what we're calling is the greenest building in New York City at 555 Greenwich Avenue. It's got a geothermal heating and cooling system, as well as a radiant heating slab to reduce carbon emissions and our reliance on fossil fuels. So we're really proud of that. We did that with Cook Fox Architects, who's also designing the Google campus right now in New York City as well, right across the street from 555 Greenwich. But anyways, these are three projects that I wanted to highlight tonight. One is the first one is a condominium project in Sleepy Hollow, New York, that's actually under construction. Cook Fox Architects is doing that with Heinz. We started pre-selling the units, and we're setting a high watermark for sales in Westchester County right now with respect to condominiums. It's a 100-unit condominium building on the Hudson River. We also just finished last year a senior housing community, a high-end senior housing community at East 56th Street in Manhattan with Sunrise. And it's operating right now. We're very proud of that. And we did that with Slice Architects. And on the right, one of Mr. Heinz's projects was the development of Aspen Highland Village at the base of Aspen Mountain. It's a mixed-use retail and residential community, and I just wanted to highlight what we can do with a 4-story structure in a beautiful setting, obviously. Heinz has been in Greenwich for 20 years. You may not know that, but we property manage and own some of these buildings. So we property manage right now 55 Railroad Avenue, 200 Greenwich Avenue, and 3 Pickwick Plaza. And we're part of the ownership of 33 Benedict Place as well. We've done redevelopments, major redevelopment projects in 2 of these buildings at 55 Railroad Avenue and 33 Benedict Place. We're very proud to be here. Many of our executives within Hines have lived in Greenwich. A couple of the folks on the call with me today, team members, grew up in Greenwich and were raised in Greenwich. So we know Greenwich, we've been part of the community for 20 years, and we're going to hopefully expand on that with 345 West Putnam. We've been at this with your staff and the community since March of 2023. At this, I mean, involved with 345 West Putnam. My first call with the planning department with Mr. LaRoe was March 9th, and we've met with his staff as well as members of the Environmental Affairs Agency 5 times. In addition, after we filed our initial pre-application in November of last year, we received some outreach from the neighborhood, a representative from the neighborhood, and we met with him twice, once in November and once in December. There are some changes to the development plan from when we initially submitted our pre-application, and those changes were really in response to some of the neighborhood concerns, and I'll go over those in a slide or two, the exact changes we made. When we started the process with Pat on March 9th, we presented a plan with 130 units, 131 units to be exact. Through discussions with him and Miss Evans, Elizabeth Evans from the Wetlands Office, we scaled it back to 95 units. Our original plan was 130 units on a 5-acre parcel, and today you're reviewing an 84-unit plan on a 3.2-acre parcel. So we not only reduced the size and density of the development, but we reduced the developed area as well. This is the site, an aerial of the site with the existing steel plant on it. You can see it's mostly asphalt and a number of buildings across the property. Uh-oh.
That's all right. So that's a good study. Did you guys listen in? Were you able to listen in to the briefing session yesterday, Mr. Jaber?
I did, yes.
Okay, so you know where the commission came out. I probably don't know as well because I just know what the notes were from the meeting. We were a little confused, I think all of us, because we didn't realize that your presentation had the 84 units and the staff report was based on the 95. Do you guys on the commission want to summarize real fast what your key concerns were yesterday at the briefing? Dennis, go ahead. Because I think if I was to tell you, Mr. Jaber, before they start, we worry so much about protecting this community in terms of its, and I think you'd be with us on this, about protecting its grand list, its real estate appraisals, its value. It's part of the reason we exist, a great part. And so we're probably all of our comments are going to focus on how does this fit in and what does it do for surrounding property values and the community. So Dennis, who, if you will go ahead. Go, Dennis.
Yeah, okay. I am very familiar with Gerald Hines. I was a partner at Leventhal, and at Deloitte, I ran the real estate practice. You were clients. I know Ken Hubbard. I've met Jeff. I met Gerald. But that said, I think what we were saying yesterday is this site has gone through a number of proposals. The last one, there was a major inland waterways, wetlands, and it dealt with drainage and storm flow. And it's a huge issue in that area. Your project is more concentrated. And, you know, we would love to get into understand how deeply you've looked at the runoff, the drainage, because inland waterways actually denied it. They appealed it and they won. we never got to that point. Our biggest concern is sewers, which is still a concern. It's fewer units, a lot fewer. So that's very helpful. We were concerned about the number, I think it was 355 at one point. So sewer would be, the logical second major topic to take a look at. Then you get into the whole landscaping, and I see you provided some initial plans there, and there was a lot of discussion because it gets into number 4, which are the neighbors. I'm sure you've read, and you said you met with them. They're very concerned about having a medium-rise apartment in their backyard. So you got to go deal with that. I don't know. I'm sure I'm missing something else, but those are the major things that start coming up. I don't know. Does anybody else want to add to that?
Go ahead, guys.
You want me to respond, or do you want me to wait?
No, hold on a second. What
I think that's pretty much what we were talking about
Yeah.
yesterday. Dennis kind of
Yeah.
covered it all. I think there's a lot of different moving parts on this. It was the 3 separate applications, but as a beginning, that's a good place to start to kind of adjust
Yeah.
those issues.
And
So I'll
go ahead, Mr. Jaber.
I'll try to take them one by one, and if I miss
Okay.
something or get off track, just get me back on track. But the previous application was across, and can you see my cursor? 5
Yes.
acres across this whole parcel here, leading out to Oak Street. And it had a coverage, a lot coverage, which means buildings and roads, of about 74%. You could look that up in the old application. Our lot coverage, our proposed lot coverage, is 45% of our 3.2 acres. So we're talking about a previous application with 74% coverage of impervious surface to where we're 45%. Our FAR is 0.9, and the previous FAR of the 352 units was 1.82, so roughly double. So we're a lot less dense, and we're covering a lot less real estate. In addition to that, with respect to stormwater, we are actually reducing the amount of impervious surface from the current existing conditions by 21%. So the current existing conditions, it's really just a paved asphalt lot with a couple of buildings, and we are providing more green space with our development plan, which of course will reduce stormwater runoff and be an overall benefit from what's there currently. I think a redevelopment of an active steel plant that's been there since the late 20s to a modern residential community with an upgraded stormwater system. Of course, there's some remediation that will take place, so we'll remediate it to residential standards, improve the runoff. Will all be a benefit from what's there today. So we see those things. We see our plan as a real benefit from an environmental perspective, and we think we understand there's a stormwater manual that Greenwich has and lives by, and we've studied that, and we think we can meet the requirements set forth in that with ease, if not exceed it. So we still have a lot of work to do. We're not going to have all the answers tonight, sir, by any means. We hope this is the start of a long conversation, and we're willing to do that work as Hines, and we'll do it to the best of our abilities. But I think the start of our story is pretty good from that perspective. With respect to the wetlands in the previous application, I did do some reading. I did go through the record pretty closely. The last application was denied primarily generally because it was incomplete, meaning the commission or the wetlands agency requested information that the applicant didn't provide. And a lot of that had to do with the Cotswold Pond and the legacy runoff, the undocumented runoff that had been occurring there for decades. So there was a storm pipe drainage system that ran down this little green strip here, and it drained into this pond as well as there's a pond on this side as well. And that was undocumented, and there was a lot of talk about the sediment and some of the stormwater that was being released into those two wetlands. Since that application, the applicant has documented a drainage easement with the Cotswold Condo Association. They've remediated any sediment that was in the Cotswold Pond, and they received a permit from the Wetlands Agency and the Wetlands Department. They cleaned up, they remediated the pond, and they've documented a legal right to drain in that pond. And they have ongoing reporting and monitoring requirements to the DEEP, which they're in compliance with, to my knowledge. And so that's, we feel like that's been resolved. And it'll only get better with the redevelopment and remediation of what's there now. And also, and I think really importantly, were protection of the vernal pools, which are up in this section. It's a little bit off the screen or off the picture. There's two vernal pools that flank a new driveway that was built, I think, last year off of Hemlock. Anything, and those weren't studied properly as far as I can tell from the court's decision as to why they denied it. The reason being is the reason why the previous application was impacting those pools is because it cleared this entire forested area of the site, and took away some of the area where species breed, and then go back to the vernal pool. So it was a very important area, forested area with respect to the vernal pool. We're not proposing to touch that. In fact, those were some of the changes that we've made since we've got involved here. We're leaving all of this area undisturbed, and we are only disturbing or developing primarily on the area of the lot that's already asphalt. That's not really in our wetland scientist's opinion, that's not really doesn't really impact the vernal pools. We've shared this information with Beth, and we're really calling it a redevelopment of a steel plant. And that's, and that's
for
what we
those
think.
of you, for whom it didn't click, Beth Evans, the Environmental Affairs Director.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
No, that's great information. We're going to look forward to obviously the documentation of all that. Let me, just in the interest of time, keep pushing on. You didn't talk about sewers. Now, you're now talking 84 units, so huge difference. We have to think about that because it, it doesn't strike you at the same level. We were really concerned about the entire sewer situation in the Horse Neck. Any thoughts there?
Yeah, so I have up on this, if you can still see my screen, the sewer improvements we've had a couple of two discussions with Mr. Feminella from the sewer department.
He's famous in town.
He's famous.
Well, it's who Mr. J. Bart needs to speak with. J. Bart needs to speak with in order to do this. Go ahead, sir.
He's been great, by the way, very responsive. The whole staff has been terrific and responsive to us. I will say that. And our discussions to date are, we think to accommodate the 84 units, there's capacity in the treatment plant, but the pipes need to be repaired. And we think based on his numbers and his calculations, between 4,700 and 5,100 linear feet of sewer rehab needs to take place. The anticipated method of repair is cured in place lining. The pipes that we need to repair are about 8 and 12 inches, and they're all within a mile or two of the site. And they're on either town or privately owned roads. That's one clarification Mr. Feminella did make today that's not in this presentation, but the sewer pipes are located either on town or privately owned roads, not state roads. Further analysis is required. We're not done that your engineering consultant needs to determine the exact locations of the pipes that need to be done, and with your engineering department and Mr. Feminello will work with them to get that right. And Heinz is underwriting the cost to do this work.
Wow, okay.
Including the design and construction.
Very interesting. And have you estimated what that might be?
We have. If you want a number, I can provide that for you.
Yeah, not necessarily something we need to know.
Just moving on, before I get to the neighbors, unlike an 830G, you're coming in under our regulation 6110, which we kind of appreciate because we really need the moderate income housing. But then it opens up some other issues that we never quite got into in a big way, which is traffic and parking on the site, traffic out to the post road. Have any of your traffic people, parking people looked at that entire situation? It is right. It's kind of funky because you got these two legs coming out between existing buildings.
It is.
Any thoughts about the doability of that?
We think it's very doable. So the current operation has about 40 to 50 employees, 46 employees to be exact. And that doesn't include, the deliveries the steel deliveries coming and going from the site. So in a given, I heard you talk about peak hours in the last application. In any given morning or afternoon coming and going from the site, there are those 46 employees. And they all come likely when work starts and all leave when work ends. And this, again, doesn't include deliveries and such from an operating industrial property. In our estimations, based on the ITE numbers, the peak hour traffic from an 84 unit building with this unit mix is 24 vehicles out in the morning and 20 vehicles in the afternoon. I may have those mixed up, but it's about 20 to 24 in the morning or afternoon. So we think it's about the same. And again, there's more work we have to do. We do need to get updated counts for Route 1 and the surrounding intersections. But we don't think we're exacerbating any issue with respect to traffic, and may even be staying the same or even reducing what's there today. I think that the two entrances are a little funky. It does provide us flexibility, though. As you see now, we have an entry and exit on the east side and an entry only on the west side. We'll study that to death and figure out which configuration, whether they're both two ways, all one way, or opposite of what you see here. We will study that, and we do have some work to do on that, and we could run that to ground. But we do think it's doable based on the existing counts today.
Did I get the impression that the numbers you were talking about is the existing facility, and then you're comparing against what the units might generate too? Is that where you were going with that?
That's correct, sir.
Yeah,
Yes.
Okay. How about parking?
Go
ahead.
Parking, we're in compliance with your 6-110 regulation. We're providing 146 total parking spaces in 2 underground levels. And we think, I've been developing multifamily buildings from Boston down to New York for over 15 years now. I think that's sufficient. It's about a 1.7 per unit ratio. We think that's sufficient. Based on what we have, it actually goes a little bit beyond your 6-110 regulation. And we did that purposefully because we think that's the demand here. And we don't want to build something that's not marketable at the end of the day. If people need to park, they need to park. And especially in a place like Greenwich, they have nice cars. And we want to provide the adequate parking for them. You'll see there's a ramp. The site slopes down from left to right. So there's a ramp to the lower level on the eastern side of the site and a ramp to the upper level on this side of the site. So we think we have it parked adequately. It's not two full underground levels. It's actually about 1.5 levels. You can see in your plans. If we needed to expand or increase the parking numbers, we could do that at the expense of some more earthwork. There is no access out to Oak Street anymore. This part of the site will remain a single family home. And that was not, that's much different than the previous application for 350 plus units that you've seen.
Right.
This part of the site will remain undisturbed, as you see, and we're happy to restrict that and leave it undisturbed. We've shown some walking trails and passive recreation here, and we just put it on the plan to show you guys that we're thinking about it. It's not set in stone. It's just something we would like to do, but there's a number of amenities that we could study and design for the site.
Yeah, last question before other people. You mentioned you met with the neighbors. What I may have missed it. You were about to say it. I may have missed it. What did you change about the project after you met with the neighbors?
Yeah, so sure. So we changed 1, 2, 3, 4, about 5 things. We reduced, you see this portion in gray back here?
Yeah.
We reduced the height of this section of the building from 4 stories to 3 stories. So the height of this section of the building, if I did a cross section right here, is 33 feet, pretty similar to a single family home. And we did that to move, and we kept this 4 stories. We tried to keep the height closer to West Putnam Avenue, where the existing steel plant building is. The existing steel plant building is, I'm going to check my notes for a second, 35 to 40 feet in height, I believe. And I think Eric can correct me. 30 to 45 feet in height, depending on the grade. So we tried to keep our height, our density closer to West Putnam Avenue. This portion of the building is 47.5 feet in accordance with the 6110 regulation. And this section of the building is 33 feet to respond to some of the neighborhood concerns about overwhelming height. We did reduce the number of units from 95 units to 84 units. We did eliminate a pool that we had planned for this courtyard. Pools are attractive amenities for our residents, especially when you have a generous outdoor courtyard like this. If I showed you some of the courtyards we're planning throughout the country, they're beautiful, but there was some concerns that the pool would generate noise in parties and such, so we went ahead and eliminated that. We did revise the unit mix to slightly larger units after we studied some of the POCD initiative or goals, and we did reduce our parking count in a little bit just in accordance with the reduction of the number of units. So we submitted our application. We got a call. We actually removed ourselves from the late November pre-app meeting to take time to meet with the neighbors and make some of these changes. The other thing we didn't have when we submitted was architecture. They wanted to see what it would look like. We don't love rushing through an architecture process. As Hines, we do take time purposefully, and it's not a linear path for us. There are a lot of stakeholders with respect to architecture, especially in a place like Greenwich, and we do like to take our time and hear feedback from folks. But the neighbors did want to see what it would look like, and from the time of submission to now, we did develop an aesthetic with Granoff, who's been terrific as well. And you can see the 4-story elevation up front here along this edge, and then the 3-story elevation in the back.
What I know I said last question, but I have lots of questions, and
please.
You mentioned the mix. I didn't see that. What are you planning for? Maybe in terms of 1, 2, 3 bedroom, that kind of thing?
Here, just
So we're planning 27 one bedrooms, 24 two bedrooms, and 33 three
Okay.
bedrooms.
I did see that. Right. Okay.
You
Margarita,
got you have
go
a
ahead.
barbell effect of two of the largest generations in the U.S. Enjoying this type of housing. We're finding the younger generation moving from places like New York City and forming households in beautiful communities like Greenwich that are less leafy, I would say, and have, downtowns and lots of amenities and restaurants and train access into New York. And we're also seeing empty nesters who may take an apartment for half the year to stay close to their family and go down south for the other half. But we're seeing those two demand generators. It's very significant. It's significant.
Just as a question on that, do the empty nesters and the younger people have a preference for the 1 or the 2s?
I would say empty nesters want larger units.
2s. They want 2s and 3s, and
Twos and threes.
and the younger people are taking the 1s. Somebody wrote us about one of the applications before us. It may have been yours. Help me commission on this, making that same point that what we may need the most of may be those 1 bedrooms for the younger folks taking jobs. But fascinating that you're looking at that double whammy, because we keep hearing about it. Dennis, anything else?
And I'll let other folks dive in.
Okay,
And,
so for you, since what we do with the pre-app, which we've run past our 20 minutes, but what we do with the pre-app is to give 3 key things that we want the applicant to work on. What would be your 3 key things, Mr. Yeski?
well, clearly, number 1 is the whole drainage situation. We need a lot more documentation on that in the application. That's like a huge number 1 in my mind. God, a lot of the other stuff falls down at that point.
Sewer, you want sewer, you want environmental responsibility, you want to
right.
protect the wetland. You're concerned about contamination. You touched on that. I know they're doing, I believe you talked about that they're doing a lot of excavation to get the parking in, so that should take out a lot of the dirty dirt. But
Absolutely, yeah.
right.
All of it.
Yeah, I had a feeling that that's what we were talking about. Okay, so anything else, Dennis?
Let me give it a few minutes thought.
Okay, well,
they have really presented it's very interesting and impressive. They've done their homework a lot more than we've seen in other applications. Let's put it that way.
yeah.
So,
And even though I kind of hesitated a bit, on hearing it, because we did all know Heinz, we appreciate the effort to tell us about who you are. Mr. Jabber, since is it Jaber or Jabber?
It's Jaber, but
Jaber. Sorry, I just blanked
don't
for a
worry
second.
about it.
So since you listened to everybody yesterday, I'm just going to preempt for a second, Mary and Nick, and then let them go. The thing you've touched on that is a real nerve for us in terms of the POCD and in terms of the previous application that was here. As you know, we are under phenomenal development pressure. And as you touched on it, you said, and what we have to sell is that we're leafy. And so it's the leafiness, it's the streetscape that we are fighting to protect while also expanding how inclusive we are. And it is a bear of a challenge for us. We jokingly say we don't want to do what several of our neighbor we list Stamford and Portchester and White Plains have gone in a direction that we do not want to move in because we feel it would diminish our property values because people come here for the leafy. And although we have a large population to call ourselves a town, we want to protect that rural feel. That is the first and highest objective in our POCD, is to maintain that sense of our as-built character. And I believe that as you work on this, with the experience you bring to the table, you could do a great deal in that regard. I'm no architect. I don't know how the design of your building will play into our streetscape. But I assume A, you're going to talk to the ARC. B, we have architects on the commission, that everybody's going to give you all sorts of input on how to lift up West Putnam. Because an underlying challenge that you probably saw in the POCD is that we don't feel that Putnam really speaks to what Greenwich should be presenting as the gateway when you come across the border. It's really not the best of Greenwich, and we'd like to upgrade that. The second thing, and since some of them are probably listening, is you've talked to some of the neighbors. There's a huge amount of concern about the impact on them and their property values as well, but on their neighborhood feel. So I think you've got all the right considerations. I see you kindly have put up preserve community character and sense of place. And that's really in a lot of ways is code for our property values. So those are the things I'm looking for that I didn't get to say yesterday. And I leave you with that. Mary's first and then Nick.
Yes, I think to give Mr. Yeski his third question, we did ask about traffic, and it sounds to me like you're going to provide us with that information. The number of people trying to take left-hand turns onto the Post Road in that area is terrifying. And I'm sure that you can find a way to handle that. And I just wanted to say that I was very impressed with the sustainability and energy efficiency that you're proposing. Speaking here on behalf of Mr. Arn Wells, our energy expert, I thought that was a great precedent, and I look forward to seeing more detail on that. That's all I had.
Thank you.
Mr. McRae.
Mr. Jaeger, the POCD that you have in front of us, just quickly I'd like to run through this very, very fast. The infill development, contextual development, the current regulations, great for the current regulations. When you come back, if you can give me more information on the contextual development and design aesthetic of how the building fits with the residences in the back. I'm not too sure how I see the context of this. In developing housing opportunities for the future, you're talking about empty nesters and the dumbbell kind of thought. If you can provide some background on that, it's my understanding that this may not be, from what I'm hearing and what people are telling me, the empty nesters and the young people, that kind of a situation is not as what we're expecting or what we assume. Empty nesters not staying around, they're actually leaving. And
no, but we want them to stay.
Yeah, but I want to understand where they're coming from, what they're seeing, how they're coming to this demographic. It's important for us for long term, because I think I'm actually understanding, is there something changing as their professionals Hines are? They may have better information, but I'd like to understand that a little bit more. Top quality educational facilities. I'm not too sure how this attainable housing for the Board of Education is a top quality educational facility. If you can kind of explain how that works when you come back.
No, Nick, he's listing all of our POCD objectives, and then
and how the project contains that goal, and I'm not understanding how they do. So I would just want clarification on this. The maintaining economic vitality and thriving commercial centers,
he's got
and then
it.
significant
Nick,
improvements.
Nick, wait, Nick, stop. Attainable housing for Board of Education and town employees. What he's saying is, we don't have enough housing to attract teachers who don't want a big commute, and that
That's not what it says in the POCD. Provide top quality educational facilities. Talks about schools and school buildings.
I know, but Nick, he's saying that it's an indirect way of supporting it. I mean,
okay.
Give them, cut the man a little slack.
I know the significant improvement to streetscape. I'm completely missing that because the building is not on the streetscape. You're actually hidden behind a tire sales company, BMW, in another parking lot. So if you can clarification on that. The natural and environmental landscape and all that. I understand what's going on with the natural areas, those kind of things. I think actually this could be really great if this actually works out that way. The best quality infrastructure, municipal facilities, so on and so forth. Applaud you for the off-site sewer improvements. But how does the energy efficient mechanical systems and pedestrian safety provide for new buildings for the town, cultural institutions for the town, and health services? I'm missing how that is. So if you can address how this dovetails into the POCD based on what you're talking to us about project goals, I'd like more information on that. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you.
All righty. So that was Nick. Anybody else want to add anything? No. Okay. Patrick, Tracy, I know you've talked, Patrick, a lot to Mr. Jaber.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, Mr. Lowe, I've been wondering why you've been so quiet.
Well, one of the reasons I've been talking to Blue Streak, but I was on mute. That's not true. But in past iterations here, we paid a lot of attention to the impingement upon infrastructure and the constraints that the town has. And I just wonder where we are, and we've touched upon this, but where we are with regard in particular to the demand on the sewer. And I recognize that they're proposing making improvements, but there are certain choke points and capacity issues that are associated with this, and I hope that we can get some clarity on that.
Yeah.
Does that make sense or not?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we are waiting for that. We are waiting for that.
We're all saying that because it's a key issue for them as well, because it changes what they would do. They have enough land here that they could rethink what they're doing to work with whatever sewer limitations there are. We're hopeful that it's the Horseneck line that's the issue as ever. And that if they work on the Horseneck line, that's where we were, Patrick, correct me, we were running at 120 of capacity.
Yeah, currently, yes. During storm events, the I&I is such that
It goes to 120 of capacity. So if you can do that issue with the Horseneck line, as Mr. Jaber pointed out, we have the plant capacity. It is in our plant limitation. It is at it, and the worst is the Horseneck line, and it's not alone. We've got some other lines in town that have similar issues, and as you know, it's because of the I&I. Okay.
Madam Chair, if I can make one comment before we
Of
get, I
course,
just want
sir.
to make sure I get it before we get into public. I just want to be very clear for the record. I met with one neighbor twice that represented that he spoke for a number of neighbors. So I just
Well,
want to.
you're gonna get a dose of that because we're
I know,
gonna
well,
ask them.
I understand
We're gonna
that.
ask, we're very much about everybody being together in a meeting and the public speaking and participating. So you've already seen that. So
We're
you're gonna
happy
hear
to
that.
hold. We're happy to
Yeah.
hold group neighborhood. We actually
Yeah.
rented out a room
Great.
in the library and prepped for it, and we just never got to it. So.
Well, and if you try to look at the concerns, they are what you would have if somebody was doing something next to you. Mr. McRae, did you want to say something else?
Yeah, one thing I forgot in the discussion, Mr. Yeager, if the project team can informally reach out to the state with discussions about the controlled intersection at Livingston and your access egress. Just wondering if it could warrant a traffic light, if that might be a solution to any kind of traffic issues that you have
So
for
Patrick,
that particular intersection.
We are willing to
Patrick?
put in a light. We
Yeah.
are willing to put in a light, absolutely, if we meet the warrants. We need updated route counts on Route 1 to kind of do that calculus.
But I don't know if, although, is it us? Is it our DPW or the applicant who reaches out to the state to ask about an intersection, about getting another light on Route 1? Patrick?
I think we can.
You can? Well, Mr. Jaber, if you can do it.
Yeah,
do
I
it.
think we can. Yeah.
They'll be
Well,
nicer to a developer,
I
I'm
think
sure.
the commission may be also remembering the other project that the number of units and the number of trips necessitated a review by the state because of the volume. I'm not sure if this project will do that, but I do believe that the applicant can absolutely reach out and understand, you know, once they have their data, if the light has got a possibility of being, the warrant, as we all know, that the permission to put the
How
infrastructure.
about this as a compromise? Before you talk to the DOT, Patrick, can you talk to RDPW? Because I have a memory that DOT has a standard about the distance between traffic lights on Route 1. And
Yeah.
before we go waste a lot of Heinz's time, if we could just check, Jim can tell you in a second whether they would even be vaguely open to it.
Right, but wasn't it true, excuse me, but wasn't it true that the previous applicant was developing closer to Hemlock and looking for access
Yes.
further east, if
Yes.
you will, and
Yes.
therefore it was closer to the existing light.
Well, and there's also the issue of, and they were using the side street, but it's just how far spaced the Route 1. I have a memory of Jim saying that. So maybe we could just talk to Jim and just double check it, Mr. Jaber. It wouldn't take Patrick long, and just make sure that you've got something to go on. Okay. Nick, anything else? You still had your hand up?
Oh, sorry about that. No, good to go. Thanks.
All right. So the key thing is too, that we are creating this, our 6110 does create housing opportunities for the future. That's what we're looking for. And that's important. And we'd like to do it in the context of community, of maintaining our community character. That for me is essential. All right. I'm going to just quickly ask, does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application? Again, this is Heinz Interest Limited Partnership. This is at 0 and 345 West Putnam Avenue, 37 Oak Street, and 26 Hemlock Drive. We're going to hear from a couple of people. When we come back, Mr. Jaber, could somebody take down this? Okay, thank you. When we come back, okay, Mr. Cataldo, if you would unmute, you're all ready to go.
All right. Well, thank you all for this opportunity. Mr. Jaber did a good job in glossing over a lot of details that have to be worked out, and 2 developers failed before, and we haven't heard much of it. So needless to say, Heinz is faced with a lot of difficult tasks here. So next slide. So the unresolved issues, I just wanted to bring this to the commission's level. There were questions yesterday. So next slide. So this was the Wetlands Agency report. Naturally, I represented the neighborhood community. Next slide. Okay, so this prior application was for 345 units, and they couldn't solve the sewer problem. And Heinz with 84 units is going to solve it. So I think that's a little a poor assumption on their behalf. So I think everyone needs to pay attention to this. Next. There were other items that were open, and I'll leave this for the commission to review on the last development. Next. And also, the paving and discharge of stormwater was a big issue, and this elevation creates even more of an issue where they're at the top of the hill. So this is another area of concern. Next. And then drainage pipe on Hemlock was an issue which was never resolved. And I think the commission needs to take a close look at that. There were video cameras installed, but the pipe was never really identified as usable.
Yep, I remember that.
Yeah. So it's a high risk proposition here, and the commission outlined it very nicely. Sewer capacity, storm drain capacity, risk to the wetlands, remediation, rezoning, sets of precedents.
Yeah, and
we
I
have-
was, in fact, I was just going to tell Mr. Jaber I wanted to talk to him about that after you're all done, but this is very helpful. Go ahead.
Yes. And there's too many unknowns to set set the rezoning for something like this? What happens
Mhm.
if Heinz finds out the budget is inabsorbent and they can't proceed? I mean, this is a high risk deal for any business person. Next. So this is what we're looking at today.
You went back and set it
Next one.
forward.
Next one. Okay, so we have a vernal pool. The
Mhm.
vernal pool extends well beyond 1,000 feet. One of our neighbors has hatching turtles, one has wood frogs, and they're about, I would say, 2,500 to 3,000 feet away. Dr. Clemens told us this when he inspected the pond, that it's not just the pond itself, it's the habitats around. And the Heinz Group is making light of the setbacks. This is not something you can take that lightly. The Wildlife Preserve, Greenwich Land Trust, down the street has a wooded acreage. We have a castle.
Yep.
This is what we're facing today. Okay, next.
Mhm.
And this is what Heinz is proposing.
Mhm.
Next.
Mhm.
So this is a wall of apartments facing the neighbors. I hate to say this, but it looks like a state penitentiary. Right? You're enclosing the neighbors with walls. The sun rises on the side of the big face, and in the morning it ends up on the other side. We have pictures of the sun shadowing today, the post-up ironworks. Imagine what happens when you put this edifice up. Next slide. And there's the crane. So you measure off the crane, and this is what they want to present. Darkening of the neighborhood. Next slide.
Mhm.
That's what it would look like. I
Mhm.
don't care what they say. That's what it's going to look like.
1, 2, 3,
Next slide.
4. That's 4 stories above all across. Yep.
That's right.
Yep.
Next slide. And that's what Frank Cortese starts to look at.
Mhm.
He has a wooded property today, and this is what he's going to look at. Screaming neighbors.
Mhm.
Next. And then they talk about this storm drain. That pipe has never been resolved. There's laws around that pipe. They're assuming they can use that. Well, let's see. Let's see what they can do with it.
Mhm.
Next.
I think, Mr. Cataldo, that I had a conversation with Pat Sesto, the previous Environmental Affairs Director, to whom Wetlands reported that they did resolve it. So Patrick, you might want to look into that.
Okay.
Yeah, just saying. Go ahead.
All right. Next slide. And this is the height they're proposing. You have pumps and fans for underground. We know this from the last 2 developments.
Yep.
And if you look at CVS's parking garage, that's what you're going to look at the back. Vents with fans blowing carbon monoxide into the neighborhood. That's a nice edifice. Next. This is what a successful project looks like. Edgewood started the same way, 10 Edgewood, and the builder worked with us, and this is what we got. This is kind of what we're asking Heinz to do. And they say they don't do developments like this. Next. So we need something that conforms to the neighborhood and preserve the habitat and wildlife. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Cataldo. The next speaker is Deborah Ward. Ma'am, if you would go ahead. Deborah Ward. Let me try that again.
Might be on mute.
If you would unmute, ma'am.
I did. Okay, sorry. Hi,
All right.
everybody. Thank you so much. So I do live in the Cotswolds, which was the last end of the presentation by the previous person. And we are a 14-unit condominium development. So I have a couple of questions that arose from your presentation. And I'll put them all out there and then you can answer it. You mentioned that your capacity system would be for the sewer system would be rehabbed and cured in place with lining. And you said it would be on town or private roads. Can you tell us which private roads will be impacted by that curing if you were to be approved for this process?
Yeah, hold on a second, Ms. Ward. Mr. Jaber, can you hold that thought? Do you have any other questions, Ms.
Yes, I
Ward?
do. The
Okay,
second one was
So Mr.
talked-
Jaber's gonna write down your first question about the private roads. You ask your questions and then we'll let him answer, okay?
Okay, terrific. Thank you so much. So the second question I had was when you were talking about it being an all rental building, you were mentioning that you were open to short or long-term rentals. Our experience here at the Cotswolds is short-term rentals is not a desirable neighbor. There's a lot of turnover, so I'm just wondering how you're viewing that. And then the third thing was, I guess that was all I had. But
Okay, well, you
thank
can
very-
always come back. This is in the early stages. Okay, thank you,
Okay,
ma'am.
Thank you.
And Mr. Jaber, if you want to answer that question about the private roads?
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate your questions. Right now, the sewer department is getting back to us on exactly which lines and where
Okay.
they need to be repaired. So we don't have that information yet. We're waiting on, it's my understanding that Mr. Feminella is waiting on CDM, who's the town's sewer consultant, to get that information. So once we get that information, we're happy to share it and discuss how we're going to go about repairing those lines. It is proposed as an all rental building. Most of I will say that we are open to short-term leases. I don't think I said that. What I said was sometimes we get empty nesters or bluebirds that occupy, what I meant to say was they occupy their rental in the Northeast, or up in these neck of the woods for 6 months, and then they pay for it, but the other 6 months they actually go down to Florida and they keep that lifestyle back and forth. So they don't have to have the costs of owning a single family home with all the maintenance and the taxes while they're splitting their residency between the South of Florida and up here, wherever they may go. But we are, to directly answer your question, I don't want to be cagey. We do offer short-term rentals. We do offer short-term leases. What we're finding, especially in the empty nester demographic, is there's very little turnover. We just completed a project in Sleepy Hollow. The average age is 50, which is really rare for an apartment community. It is on the water. It has access to it's a great building. I'm happy to tour you through it. But the retention rate is above 70%. It's really phenomenal.
Makes total sense. Yep. Yeah.
But we do offer short-term at a premium, typically, because short-term rentals require more work to clean and fix and for the next group to come. I will say we are a professional property manager. We manage, including the 4 buildings in Greenwich that I'm sure you're familiar with, lots of buildings throughout the world. We're best in class in that manner, and we'll bring that same management to this multifamily building if we're given the opportunity. So thanks for your question, and I'm happy to provide more when we have the information.
Great. Our next speaker is Gail Coveney. Ms. Coveney, if you would unmute, you're all set.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My focus here is on the vernal pool. I deal directly with Dr. Clemens on a regular basis. I was dealing with Pat Sesto and have sent her recordings of the endangered wood frogs. And Dr. Clemens confirmed that as Nick Cataldo mentioned, that the vernal pool is much larger than it's expanded to the wetlands on the opposite side of, in front of Frank Cortese's house, and into the land trust, and even partially on the bottom of 7 Hemlock. So, it's basically reminding everyone that he would probably need to do a new study to to confirm all that. And that's usually done in the spring. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. While we're here, for Ms. Kovney and a couple of other people who've been talking about it, to the extent that something is within wetlands jurisdiction or is in the review, you can hear me okay? Yeah.
No.
No?
Phased in and out.
Huh.
Now you're okay.
Okay, I'll just hold it really close.
Right, right.
Okay, so to the extent that something is within wetlands jurisdiction, it would not fall under us. The whole protection of the wetland is going to be under the wetlands agency jurisdiction. So all those of you neighbors who are listening to this meeting, if you would watch also for the wetlands agenda and be ready to speak if it has to go, if it's in the upland, if it's in the review zone for them, and they watch this very carefully. And I was recently listened to one of their meetings and they're very careful and protective. Mr. Yeski?
Oh, do I get to ask a question? Are you done with the
Of course,
public?
no, we've got more, but you have your hand up.
Well, while we were talking about this, what occurred yesterday is we ended up saying we really would like a site tour of this property. I never have been on it.
Yeah, Mr. Jaber was happy to do it. He mentioned it.
Well,
I did request one. I did request one of the owners, and I'm waiting to hear
Great.
back. I did.
Okay.
I texted them while we were on that. It dawned on me, so I did it.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to interrupt the public.
Okay, our next speaker is Linda Bruno. If you would go ahead and unmute Ms. Bruno.
Hi, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. And I can also email a copy of my remarks to Pat LaRoe if he would like them.
That would be great.
Okay, my name is Linda Bruno and I live at 81 Valley Drive, which is very close to the corner of Oak Street and Hemlock Drive. I've lived at this location for 31 years. So not only have I been driving on our local streets for all that time, I've always owned dogs and I walk them every day on Oak Street, Hemlock Drive, Valley Drive, Edgewood Drive, and Putnam Avenue. Walking gives an added perspective on the activity in a neighborhood. I'd like to speak about the traffic impact on our area, our local streets, from an apartment building of this size. Our streets already have a large amount of non-local traffic. Valley Drive is a cut-through route from Glenville Road to Putnam Avenue, as we all know. Hemlock Drive, Oak Street, and Edgewood Drive are often subject to service personnel from the nearby car dealerships test driving vehicles at a very high speed. Tow truck drivers from the Riverside Service Facility on Putnam Avenue also use these streets as a way to avoid Putnam Avenue traffic at certain times of the day. This type of traffic is dangerous and a safety hazard to other vehicles and those on foot. An 84-unit apartment building would bring a huge amount of additional traffic to our local streets. In fact, I believe that Commissioner Jenkins stated just a few moments ago that to make a left-hand turn out onto Putnam Avenue is a terrifying prospect. We believe that to avoid Putnam Avenue traffic, especially at peak hours, residents of this building will use Oak, Hemlock, Edgewood, and Valley Drives to avoid making a left-hand turn in or out of this building. For example, it would be easy for drivers coming from the west, from Port Chester, to turn left onto Valley Drive at the traffic light there, then turn right onto Hemlock, right on Edgewood, and end up on Putnam Avenue so they can make a right into the new building. Similarly, residents leaving the building who wish to go to Central Greenwich would make a series of right-hand turns onto Oak, Hemlock, and Edgewood to make their way back to Putnam Avenue. It's understandable that drivers would want to make it easier on themselves by going around the block, so to speak, rather than making a left turn onto or from Putnam Avenue. The vehicles from Riverside Service are already doing it. However, the additional traffic generated will be a massive burden on our small winding streets, resulting in serious safety problems and a reduction in quality of life for our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, the next speaker is Craig Huber. Craig Huber.
Yes, hi there. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, and please, if you would keep your comments to 3 minutes. I had not been anticipating that people were gonna, this is supposed to, go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name's Craig Huber at 24 Oak Street. My wife, Barbara, and I and our 4 kids have lived here for 22 years. My family also owns 2 other properties in Oak Street at 2 and 4 Oak Street. We represent 3 properties, all within roughly 200 feet of the Post Ironworks property here. To say the least, the bottom line is our family and neighbors are very much against this project. We felt the same way in 2011, same way in 2016 with the prior applications for that parcel, and now with this 2024 proposal. I want to make 4 or 5 key points here if I could. One, officials at the town of Greenwich have told us recently to properly increase the town sewer pipes from the Post Ironworks site down to the water treatment plant to accommodate all the extra sewage. This 84-unit project would cost upwards of $100 million. I don't know if that's true. That's a large number, but I've heard that from 2 different people from the town of Greenwich. Further, simply trying to get by on the cheap by installing a liner, as you call it, cured in place in those sewer pipes is still very expensive, I got to think. And I also understand it loses its effectiveness every 1,000 feet, as experts have pointed out to us. So I'd like to see that properly addressed, please, down the road here. Second, I'm curious, how many millions of dollars is it going to take to remediate all that soil contamination at site, which is very much almost glossed over in this discussion here right now?
No, sir, it's not glossed over. The issue is that the contamination is where they're going to build the underground parking. And so when they excavate to do the underground parking, they will test after they're done with the excavation, and they are assuming that they will then have clean dirt. If they don't, they will have to do further remediation. But because of the previous use of this site, we will require it, and cost is not an issue for us. The town will require it, and the dirt just has to be clean, full stop. This is an industrial use, a historic industrial use, and it will have to be cleaned. It's basically a brownfield site, if you will.
No, I appreciate that, but of course,
money is not the issue that the commission ever addresses. We don't ask that question. We want clean dirt, full stop. That's what we're required to do.
Grant Jaber here and his team, I'm sure, are quite concerned about the money issue here on that front. Of course, I'm not. It's not
Sure
my
they are.
money and all that, but there's going to be a lot more contamination. We've seen the
Yes,
soil
sir.
reports
But
on this in the past.
we will see what happens when they excavate. And we're going to ask them down the road, we will ask them for testing. Once they've excavated, we will ask them for the results on post excavation. If it's not clean, they're going to have to keep going. It's
Yeah,
just
I'm
what-
just also saying that the contamination is a lot more than
All right.
just the field where the building is going to be.
we will make sure.
Okay.
Trust me, the town is going to take care of that. We've
Okay.
learned this lesson. Thank you, sir. Go ahead with your other comments, though.
Thank you. You don't want me to hit on the vernal pool, but we as neighbors are very, very concerned about that. It's a very
I get it, but
yeah.
it's wetlands and
It's wetland, yes. We dealt it 2 times before and it was a big.
Yep,
sticking
you
point in the
know it,
past.
and you guys did the work when you went to wetlands, so go to wetlands because we can't
Yes.
touch it. And
I understand that.
wetlands, you understand, you guys, you're all listening. Wetlands overrides P and Z. It's wetlands first. We cannot approve something that wetlands has not approved by law. So if wetlands doesn't like it, we can't touch it. We can't move it forward. So that's the issue there, and that's state law.
Totally understand that and I appreciate that.
I knew you did that. Okay.
Yes, and then also, the traffic issue here is a huge issue. I drive down Livingston Place all the time, which is a quick thoroughfare to get down to the train station, to get down to the freeway and stuff. Livingston Place directly across the way from this proposed project here. I do recall the traffic studies that were done in this last application in 2016. I think they graded it as a C. I was actually surprised it was even that high. It's extremely dangerous. You dump a lot more cars on that, we're gonna have a lot more accidents along that road with the parking on the street there. It's very narrow and stuff. I have a hard time believing at all that this project is only gonna add, if I heard you right, grant 20 to 24 cars in the morning and only 20 to 24 car trips in the afternoon. That just seems ridiculous. I mean, come on. So
We're gonna, sir,
traffic
we're
is
gonna have
very
a full,
concerning.
sir, we're gonna have a full traffic study on that. So, and they use basic national standards for the traffic analysis. Don't go there yet. Okay, go ahead.
And then just along the same lines, for myself and my family, my 3 of my 4 kids that can drive, coming out of Oak Street, it's a bloody nightmare at times, you can imagine, to get onto West Putnam, to go to the east or to go to the west. Add this project right next to it, it's even worse. Same thing, trying to get off of Livingston onto West Putnam to come over to Oak Street where I live. It's a bloody nightmare certain times of the day and stuff, and this is gonna make it a nightmare with or without a traffic light. Let's be honest, a traffic light is a headache and stuff, everybody. It's gonna be slowing down everybody there. And then the other big thing I just want to mention here, Grant, is you're going up against a very—
By the way, sir, you address your comments to the commission, not to the applicant. I'm
Okay,
sorry,
fine.
it's just the way it works.
I just want to just say then, the applicant is going up against a very motivated and experienced set of neighbors here. No, honestly, we've successfully
I know that.
thing in 2011, 2016, and here we go again, 2024 again. This is going to be a lot easier for you, for the applicant, to find another location for a building like this. If they're so proud of it, there's a lot of other places that don't have all these same issues with the vernal pool, with the sewer issues, with this massive traffic issue here, and the soil contamination. How you can make this work from an ROI standpoint. I've been on Wall Street doing investments for 30 years. How you can make this work with all that is absolutely beyond me. But you do have a very motivated set of neighbors here. And I'm also a little upset that nobody asked me to meet with Grant. I appreciate you met with our neighbor Nick, but nobody asked me or any other neighbors to meet with them. How hard would it honestly have been to put a note in my mailbox, in my joining neighbors' mailboxes, to ask to meet on such and such date and time to talk about this by phone or by Zoom? All right. I look
Okay,
forward to
Mr.
keep going
Huber,
on.
I'm sure
Thank
that Mr. Jaber's good. Thank you, sir. All right. Okay, we have 2 more people. Lynn Lavery. Oops, sorry. Lynn Lavery. If you would go ahead, ma'am, and unmute. Oh, try again. I remuted you by accident. Go ahead. If you would unmute, Ms. Lavery. Lynn. All right, if you would go ahead, you're all set. Oh, no. I see what I did. Okay.
Okay, am I on?
Yep, you're good. Go ahead.
Okay, good. So, first of all, thank you all, and Ms. Albin, and thank you to Patrick LaRoe for helping us out and get organized here a little bit. Terrific as usual. I think that, Ms. Albin, you said everything as accurately as you could, and if I could just have quoted you, that would be wonderful. But I want to say that the 6 guiding principles, I am really impressed. I spent some time with them today, and you have taken the entire POCD and put it into 6 principles. And, you know, I think Heinz did a great job addressing them, but I have some discrepancy. First, the first guiding principle, I'm going to be fast, by the way. First one, preserve, protect, enhance the character elements that add to our sense of place. This is not going to do that. Number 2, housing that blends seamlessly into the community. This is not going to happen. Next, it's just all about scale. This is a neighborhood. This is a neighborhood with 2 historic homes in it. The rest of them are 1-acre homes, and they are going to be changed in character and value. I was really surprised to hear Ms. Albin say value mattered, because it does matter. It matters to the people who decided to invest in this community for their family's sake and for their financial sake. School is important, but that leafy is important. And we are taking that away by putting an apartment building across the street from them. The Heinz buildings we saw were beautiful, but the scale is not appropriate to this neighborhood. We need single family housing or townhouses that are smaller and more appropriate to this neighborhood. And Mr. Yeski, call me any day. I'd be happy to give you a little toward our little area. So in summation, all I can say is I thank you all for and applaud you for your work at summarizing into 6 things. Please don't veer away from them or away from the regulations which have been in place for 75 years. You're talking about changing regulations. That's going to set a precedent. I'm really concerned about that. So thanks a lot. And you're all doing a great job.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lavery.
You're welcome.
By the way, Ms. Lavery, he's not your political party, but it's Mike Mason who always says, protect your shareholder.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. All right. So our last speaker is Peter Quigley. And go ahead, Mr. Quigley.
You're speaking my language to the whole neighborhood. You may remember my name from 12 to 14 years ago. Sorry, when I was a member of District 7 and a vice chair of the RTM Land Use Committee. You're in a serious, with a serious history of, I think it was a quarry of environmental issues in that particular location. I mean, really serious. I would direct everyone that isn't aware, even though it is a wetlands issue, to the neighborhood presentation made by Bruce Cohen in the neighborhood of March 12, 2012. It explains the whole issue of the environmental hazards there. But I want to quickly speak to Mr. Yeski's point of storm drainage. It is critical in that area, and it's not about the sanitary sewers, it's about the storm drain systems. The systems all go into Horse Neck Creek that already, and you might check with Public Works to see if that plant, Grass Island plant, has the capacity to handle any more water flow. I say that because I happen to know in the middle of the night when it's 1 and 2 inches of rain, that Grass Island plant overflows. They've got to open up vents in order to get the water out of there. So you've got the town with some major storm drain, not sewage, although sewers are important too, but storm drain systems. To the point of one gentleman asking about costs, there was a CDM study done, still being used, that asked for $250 to $300 million of fixes of storm drains at the choke points in Greenwich. The FECD is scheduling $1 million to do that for next year's fiscal year capital plan. $1 million on 250 million. And to the point of the takeaway, you're just never going to get it done. With the traffic conditions as stated by Ms. Bruno, who is also on District 7, that the district completely supported the neighborhoods on this. It's up against a huge issue of the character of that neighborhood above the post road, the traffic, and clearly the sewage, the storm drain systems being able to have the capacity to take that kind of volume out of that area. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Alden. You guys do a good job. You really do. And thank you for allowing these comments.
Thank you,
and this
Mr.
exchange.
Quigley. All righty. Okay, so that's all your public comment. Boy, if we didn't give you a lot of input tonight. And what should have been 20 minutes and was instead almost an hour and a half, you guys got a lot to digest. But I think the guiding points that we gave you encapsulate a lot of what the neighbors said. Definitely parse out the wetlands. We don't mess with them. Those folks know what they're doing, and we don't mess with the agency. If DPW thinks your drainage plan works, your drainage plan works. We'll see when you submit. I love the fact that you're talking to the neighbors. Would love to see you do more of it. It's a great thing. As you see, we believe in that, including the stakeholders. So with that, I think unless you guys have questions for us, we're out there. We're done.
So
And,
do you anticipate then, Madam Chair, that there's any need to come back on the pre-app for further discussion? I mean, most of these things are going to require a significant investment by Hines before they proceed, but
I agree with you. I think at this point where you're headed is you've got to work the wetland issue, you've got to work the sewer issue, you've got to have a happy drainage plan. I don't know how deep you can do a boring on a phase 1. I don't know how deep they go. So Mr. Jaber probably knows, but you don't have to answer me. I mean, all the things are in your court right now. Yeah, I think the design question is one. Y'all know, I think Mr. Jaber understands. Mr. Haslam, if you don't know what we're looking for by now, we're going to take away your license because you know we're looking to preserve how the community looks. And I think Mr. Jaber's got it. So there you go. And certainly Mr. Zambell knows.
I would
Sort of
just to
say it
comment
enough
to what Ms. Lavery said, though, about changing the regulations. I just want to qualify that this is not a change to the regulations.
No,
We're
I think
trying
she
to-
was referring to the rezone.
Right. So we're
It was
trying to
shorthand
work
for the
with the
rezone.
regulations, both as far as the rezone is concerned, but also to get us to the 6-110, which is what we thought was a route that the town might find more acceptable than other options. So that's really, we're not trying to change any regulations. We're trying to work within your regulations. That's the idea. And we hope that that's your takeaway as well, that that's what we're planning to do.
Yeah,
Okay.
my desire was not to be contentious, certainly with the neighbors. we're not trying to slam anything down. Not trying to do what other applications do throughout Connecticut. Part of the benefits here is you have a regulation that works with this site. And we're trying to find our way into it if amenable. There are a lot of
Issues.
fixed costs here, right? There's
Yeah.
a lot of fixed costs that drive density. Mr. Cataldo, I just want to correct one thing. Reference that we don't do these types of developments, as he put the beautiful Cotswold community on the screen. I never said that. I said we couldn't do something this small. Heinz is not going to execute something that
Got it.
small because we're a big company and there's a lot of fixed costs to everything we're doing here. So that was our hope. I did hear back from the seller. You all are welcome on a site tour. We could schedule that. So thanks for
Yeah,
your time.
okay, well, that's nice to know because I thought maybe the seller would not be enthusiastic. So I'm glad that they're going to let us do it because we'd love to. And just tell us what works. If we can get a date, Patrick will reach out to us. All right, and anybody else got anything?
We're trying to be collaborative here, Madam Chair. And if we can do something great, and if it's not in the cards, then we'll see you on the next one.
Okay, well, hopefully we'll get there because we would definitely love to see some moderate income applications. We would definitely like to see those work. Because we know that we don't have enough workforce housing. All right, okay, thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you. Thank you for all your time.
All right. You know what, you guys, I almost tried to remove myself from the meeting. All right, so our last application.
Well, the chair
is-
has a lot of power, but I've never heard them removing themselves. That's,
I was like, okay.
it's not that late. It's not that late. You
I
usually
know it's
don't-
not that
no.
late. I've had a long couple of days. Okay,
Yeah.
so, do we have, the applicant for Scarpelli's here?
I am not seeing them in the room, Madam Chair.
Okay, well, good night.
All right, well, we'll buy some time and,
Anybody is here for Scarpelli?
Scarpelli's, anybody for Scarpelli's, please raise your virtual hand. All right. We'll see what they do. When they come back, they'll come back. Okay. All righty. I hereby make a motion to approve the minutes of the November 14th, 2023 meeting. Mr. Wells, you are not able to vote on that since you
Second.
were absent. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Lowe's second.
Aye, okay. Lowe's has seconded. I hereby
Just
move,
one me.
I hereby move approval of the November 28th meeting, 2023. All in, second, please.
Happy to second.
Mr. Lowe has seconded. All in favor, voice vote.
Aye.
Aye. Righty. And, do you want to talk about the budgets real fast? I know you guys talked about them
what?
yesterday. The budgets, it's.
Actually,
Well,
we should, there's some really interesting information here. It has nothing to do with the budget. page.
Do we have to go look for rabbit holes, Nick? What?
No. This was actually, you're gonna love this. This is, if somebody can bring it up. On page 4, it shows what we did in the past 3 years and the application information.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's in the annual report.
Yeah, this is pretty amazing.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? Okay, so that's in the annual report. You can look it up anytime and you can go
Well,
way
no,
back in time.
it's in our budget report now, right now.
No. It's
it
always
will
in the
be-
budget and it's always in the annual report and you can always look it up, okay? And this is how we argued with the BET last year, Patrick and I, that we wanted another zoning inspector. We said he did 1,500 sign-offs roughly,
Yeah.
is what the number we gave them. So yeah, you can always get that data anytime you want it. Just go online into the website and pull the annual report. Okay, I was
Sorry,
trying
it's
to
getting
not
there,
do.
page, yeah.
Okay.
I
was
was,
gonna read that.
Madam Chair, I was gonna recommend, if we vote on the items, if we wanted to talk about this, that's fine. I didn't want to extend any more energy on
This
this.
is a great piece of information. And it is what Patrick and I, when Patrick was a newbie and we were there before the BET, this is what we talked about. We pulled
It's
this
hard to, it's
data.
hard to read, right? Am I
Well,
the only one?
no, because I had eye surgery. I think this is perfectly legible. Just kidding. Okay.
No, you can't. That's wrong. No.
I'll make
All
it
right.
larger, Mr. Lowe.
Mr. Wells, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment. Now Pat and Margarita know this, but EMAC is getting pulled in a number of different directions and have expressed a request that we move the energy narrative reviews off them. They haven't put us on a clock, but it's definitely out there. And so I am wondering, or like propose, I mean, one of the alternatives would be to hire a consultant, maybe like Beta, that would review maybe the bigger applications, but
Beta doesn't do that. Remember, we had that conversation?
what does Beta do?
the Beta only does traffic.
Yeah, that's right. Like Beta, like
Oh.
similar.
Like Beta,
The
I'm sorry.
consultant would be similar to.
Somebody on
what-
retainer.
Yeah, well, on
Um,
retainer or whatever. So I'm just wondering, is there room in the budget for this, or is this gotta be a next
Patrick?
year thing? And I just want to get it out there, because at some point this year, we may not be getting any reviews
Well-
of the energy narratives.
Mr. Lowe, Mr. Wells did email me. I have not been contacted by the first selectman about this yet, so or the front office, so it's a little news to
Oh.
me.
No, but this was our deal. The thing was that when when we started doing the reviews,
Right.
when EMAX started doing the reviews, the first selectman had nothing to do with it. We worked with them and they agreed to
Well-
give us their opinions. And we said, cool and wonderful, and we set this up. So if we're gonna change it, it's us, not the FSO.
So the short answer is yes. We absolutely, and we probably have vendors, like you had mentioned, we have vendors like Beta that are approved by the town that we could probably call upon who could do some of this work. What I don't have any grasp of, because it seems to be a lot of the applications need that review almost more than what need traffic studies. So how much is that going to cost and everything like that? I don't have a good grasp of that yet. So I think we'd have to find out from a consultant or two what they would charge for that kind of evaluation, and then we'd figure out where we can fit it in. But we have a good chunk of fees just in case for projects, if we need extra engineering or whatever. But we do run through it pretty quickly during the year. So, I'm not gonna say we over budget for it, but we have that contingency in the budget. So,
Well, the other thought, Pat, would be to, I'm just thinking out loud, Beta, we're spending between 30 and 40,000. We could think about a similar amount for an energy consultant. And then we could triage. If we're getting a ton of applications, we just send them the bigger ones. And some of these ones, we don't need some of the ones we don't need a review on because it's a pretty minor project. Just saying that.
interestingly enough, though, Arn, is that the BET, their budget guidelines, which came out very late this year, And I don't know if I sent them over to everybody. But I quoted it in the opening letter there. They look for some of these environmental impact issues, which is interesting. So there is some synergy or relatability to the budget discussions that we're gonna have this year for that. So it's just good timing, you know.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot.
All right, so we'll work on that. And on the budget, the key thing is, we continue to work with a couple of other areas in which we want consultants and that we'd like to get that extra manpower.
Right.
When the noise ordinance is going to the RTM, the new noise ordinance is going to be administered by the first selectman's office instead of the health department. One of the things is we're not sure it's going to stick in the first selectman's office. And a lot of the noise is construction noise. So you may be looking at somebody at a candidate group in P&Z, not within the commission's authority, but within Patrick's, that it would somehow be. So it's something else we might come down the pike. Dennis, you have your hand up?
And when is this due in to the town, the budget?
The budget is the end of the month, I believe. The first selectman is going to be taking all the pieces together and preparing it.
Well, you sent this out at 2:22, right? Today.
I did. So that
we don't have to talk
a lot
about
of
it
issues getting
Right.
rectifying it. So I do apologize. So if you want more time with it, I'm certainly we could put a pin in it to next meeting.
Okay,
Good.
let's do that. All right. Okay, I agree, and let us think on things. And I don't think we're going to change much because mostly we keep old numbers. Okay.
The other thing was the fee schedule, which Madam Chair, you weren't there yesterday, but I said, our rates are pretty competitive. It covers the expenses that we incur on the application side, not the operating, but the expense, those expenses. So I don't think we need to adjust them right now, but if anybody has a feeling about it, I'm happy to hear about it and go do a little more research, but we're pretty, like I said, we're competitive.
Okay. All right, let's make some decisions. And I'll take a look at the fee schedule. I have not, as Patrick knows, I haven't been reading much since Sunday night. So, but all right, shall we, Nick, how do you want to take them, from the top, from the bottom?
Okay, so we dispensed with Round Hills Extension, Sinaway Road, the library.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, I just need to check something real quickly. Okay. 5 Sinaway Road, application PLPZ 2023-447. Final coastal site plan. Applicant seeking approval to construct a 1,120 square foot addition to the Coscott branch of the Greenwich Library in the R7 COZ zone, COZ and AE 11 flood zone per section 111 of the BZR and sections 22A 90 to 22A 96 of the Connecticut General Statutes. The applicant is reducing the already non-conforming green area from 23.4 to 22.6%. Conservation issued comments dating 12/27/23 indicating endorsement of the proposal. Sewer Division issued comments on 1/3/24 requesting the applicant submit a signed letter of acknowledging receipt of P&Z comments. Engineering issued comments on 1/9 indicating resubmittal required a zoning permit with comments. ARC issued comments on 1/3/24 indicating electronic return to address outstanding issues, and Wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire on 11/8/23 indicating no action required. Excuse me. Therefore, motion to approve the application noting the following. For Sewer Division, the applicant has submitted a signed letter acknowledging the receipt of P&Z comments dated 1/4/23. P&Z staff, per DPW engineering comments prior to zoning permit, P&Z staff shall consult with the Town of Greenwich Law Department to verify that the proposed work does not conflict with terms of the existing access and drainage easements, and make any corrections to reflect new work in those areas or on the document. And the fire marshal shall opine that the proposed site configuration is acceptable and that replacing the existing egress-only driveway does not make any emergency access more difficult or truck maneuvering difficult. And the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
Okay, I'd like to add that sentence. The applicant, and I need a little help on this, the applicant shall consider in its long-term planning, the commission requests that the applicant consider further enhancing non-car accessibility to the library facilities. Does that say what I was trying to say, which is you have a walking neighborhood, keep trying to make it walker friendly. And if it's worded a little differently, that's fine. But that's the goal. Is we heard from neighbors who wanted it to be residentially pedestrian friendly and biker friendly.
Yeah, but we've also heard that
That they have part of that.
That these strollers are their lifeblood.
Right.
And what's going to happen is they're going to say, can we bring those strollers into this new room you've created?
That's exactly right. So in the long term, what that does is it enables them to to go to ZBA for a variance, to expand their FAR, to maybe expand their footprints some more and create a parking area inside the building that is more amenable. If that's what they want to do. If they don't want to do, they don't have to do it. But that we're giving them the in. Ms. Jenke,
Yeah.
now that everybody's gone.
Yeah, am I seated on this or is Mr. Levy here?
Well, Mr. Levy's not here, so you're not seated.
That's why I asked. I knew I couldn't talk unless you seated me, so I was just checking.
How about this, applicant shall pursue long-term planning for further enhancement to non-vehicular access to the site?
We
Or
want
usage of the site. Not, I think I was closer and I don't want to boss them to do it. I just want to say the applicant, the commission requests that the applicant consider further site enhancement in their long-term planning, consider further site enhancements for
Non-vehicular access.
Yeah, for non.
It sounds a
Okay.
little obtuse. Why don't we be more
Yeah.
direct?
I know. Well, as long as we have the point, can you guys tweak the wording at all? I mean, we've said the basic point. You guys can tweak the wording, right? I mean, all we've got to do is tell you what and I'm just trying to get to, at some point, they're going to need more FAR in order to be more neighborhood friendly. And I want to open the door for them a little bit.
Yeah,
Should we
if you
mention
give us the
bicycle?
construct, we can work on the
Right.
detail.
Okay. So that's what it is. So can the motion be seconded now? And Jenke, did I cut you off?
Well, I'm just wondering whether we want to be more specific if we think that's going to be a hardship
Well-
issue to mention bicycles and strollers.
Yeah, well, that's what Tracy and
People-
Patrick
people
are gonna,
Who use the building by walking to it or
yeah,
something.
yeah.
Right, yeah, okay.
I think we say people who use the building by walking or riding to it, whatever, I mean, whatever captures that. Okay.
Right.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Ms. Jenkins has seconded. Ms. Jenkins, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe? Mute. Peter Lowe? Peter Lowe?
I'm
All right.
here. I'm sorry. I just had a coughing jag. I'm dealing with
We don't care. You can just cough into the microphone.
well, I was doing that and I thought that got kind of boring, but I'm sorry.
All right. Okay. Did you vote?
No. I didn't hear what the what is the vote on? I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm gonna just go to Wells. Mr. Wells, you're now seated on this application because Mr. Lowe didn't hear the motion. And you
Aye.
were here. So Mr. Wells is an aye. And what we said is that you would guard people's strollers, Mr. Lowe?
Absolutely. I've got
But
a
since
big
you're
long-
not seated, we can't talk to you. Okay, Mr. McRae, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski?
Aye.
And Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0.
And I'm
So-
an aye. That's 6.
Peter
So-
can't cough either.
So Lo, what we said is that since the moms don't want to leave the strollers unattended and without being near them, that you're going to volunteer the rest of your hours.
I love that. I'm there.
All right, to
I
guard
think
them.
The
All
language
right.
was, language is included in perpetuity, so.
Yeah, in perpetuity for the next 40 years until you resign from the commission. Mr. McRae, next motion.
19 Lakeview Drive, application to PC,
I'm recusing.
364, final re-subdivision. Applicants requesting re-subdivision of 4,300, 356 square feet into two parcels with 6,532 square feet set aside in open space located in the R12 zone. Commission finds that the proposed application is a re-subdivision. Conservation issued comments dated 12/29/23 indicating recommendations to the application. Zoning issued comments on 9/26/23 indicating the proposal meets the requirements of the BZR, endorsed the project for zoning approval. Sewer issued comments, excuse me, on 9/27/23 requesting applicants middle sign letter of acknowledgement. Engineering issued comments on 12/7/23 indicating approval of subdivision with comments. And wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire on 9/14/23 indicating no action required. Excuse me, therefore, motion to approve with the following comments. Let me get through everything before we cut it up. Per DPW engineering comments dated 12/7, the applicant shall provide a landscape bond to the Planning and Zoning Commission in the amount equal to all costs to implement the open space restoration plan. The bond amount shall include cost of the plant materials plus installation. Such bond shall be held by the commission for a minimum of a period of 3 years or until all vegetation has been established. For conservation comments, the applicant shall provide a final declaration of restrictions and reference the long-term invasive species mitigation plan as described on the landscape plans L100 and L200 dated 1/5/24. The declaration shall include the following language. No tree shall be removed from the open space parcel by the owner unless as a result of disease or death, said tree poses a threat to the environmental integrity of the open space use, and the removal of said tree is approved in writing by the commission. And the owner shall perform appropriate long-term maintenance on the open space parcel, including but not limited to full performance of the terms of the plan of remediation and such other measures that shall be required from time to time for sustainability of the open space parcel and elimination of any species of invasive materials. Prior to recording the final declaration of restrictions, it shall be reviewed by the Planning and Zoning Commission staff and Conservation Commission staff. Applicants shall provide a sunken boulder demarcation of the open space. The demarcation location shall be shown on the final recorded subdivision map. For sewer division comment, the applicant has submitted a signed letter of acknowledgement dated 12/28/23. The applicant should prepare a record sheet in a form suitable for the chairman of Planning and Zoning to sign and file with the Greenwich Land Records. The landscape plans L100 and L200 dated 1/5/24 shall be included with the signed record sheet filed with the Land Records. A note shall be added to the recorded map upon review of the site plan development plan for the vacant lot. If any concerns raised by Planning and Zoning staff, the applicant shall return to the Planning and Zoning Commission for review. And prior to development of the vacant lot, the L200 planting plan and restoration plan shall have been implemented and matured. And the applicant shall address any and all outstanding or interdepartmental issues.
Wait, now we get Mary's comments.
Okay.
And Nick took all of them. I just changed the
Okay.
reference to the actual documents, but Nick had everything else in there already, so that was perfect.
Okay. Getting back to, just wanted to double check something. The bond information was correct for procedure, if everybody's okay with that. And the development of the vacant lot, because the drainage is kind of tied to actually having the restoration
Mature.
plan kind of in the mature, that
Yeah.
prior to development of the vacant lot, mature like grown trees, or do you want to make just established? I think it's up to.
Well, no,
up for
it'll be
grabs.
simple because it'll just go back to DPW. The site plan will go to DPW and they'll say, well, you're basing this on 20-year-old trees. They're not 20-year-old yet. And they're only
Okay.
5 years old, and they're going to make them revise it. So as long as we've got language in there, I think we're safe.
Okay,
think
so we've got
really
the
good.
subdivision map with the landscape plan so that we know that it's going to be restored. And then a note about if the commission staff is concerned about any of the issues out there, the development plan would come back to us.
And you guys are good with that language, Tracy and Patrick? Yes. Hey, Tracy, you got your power back.
Yeah, the lights are back on.
Okay. All righty.
Okay, we're good to go.
I still have the 8 flashlights on too, but you know.
Do I have a second? Do I have a second for that motion?
Second.
All right. So on this one, we have Lois seated for himself.
Thank you.
Okay. And Ms. Jenkins, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Mr. McRae,
Aye.
Mr. Yeski?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. And Byram.
Quick question, who seconded that motion? Sorry, Mr.
I did.
Lowe.
Peter.
That's, I guess, great. Cool. Okay.
We hardly ever correct you if you make a mistake.
I
on
know,
that.
I just want to make it up and I'll see if you read.
It's like, we have a hard time remembering that one. It was always good in the old days when Fred Brooks never missed a second.
Well, Peter Levy has assumed that role. Generally speaking. He's not
There's
here.
like, yeah. Okay, Byram?
127 Byramshire Road application, PLPZ 2023-446. Final coastal site plan, special permit applicant seeking approval to amend application PLPZ 2021-400 on a site that would exceed 150,000 cubic feet of building volume on a 2.54 acre lot located in the RA1 COZ and X/VE 17 flood zones per section 6111 of the BZR and 622A90, 22A96 of the Connecticut General Statutes. Whereas PLPZ 2021-400 was approved with modifications by the commission at the 12/26/21 public hearing. Commission finds that conservation issued comments 12/27 indicating endorsement of the proposal. Sewer issued comments 1/3/24 requesting the applicant submit a signed letter of acknowledgement of the P&Z comments. Deep issued memo dated 1/3/24 indicating no comments to be addressed, and engineering. The applicant has submitted a drainage exemption letter dated, I don't have that date in front of me. And wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire on 11/8/23 indicating no action required. That drainage exemption is from the previous application, I think. That's why I don't have that number. Therefore, motion to approve the application noting the following: the applicant shall indicate all proposed changes to the site development plan since the approved 9/1/21 plan. Modifications shall be shown by revision cloud. Per sewer division comment, the applicant has submitted a signed letter acknowledging their receipt of P&Z comments dated 1/4/23. And the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or remaining interdepartmental issues. What I said.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Can I add something to this?
Of course, you wrote it.
We should probably add something that actually, any conditions of the original approval have to be maintained.
Yep. Yep. And and anything new has to comply with the regulations.
Well, it's going to, but it's just making sure that this is an amendment to, where we just make sure that nothing is going to change from the old.
Yep, good point. Although I bet somebody would have reminded us if we'd forgotten to say that. Still good. Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Jenkins has seconded. Ms. Jenkins, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
Mr. McRae?
Aye.
Yeski?
Aye.
Albin is also an aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0, and we have survived another night. Patrick.
I'm so sorry, commissioners. I'm just looking at the schedule for budgeting because I wanted to make sure that we weren't going to run into trouble. And the presentation of the budget is the same night as our next meeting.
Okay, so that's not going to work. So we have an option. You
so
guys,
I
you want to
just
go
wanna
over it
know
now?
that-
I'm fine with that.
Well,
No,
I
I
don't want
mean-
to make anybody,
No, we have to read material. I haven't seen it. Thank you.
Okay.
We can.
Do you
schedule
guys
another
want
time.
to
We can
spend
schedule
some?
something else then, that's fine, and I
Thank you.
apologize for the crunching here, so.
How
we-
about
we-
this? Do you guys want to get together? What works for everybody? Should we do next Monday afternoon at 1? Does that work for folks?
No idea.
Patrick, what works for you, Patrick? Because if we have phenomenal input for you, which we won't have.
That's Martin Luther King Day.
Yeah.
Okay, so
on
we're
that
not
day.
gonna do that. So it's the 15th and then up to you guys. Take a couple of days, review it, and maybe we just take a peek at it, say Friday.
That
We
works.
normally don't have much input because, to be honest, we don't do zero-based budgeting. We look at what we did last year and we incrementalize.
It sounds so inefficient. I'm sorry.
Mhm. You know, we figure we stayed afloat, and so we'll do the same thing and hope that we don't sink the next year either.
Yeah.
Well, I think it also, the process on the back end,
Mhm.
makes it hard to be whatever
Okay.
progressive, but anyway.
All right, so we'll take a look at it.
Aren't we, I'm sorry, but aren't we, Patrick, isn't the department instructed by the powers that be to cut things by X% or something?
So what I didn't put in my my update for you was the budget guidelines, and I did add that to the OneDrive now, so I can resend it all because it's very small to everybody this evening, and we'll just we'll go over it on
Okay,
Friday.
that would be useful. Thank you.
Yep, appreciate it.
I'm on the road on Friday. Thursday works better for, I don't want to mess everyone else up.
No, Thursday's okay with me.
Thursday's
Thursday-
good too, fine.
Thursday could work too. So
Not-
Morning's okay.
Anytime other than between 11 and 12.
okay. So before 11 and then after that, okay.
Yep.
Understood. Okay.
Did I say something?
Okay,
funny? Why is Nick-
so,
Later.
all right, so before we leave each other, I have an update for you. Mrs. Levy has been elected to the Republican Town Committee tonight.
Cool.
Hey,
So that's why Peter had to go to that. So,
Oh, it's not Leora.
no, Leora is his
Mrs. Peter Levy.
sister-in-law. This
Yeah,
is
okay.
Mrs., it's Nan. You know Nan, we were in their
I
house.
do, yes, I remember.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, congrats.
Yeah. So, yeah,
Good.
so I never thought she was interested in politics, so it's cool that she's gotten engaged. And now they're like Mr. and Mrs. Greenwich.
Yeah, well, it sounds like they may be postponing that move to wherever, right?
Yeah, we're not gonna let them leave.
Yeah.
Apparently Peter Quigley has replaced Peter Berg on land use.
Dan Quigley,
Sorry.
Dan Quigley, and Harry Fisher is the new chair of the BET. And Dennis, are you still there? Dan,
I'm here.
that's his nickname, by the way. Dennis, I heard that Harry Fisher is gonna take over Nisha's role on the
Yes.
on the CMS building
I think
committee.
he appointed himself to that role.
I guess he has an interest in it because apparently he wanted to take over that position.
So
And-
he's on Julian Curtis. So did we get somebody else or is he gonna do both?
Don't know. Dennis, did you hear?
Yeah, I guess the BET chair will tell you.
Okay, and then finance has a new chair as well. And the DPW,
Greg Rasmussen.
yeah, and the DPW chair is Cheryl Moss, who was here earlier tonight with us.
Yep.
And there it is.
And then the BOC, didn't mention.
And then the BOC is James Waters, chair of the Old Greenwich School Building Committee.
Got it.
Free time to fill, I guess. So,
Yeah, this is a really big change. This is the biggest committee change in leadership I've seen in a while.
so passing the torch or whatever, right? So
Yeah, I mean, every now and then, like everybody moves out of your neighborhood. It's the same thing. It's like all of a sudden there's a big turnover. Okay, anybody else got anything interesting?
so who's head of the Republican Party in town? Is that
Wait,
changed?
I think that's Peter Levy.
Really?
Peter
He's the head
Levy.
of he's now the head of the Republican Party?
No,
that
no,
was
no,
just a poor timing or good
rumors.
timing.
That can't be Peter Levy there. There's a Peter in the audience, but I don't think that's Peter Levy. Is that
Could
Peter
be
Levy?
Peter Alexander, it could be
No, Peter Alexander.
Quigley.
I
Oh,
don't know.
maybe. All
I
right.
hesitated. The last time Peter came in, he raised his hand, so that's why I left this one
Yeah.
alone.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, okay, you guys. So we'll see you in a couple of weeks.
No,
Well,
no, we're gonna.
Thursday.
Maybe Thursday.
Thursday. Maybe Thursday.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Thank
Okay.
you.
Bye, everybody.
Good night.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.